We're going to get started. Means the fund budget meeting, I think record attendance. We're going to start off with citizen comment. Michael Turgio.
Always broadcasting unprepared.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Michael Durigian, a resident of Jersey Village. The voters of the city have said no to New City Hall 4 times. No at the ballot box in 1990, no again in 2002, no when residents circulated petitions to stop forcing it of obligations. Financing maneuver built to skip the public vote, and no again 8 months ago in November. 4 times across 3 decades, the ballot box and by petition. The people of the city have said no, and no means no. And yet, here we sit at a budget workshop, staring at a plan to spend nearly $10 million building it anyway. I want to speak directly to the newest members on the DS. For 2 of you, and soon to be 3, this vote on the city campus will be the first consequential act of your public life. Understanding what that means. Years from now, when residents measure the kind of official you turned out to be, they will trace it back to this room, not just a line in the budget. This is the first entry in your record, and it will set ethical standards for your entire opinion. You do not get this moment back. Everyone knows what the voters want, and that they've not been settled. 4 times people have said no, and to proceed anyway is not a misunderstanding. It's a decision to override the very people you were elected to serve. When the voters rejected the campus, the responsible response was to listen. And this was not even the first time the end around had been attempted. So instead of listening, the city manager went hunting for the pot of money left that requires no permission at all, the general fund reserve, and moved to spend it anyway. Strip away the budget language, and what is left is a temper tantrum dressed up as a finance plan. You said no, I'll show you, I'll build it the way I want. With the money you're not allowed to vote on. Whatever the intent, that's how it comes across, and that's how it lands. And that's how history will read it. That's not leadership. It's an unelected official who could not accept being told no by the people, and the council is being asked to sign their names to it. A project of this magnitude should be financed the way our charter and our conscience demand, with approval from the voters, not by reaching into reserve funds, because reserve funds does not get a vote. Certainly not by getting everything else in the city. Everything else the city does to feed one building that the public never asked for. This budget cuts the minimum staffing or fire trucks, while it showers $9.5 million on the rejected campus. We are expecting the firefighters who protect our homes so we can build city offices and a lobby. I've spent time in the city's own financial record, and it should alarm every person in this room. Our reserves are our rainy day fund in the city that floods are being drained in the very year federal government is pulling back on disaster relief, and the state is moving to cap how we raise revenues. I'm going to skip some of this one. The records I went through, they show a pattern. One of the disturbing things I found in the financial records going through them in preparation for this meeting is there's a pattern of improperly coded transactions that obscure where our money actually goes. This pattern has continued over the years. And don't worry, I brought the receipts. About $5 million in things that were miscoded in the budget. And I can happy provide you guys with that information. the other disturbing thing is that I sit here and I watch that the city is twisting the truth like a pretzel to explain why they're proceeding with this campus anyway. The voters have said no. And honestly, guys, I think if you put forward, if you look at the pool project, it was originally a pool and combo project. It's got scaled down to $10 million, and then from there we approved 5. I think if you guys will just scale it back, I'll support it. I don't think that's a problem with voters.
Thank you. Thank you. Zach, come on.
Good morning, my name is Zach Lamar. I live at 16426 Jersey Drive. I'm not a public speaker. I don't have a speech written up, so I'm just gonna shoot from the hip here. I was born and raised in Jersey Village. I bought my house here in 2005. I was a volunteer firefighter here for 23 years. I still serve as a firefighter now. I understand we don't have money to add more staff. We understand we don't have an annual spot of gold. But our runs increase. The Jersey Village runs increase every year. They keep going up and up and up. And to try to cut staffing to keep implementing those runs, it doesn't help. And we have a mutual aid agreement with Cy-Fair. Supposed to be a mutual aid agreement from July 1st of last year through today. Jersey Village responded to Cy-Fair 81 times. Cy-Fair responded to the Jersey Village 167 times with 385 pieces of equipment. That doesn't seem very mutual to me. Understand, large scale incidents today, man, that's what mutual aid's for, large scale incidents. Hey, we're gonna assist you with this house fire. Not for everyday EMS calls, single engine responses. Like, that's not mutual aid. That's us, that's another department having to supplement our city. And that's not fair to them. It's not fair to other taxpayers to have to supplement us in our city. I mean, that's almost, I understand it's 72% of the time the fire department's handling a single response. Hey, that's great. That looks great on paper. But when you're that 30% of the time and you're sitting there at your house with your loved one or something having a medical emergency and you have to wait that extended time, that doesn't make sense, Councilmember McCauley, you spoke about the response time when you called. It was 4 minutes. Hey, 4 minutes, that's awesome. But if you don't have the proper equipment, the proper people there, that doesn't mean anything, right? So, I mean, if you're one of those 30% have to wait, it's over 10 minutes. I can tell you, I see it because I hear Jersey Village get dispatched when I'm at work. I sit there and listen, I hear it. It's a good 8-9 minutes before it finally gets to us. Now we have to respond over here. The Congo House fire. It took over 12 minutes for the first ladder truck to get here. They drove by our nice, pretty ladder truck sitting right here in the station. If that fire were coming an hour later, those closest units around us, they wouldn't have been coming because they had their own fire to deal with off Highway 6. So, I get it. I'm here to understand. Okay, I get it. We can't add staffing. We're technically not cutting staffing, but fire department is a job, and somebody calls in sick, somebody can work harder to make up for that job. Everybody has a specific job, right? You have 4 people on a truck. When they first get there, each one has a job. One person is the incident commander, one person gets the water going, one person pulls the hose line, one person gets to catch the hydrant. So one of those people's gone, what job do you not want to get done? Which one of those jobs do we skip? Because they all have to be done. Each one of you guys, when y'all ran for council, y'all spoke on keeping the fire department, police department fully staffed and supplemented. And no matter what's said here today or what's agreed or who says what should happen, to vote to cut the staffing from 6 to 5 goes against exactly what y'all done. So, thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Eric now.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and staff. My name is Eric Canal, and I'm a Jersey Village resident, and I want to use my time today on 2 things: trash and the City Campus Phase 1 timeline. First, a moment on the solid waste discussion in this budget, since staff have asked our council's direction on it. I know a fee on something we've always gotten for free doesn't sound appealing, but I'd ask anyone to look at what's happening 30 minutes down the road right now. Houston just became the last major city in Texas to add a residential trash fee. Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, and Fort Worth all already have one. Houston avoided it for decades by funding solid waste out of their general fund where it competed every year against police, fire, and libraries. The result was 2 of 5 garbage transfer stations sit and broken, trucks 20 years old, tens of thousands of missed pickup complaints, and a 16% recycling rate. Their fee, starting this summer at $5 and climbing to $25, isn't fixing a budget. Their own finance department says the gap grows again in a few years. It's just catching up on what got deferred. Jersey Village is not in that position. Our service isn't broken. What I'd ask council to see is that this isn't really a choice between free and a fee. It's a choice between paying for trash quietly through the tax rate or paying for it visibly and directly while it's still a calm planning decision and not an emergency one. I don't think there's an obvious right answer here, but I'd rather we make the choice on our own timeline and have it made for us later, the way Houston just did. I've spent some time analyzing this packet. What I want to talk about is a timeline. Here's the history regarding a city campus. Jersey Village has been trying to solve this problem since the mid-1980s. A bond for a new city hall failed in 1990. A master plan recommended replacing these buildings in 1999. Voters rejected another city hall bond in 2002. We've been in the same building, in the same condition for 4 decades, through 4 separate attempts to fix it. In 2024, this council bought the former church property on Jersey Drive, 54,000 square feet for $4.2 million, cash, no debt. Last year, council bought a $21.6 million bond to the voters to build it out. That bond failed in November. But I don't think it failed because Jersey Village decided it doesn't want a city hall. I think the voters told us the scale and the debt were too much. And at least one city council member said as much before the vote even happened. Council, you listened. You didn't abandon the project. You scaled it back, phased it, and brought back a plan to build phase 1, the offices and public works space, for about $9.4 million. Paid for out of fund balance we've already built up. No new debt, no new bond. This is exactly the correction the voters asked for. That's why I'm here. This budget already funds phase 1. The land is already ours. The plan has already been through the public correction it needed. What I don't want to see is this project quietly stall out from here. Not through a vote, not through a public debate, but through delay. Through let's study it more. Through let's slow down. After the scaling back has already happened and the voters' actual objection has already been addressed. I'm not asking for a vote today. I'm not asking anyone to commit to a date. I just want to say, as someone who's watched this go in circles for a long time now, we finally have a version of this that's honest about cost, funded without debt, and sitting on land we already own. I'd ask everyone up there to hold on to that and not let this be the 5th decade we talk about a new city hall instead of building one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kimberly and Al.
Kimberly and Al, 15601 Singapore Lane. This is what a Jersey cow looks like. Clark Henry was born in 1900 and passed away 2 months before his 72nd birthday. I've read his obituary for city council. He and Bessie owned almost 1,300 acres here to have their Ethanol Jersey Ranch from 1938 to 1948. They moved over to Colorado Springs for a couple of years and they came back with their 2 kids. And with Leroy Kennedy at Garden Oaks Baptist Church started developing the residential homes, the streets, all the infrastructure and everything to it, technology and whatnot. We didn't do what we very different than today. We have for Singapore 3D we're right now too, so our improved infrastructure, which I'm very happy about. Also in 1956, Clark and Leroy and the Garden Oaks fellowship members began planning for the Jersey Village Baptist Church, which I've read the history on also. After the initial building was built, with Brown Group, doing municipal construction, the city camp or the church campus got added on and then got, sold over to June Forest and whatnot. So then a few years ago, when the original structure came up for sale, I was really, really happy that our city bought it, because with the golf course, that was Clark Henry's first dream of developing the Jersey Ranch into homes. And preserving his church building and turning it into our city hall and city campus for all of the community members to be able to utilize. As someone that's not born and raised here, is incredibly important to me. It's keeping that legacy that everyone wants to have a small town feeling and people knowing each other when you go into a restaurant and store by first name, which is amazing because I'm born and raised in Houston. Having a community space for JVSO, for the women's group, for Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, whoever wants to use it, is part of the small town atmosphere that we all love about JV. So I think developing that property for city staff, city meetings, and community event centers is really important. Also, the Jersey Village Volunteer Fire Department began before the city was even incorporated, and just recently turned into a full-time paid. And with our police department as having lots of reputations for being very strict, keeping our community safe, going over 25 miles an hour, stop at a stop sign, all of that. But those emergency response services, the first responders, having adequate, more than adequate funding, quite frankly, is very important to keeping JP as a place for young families, school people, middle-aged and Xers to move to, so that we can all have this community atmosphere. So whatever funding, and quite frankly, I know to promote shopping in Jersey Village is really important because of the tax rates, fire and police getting the portion of the sales tax, and for stores to want to stay in business here, or be able to stay in business here, and have other retail restaurants come in to grow that tax base is incredibly important. So even though it may be more convenient for someone to stop at CVS on their way home from work, going to our CVS on Jones Road is in Jersey Village, and it's just another way to support our city too. So I think just promoting that overall grows everything so that we can have a great future here. Thank you.
Thank you. Have any other comments? So we're going to move forward today. I'm pretty much going to move through this packet page by page. A lot of the items are covered in the front memo, so we're going to start right down. Hand it over to Austin.
Thank you, Mayor. So just so we're all using the same document with the same page numbers in the PDF file, I'm using the budget book that I sent out on July 1st. Is that what everybody else is looking at? Or are you looking at the document Courtney sent out? Okay. So with that, the budget memo starts on page 9. The budget methods of here highlights the big things that are a part of the budget. The proposed budget totals a little over $111 million across all funds. A lot of financial decisions required to keep the village services stronger and construction moving forward and our fiscal foundation intact. It's not a status quo budget. It addresses the real cost pressures, advances the long-time capital investment, and tax council makes several policy decisions with direct implications for how the city fund services dealing with labor. General fund balance, or the general fund of $26.6 million is balanced with a planned fund drawdown of $7.8 million, the majority of which is a one-time commitment to phase 1 of the city campus capital project. That is a project that the city council has put forward The city manager is not the one pushing it, the council, said they wanted to see this project go forward as a pay-as-you-go. So that's what we've, put together here in the budget proposal. The recurring general fund revenues are budgeted at 18.8 million. We also have the staffing model optimizations necessary to manage the structural gap there. When it comes to the property tax rate, we won't know what impacts our, property taxes, or our budget will have on property tax until we get the valuations from Harris County. We were told, that we will get those next Friday, a couple of days to do the tax rate calculation on third. But right now, based on the estimates that we have, the proposed budget factors in a property tax revenue increase of approximately $270,000, bringing that total property tax revenue to $9.6 million. The preliminary estimate, for the tax rate is 0.00287 for approximately on the maintenance operations, 0.00387 on the debt service rate for combined preliminary approximate increase of 0.006747. We'll get those numbers in July. No formal action is required on the property tax rate until the August budget meeting. Are there any questions on this?
Yeah, I have a question. We did talk in the wake of the bond for the entire city campus at 21.6 in November being rejected by the voters. The city council went back and said, okay, how can we do this? What's the approach? We talked about revising the plan. We talked about doing a phased approach. During the discussions back at that workshop session in December, I can recall Drew stating, well, we're not ruling out the possibility of doing bonds. And so I was surprised when I got the original budget package prior to our meeting that we had this, large amount, the $9 million coming out of our reserves to pay for city campus. I'm still of the mindset that council, and particularly since there's been a significant change in council and will be with the fifth person that joins us, I think that council needs to look at the city campus, the fact that right now where council has voted to get construction plans on the whole city campus, and this decision of potentially using essentially all of our excess funds that the city has in order to build this. I'm still of the opinion that because of the history and the voting here, that it would make more sense, and I'd like to hear from the Director of Finance on it, but it would make more sense potentially to say, okay, if we're going to do phase one, perhaps we should put phase one to the voters, do a bond for it, allow the voters to vote on it. And I think similarly to how the $10.1 million pool bond was voted down and the $6.5 million pool bond was supported by the voters, I think that would serve the city well. And I just wanted to interject that. We don't have to discuss that right now. Maybe you want to take it up at a different point. But I think that those are matters, because that's such a significant expense in this budget, and it's such a substantial drawdown from the general fund reserves. I think it's something that we need to take up at some point during this meeting, and then perhaps it needs to go into a either a special meeting or on the regular agenda. Maybe too late for Monday or Tuesday's regular agenda, but discussion and action with respect to a bond.
I know we're too late to adjust Tuesday's agenda, correct?
Mm-hmm. And the last day to call a November election is August 17th,
And when's the August meeting?
August 18th. So we'd have to call a special meeting.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think I would recommend or suggest that once we have the fifth council member appointed, that we have a special session to take up this, critical decision with respect to city campus, a bond, etc.
I guess my question would be, is there, the people that are on council now, is there anybody else that would support? I would say, to Mr. Parisian's point, I personally voted against the $21.6 million bond for City Hall, although I do believe that Having City Hall is not a want, it's a need. I think 40-year, you know, it's time. My biggest priority is for the public works and the staff to have a good place to office out of it. The rest of it, the rest of the phase, I see it as a want. And the other part of it is, the reason I voted against it is because I'm against debt almost from every situation. My exception on that is, you know, with the streets and the roads, the construction, I did vote for that one because I thought, you know, like, hey, this has to get done. This is deferred maintenance. This is stuff we should have done a long time ago. I'm sure there's other ones in the future that are going to come up. If it's related to that, I'm okay with it. The other stuff I'm not for. I don't support that almost in any fashion. To your point, I get what you're saying, is you want to put it up to the vote of the citizens, but I wouldn't support debt in order to pay for this project. So I don't see the need to move forward in that regard. I don't know if anybody else has an opinion on that.
Hey, council has moved forward with this project and been the one who put to the project. But not without its own critique and not wholeheartedly, let's spend every dollar. I spoke out very strongly against it, certain portions of it. But I still believe that the whole project should be done. I think it is well overdue. My concern has always been with, I've called more than phase 3, the courthouse and the additional building, but the admin and the public works need to happen. I think we have a good plan for them. We have, refresh my memory, we have a contract selling the old public works buildings.
The public works buildings, both locations on Taylor Road were sold last November. So right now we are leasing the property back. So that lease ends in May-ish, I think.
Yeah.
It's 18 months of what we have for a lease. So those costs are factored into this budget. But at some point we have to figure out where they would go if we would try to renew a lease or not.
If we decide to push to a bond in November, you are significantly increasing the cost of operation because council, every current council is bound by the decisions made by past council. And there's adjustments you can make that have consequences of money. In this case, you would have to find somewhere to put our current public works, whether that's extending that lease to the
Well, let me add this too. Sorry. For context, one of the things when we first start is they take us on a tour of all. I had no idea where our public works was. In my mind, like, I just didn't even register. Right now, they're located on the other side of the tracks in an industrial area. It's really not that easy to get to, and they have to make that trip multiple times every day. It's not efficient. So they're not even in Jersey Village. That's one of the reasons I think that's the most important part of the project, is we need those people over here. It'll make their work more efficient. In the long run, it'll save money. And one of the things I campaign on, right, is pay as you go. I don't want us to take on debt to do this. It's got to come from somewhere. You know, so that's kind of my position.
I don't feel like reserve.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Michael.
I don't believe that we pay for our reserves.
There's also how much reserve. And the city has been in multiple positions, multiple times at 2 minutes.
With the budget here, we would not be below the thresholds.
What about the
We would be above the threshold for the reserve policy.
We've got 5 years, say above the policy or fine. There was an issue with the population version of the city, the fact that it shows it's dropping below freezing. Or that's due to something that. I mean, I'm uncomfortable with the city that we're going to do. And, this is a project that I believe in. I remember I was new on the council when we got the call to go look at this building. I was probably here on council maybe 1 or 2 months. I remember it being hot, going into that meeting. And, I saw the possibilities, and I was, one of the supporters of keeping City Hall on this side of the room. And I have not made that secret. I've talked about this with Boston. And so the possibility of, for the next 30, 50 years, we're gonna have it here, everything's gonna be in one line, our city's gonna be together. And then it got even better because we can move our public works over here, everybody is, I love that idea, and I still believe in the project. I have always expressed my discomfort with the proposal. I also understand that municipal construction, meaning using taxpayer dollars, is automatically going to, this is an automatic, it's more expensive for municipal construction. I see this, I understand. What makes me uncomfortable is running down on the road. And I am not so much afraid of debt if it's necessary. And if you look at it over 30, 50 years, the building, 20, even 25 million, isn't that bad if you look at it from that standpoint. When I stand above it, look at it. This building is outlived me. I'm comfortable with that. What I'm not comfortable with is completing the reserve. And what was mentioned to me in May was potentially bonding the second phase. The second phase, another thing that I will bring up, the second phase is what citizens, all of us, are going to see. We're going to get to enjoy that piece. I don't have faith that that will ever get done in a timely manner if we have to bond it. And it's nothing against citizens, it's nothing, it's just, I don't have faith that this whole project is going to get done. And we'll have phase 1, which is wonderful, and we need it. But then we have another part of our building that just sits empty until, and I don't want that. And so those are the concerns, those are the things that I've been sitting with when looking at this budget. So that's my piece. I just am uncomfortable. I don't know yet if I'm even for the whole, let's take this to election and to a ballot in November. I don't know yet. I have to sit and think about that. But I don't think at this moment, that I don't know. I don't think then it fails, and then what happens? What's the impact of that? It already failed. Yeah. It's going to be more, it's clearly going to be more expensive to go out for election for phase 1. It fails again. Then what happens? And so do we try to scale back? How do we do that? I'm always thinking of the impact of whatever it is we're deciding here. And this is what's been on my mind. This is what I've been thinking about. So that's one.
Yeah, and if I can respond to that, I mean, the argument was made, well, what are you going to do once the water and sewer, when we had the CO for the water and sewer, and the petition came in, and well, that's got to go to a vote. Well, what happens if the voters don't approve it? And my thought on it was, no, let it go to the voters. I think the voters have enough sense to know that we need water and sewer, and the city's in desperate need of the funds for repairs, and the voters demonstrated that they realized that and approved that bond. In the same vein, going back to the voters with a pool bond for $6.5 million, a more community appropriate amount, and the voters approved it while they had rejected the $10.1 million bond. I do look at this in the wake of the fact that, in that the voters petitioned the CO for the $24 million city campus. It went to a vote. There was a discussion, and Connie, you'll recall, this is awkward, but Connie, you'll recall that we had a discussion about the amount of the bond. And at that meeting, it was in July, I believe, of last year, there was like, well, should we go for this? Should we go for that? Drew made a motion about, let's just sell the property, a very, just aggressive sort of thing, and said, no, we don't need to do that. And then, if you will recall, the turning point was when Jen McCrae said, well, let's just make the bond for 21.6, because we were discussing bonding for a lesser amount. What is the voters' tolerance? And one of the problems, and it is just a problem, a huge problem, is that, as you say, municipal construction, whether it's a pool or a city campus or whatever, it's exponentially more than in the private sector. But I do think that because of the track history on this city campus, the fact that the property was bought for $4.5 million, and I think the general expectation going back to the prior mayor was, the proceeds from the sale of the property across the street will be more than enough to pay for the property and the improvements. And that roughly $9 million, whatever's been realized from the sale of the property across the street, is insufficient to meet the $4.5 million plus the $9+ million for phase one plus whatever phase two is. Bottom line is, everybody wants, I won't say everybody, certainly the community has said, we want these community spaces. And I know that your inquiries about the event center address that in part. But as to the city campus, and specifically as to the public works building and the administration building, which I think everyone agrees there is a need for those. We've sold the public works building, we're leasing it back. The administration building right behind us is in terrible condition. But I still think getting voter buy-in is important. There's a general distrust, unfortunately, among some constituents with what the city does, with what council does. And I do believe that if it's presented properly and put to a vote in November, you'll get residential buy-in on the need and the necessity of having a bond, borrowing money, which is a better financial decision, and going ahead and building phase one. And Brian, to your point, you're averse to debt, and I understand that from a personal standpoint, but sometimes in business or in government, I think it does make sense to take on debt. This is a long-term facility. This is not something that's going to be used in 5 or 10 years. It's a 30, 40, 50-year proposition. And I would defer to the Director of Finance that maybe to take $9 million rather than spend everything excess of the minimum reserve in our general fund, rather than spend that to borrow it for something that the residents can get behind, to me that makes sense. So that's got to, yeah, please.
Bring up one point. You mentioned earlier about the water sewer, or when you said water and sewer, I remember when we were talking about that in, I don't remember what work session we were in, but I said I was worried that it wouldn't pass. And I remember you said, well, then if the voters don't vote for this, you'll go for revenue bonds.
I was about to bring that.
And so in that sense, the law is created, has given us sort of a pocket. Like if the voters fail, if the voters put this down, we can take revenue bonds for water sewer. And so we did have a safety net for that election. This one we won't. And I'm not saying that we should force anything on to people that don't want it. That is not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that is a point, and I remember you making that. As far as the pool is concerned, that vote was very tight. Mm-hmm. And I received a lot of misinformation about what we could do with that money. What would the city, there was a lot of misinformation that came out about that pool. My neighbors have been putting. And so I don't want to, I'm just putting that out on the table as well, that with water sewer, we can take revenue bonds, which do not require a vote. And you had mentioned that in that room.
With the pool, a lot of people don't realize the dollar amount came down. The pool did not change. The pool was always the same. The scope was reduced. but the pool itself was always the same. Burning down the reserve. We burned down the reserve, but we used 4 million to buy the property. The money that we have now, yes, the mayor was wrong in his projection, but the money that we have now is the money we purchased the property across 290. We sold that property. We covered all our expenses and made a profit off of the property. We still have property left. That decision to buy that property, while it did not develop the way we wanted to, still paid off. That is the money, because it's not committed to something, it is a reserve.
Okay.
But that is the money that is being used to fund the admin of public works. And so 4 months ago, but a year ago, we didn't have those things in reserve. I'm glad Connie brought this up because I'm having a hard time reconciling. I want to put this out to voters. Voters should have a say in this. When I think it was the last budget meeting, the comment when we were talking about water and public works and what if that bond fails, your comment was if the voters get it wrong, I'll fix it with revenue bonds, which is direct. The voters get it wrong was your words, and I'll fix it by pulling revenue bonds.
I absolutely said that. I said and I'll look somebody's taking a picture, I'll look him in the eye and say, I said, if the voters do not support the bonds for water and sewer, then I would be in support of the city just going ahead and doing it. Because that is critical infrastructure. And if voters don't understand that, then perhaps we have failed as council or as a city in demonstrating to the voters the importance of that investment.
So can I interject for just a
Yeah. I'm thank you for that. I can understand.
Yeah.
I see it differently, but I appreciate the reconciliation.
So on Tuesday night, there is an executive session on the agenda to discuss the offer that we received in the last parcel of land that we own on Jonesboro. We're not gonna talk prices today in an open meeting, we don't wanna give away anything there. But council will discuss potentially selling that last piece of land, which would bring in more money as well. But we've talked a lot about the reserve policy, but I think it'd be good for Jennifer to kind of make sure that everybody understands the dollar amounts that we're talking about when we say reserve policy. So Jennifer, we can talk about that.
Excuse me, can you speak up? It's a big hall and you're just gonna have to.
Yeah. So last year, city council approved, revised financial policies, and we established, a minimum fund balance for the general fund, equal to 25% of recurring operating expenses. That policy that's the amount we don't want to drop below. That is there as a rainy day fund. It is to cover us if for some reason revenues don't come in, that we are able to continue funding operations. It's not we're never, we don't want to touch anything like that. So basically, that amount gives us, or the city manager, a guideline when preparing a budget, when proposing expenditures of this is the money that you don't want us to touch. And anything that we have in the fund balance that's available over that amount is, by practice, it's one-time in nature and only be used for one-time expenditures. And use it to fund salaries or recurring items. To do that will be an imbalance or not a balance budget. So those funds, by definition, are available to be spent. If you're not comfortable with that 25% level, which is currently a little over $4 million in the current year, it falls to 3.8 million because of the budget goes decline a little bit. We currently are projecting that in the year it falls to 3 million. So you have about $8.3 million in the general fund balance that can't be used for anything other than one-time items. So in this case, I do feel that it's an appropriate use of fund balance by the definition. And I would agree with Simon to put my professional opinion out here. That is 100% would be appropriate to fund the construction of that. However, we have this in the city here that can't use Springfield, but also. So I could go, either way on it. I could support the use of debt. Voters didn't want the debt, so we found another way to do this. We do have this other piece of property, that we're talking about selling, next week. But in looking out in the 5-year forecast, we are able to maintain those reserves, even with spending down, the excess. So if there's something, like if you're not comfortable with having $4 million in the bank that we're not touching, then we probably need to revisit that. I know, but you want to.
And a little bit of more information for the council. When we had the derecho 2 years ago, we had the derecho, and then we had Hurricane and Beryl within about 6 weeks of each other. For the cleanup of both events combined, we were under $1 million in total. And for that, we did get the FEMA reimbursement, and the federal agencies, the government has changed things a little bit. They still seem to be quite friendly towards Texas, so I think we would still probably get some reimbursement from the federal government. But that total cost was under $1 million. So with $4 million still in the reserve, we could handle an event like that.
But, I mean, and I appreciate that point, but at the same time, we are in an environment where within the Texas legislature, there's an intent to restrict city borrowing and to potentially attempt to eliminate property taxes. And of course, as a city that relies heavily on property taxes and has a difficult time in increasing our sales tax revenues, if you look at that in the context of a typical business, do you want to? And again, Brian, I recognize your point about avoiding debt, but sometimes I'm just not comfortable spending my business operating account down to a thin margin, and I may have money that's sitting in there that's not earning interest or whatever, but that's where I have the problem, and because the city campus is. This is not a purchase something that is depreciating immediately. It's in fact something that, is going to benefit the city for presumably to be at that price point. I presume it's going to last 50 years plus. So to me, to have debt is okay. And if we continue to have reserves and the city is not hampered by restrictions that the legislature imposes on property taxes or borrowing or whatever, and we want to, to the extent that we don't incur a penalty, that we can pay it down earlier or whatever. I mean, that would be an option, but I'm just of the mindset, and I still gulp when $9 million for those 2 buildings. But I'm of the mindset that, doing a bond for $8 million, getting voter buy-in, giving our balance sheet additional cushion, all of those would be good things. So that's my take on it.
One other point, because you brought up the state legislature, they could make a lot of changes for sure. One of the proposals, as you all know, from last year was capping expenditure increases to no more than 3.5% without voter approval. I think and many people around the state think that proposal is going to come back. Will it get approved? Who knows? The proposal will be there. But if the state limits expenditures like that, the council's not going to be able to make this decision after that, because this will trigger that this will be well more than that 3.5%. So if the council wants to make a decision, the council should make that decision sooner rather than later, because the state could say that's out of your capability to make that.
So you're saying the decision within the budget as presented to spend the $7 million out of the general fund towards phase 1, that if that proposed legislation was enacted, that council would be prevented from that very item?
The way it was written, yes. Now, the way it was written last year might not be the way it comes back next year.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm just using the information that we.
No, there are a lot of variables, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Would the majority of our budget figured out?
The way it was written, it's 3.5% for the entire city. So It's not just general fund, it's for the entire city, which would be difficult.
All right, the question that was posed is, are we going to bond in November? We need to get back and decide if we're gonna continue that conversation. How, we know where Simon feels.
I'm a no.
Okay. Where do y'all feel about, are we gonna continue the discussion of a bond?
Well, James, to be fair, shouldn't we have the fifth council member here?
No, we have to pretty much make that decision now. We would have to call a special meeting in order to, and staff has to get prepared for that. So that decision needs to be made.
Well, I would suggest that we call a special meeting to have that discussion and make that decision.
No,
Because-
I would say understanding that it's funds to reserve or the sale of properties across the street, then they are naturally designated for the city campus.
So do we have,
So is that a
for the
no?
reserve that we would have,
He's not in favor.
is there a time limit that we have to sit on the money that the city can just keep it?
There's no, you have to spend it down or anything like that. Right now, we're sitting at over 75%. And it's the optics. Probably the biggest part of it is where money, what are you gonna do with it?
And that was the situation, Austin, when you became city manager, when under the former city manager, we had a huge excess of our reserve, for whatever reason.
A lot of deferred maintenance and a very large reserve.
For that, that specific reason, yes.
I just worry that phase two won't get done, either way. If phase one goes to the ballot, which I'm fine with, but I just don't see it. I don't see that being approved.
You don't have, I mean, y'all came at, I won't say you, I will say James came out of the meeting where we talked about the bond for 21.6 million, very confident that it was going to pass. And I was like, what are you thinking? But I personally believe that a bond for $8 to $9 million for phase one, explaining to residents that this is the immediate, Brian, to use your term, this is the immediate need that the city has.
I agree.
We
that
need public works and we need new administration building. Let's get the city behind it. Let's vote for it. Let's get it done. The sooner we get through this, we do it with a bond so that we're not spending all our money. And now we can then focus on, okay, what about phase two? That's kind of my thought process.
So bond in phase two as well?
I don't know necessarily bonding phase two. I'm just saying,
Phase two is the
let-
thing that,
but we've had numerous people reach out with significant concern that, hey, if you do this phase one, you're kicking me out of my community.
that is true.
And I have a much better faith that phase two would get a positive at the ballot because it is going to directly affect numerous citizens with their communities, which is what we all want, space together, the third space together. But somebody emailed and said, hey, y'all need to make tough decisions. And we're to make a lot of really tough decisions today. And I have a hard time with, we're gonna intentionally increase our cost putting it in November because we think it should be bonded. And I don't disagree, like if it would pass, yes, but that's a decision we should have made months ago if that's the direction we were going to go. At this point, you have a clock on property that you're renting that we need to get out of. And we have the cash on hand. I think we have to weigh that. You are intentionally increasing your costs in order to bond it.
No, I hear you, and to in my defense, if you will. Sometimes I receive more information or I get a budget in front of me and then the picture starts to change as well. So that happens too. Well, here's the thing. I don't want to, you're saying that even if we use all the money that we have here, we're not gonna fall below the 25%. Right. That will not impact our next year's budget.
Next
won't.
5 years.
It won't.
Based on the current 5-year forecast, we are above policy.
Okay. So if we have the citizens to choose, they're gonna either choose phase 1 or phase 2. That's what it sounded to me. They're gonna, phase 2 is gonna go to ballot.
We will not have cash on phase 2.
Phase 2 will go to ballot. Because we won't have the money to finish that.
Oh, you mean if we,
I'm looking at the total project.
right, so if we build phase one with the funds that the city has,
Right,
then definitely the city will not have funds to build phase two
right.
and would have to build that.
It would have to go to ballot.
I'm with you.
So when I'm looking at the entire project, I'm seeing something that isn't. If phase 1 goes to ballot and it fails, there are impacts that thing. Like, what are we gonna do? That's,
And here's the other side of that, they're incentivized. Approve phase one so we can approve the bond so we can do phase one with voter approval, and that'll get us that much closer to building phase two.
wait, approve.
From the voters' perspective.
I see what you're saying.
The city
But then
council say,
why not take phase 2 to ballot and still do phase 1? With
I-
that in mind.
okay, and I'll bring in another element, which is a big topic of discussion and a big topic of community interest, and that is the fire department. Changing the fire department, manning the station, cutting back, et cetera, or everybody knows what the issues are there. But that's a budget constraint. Spending $700,000 or $7 million or whatever out of the general budget towards phase one, but as part of this overall budget process, to have to impact something, our critical services, the fire department, police department, to me, I have an issue with that.
Right.
But my understanding of that is that this question doesn't affect that either way, isn't that correct?
To me,
So
there's
whether we take a bond to do phase one, or we pay it out of the reserves because it's coming out of a bucket that we can't use to spend on fire salaries or whatever, right? To me, that's not a related question.
It's the option.
I mean, I get it. Again, my thought is, and I've heard this a lot, people always bring this up, it's voting on a bond as a proxy for getting a vote on the project to the voters. And like, at the end of the day, this is not the system we have. It's a representative democracy. It means they vote for the representatives and we make the decisions. I'm all for, and I think it was appropriate, I actually signed the petitions about when the bonds were on there. If we're asking the citizens to borrow money, I think it's appropriate to get them their buy-in, and they have to approve that.
But we would be, to be fair.
Right, in the
For
second
phase
phase.
2. And so to be fair, we would be,
But my point is, I don't support using debt period on phase one, especially given the fact that if we have the money there and we can't really use it on anything else. I don't want to take on debt just to take on debt. And I'll say this again, my understanding is right now our outstanding debt is $54 million, or in that range. At a certain point, you start taking up so much debt that it becomes untenable. I'd rather save that, pay that down. And if we have to take on debt, it's literally only for emergency stuff like the streets and the sewers and stuff like that. That's the only thing where, to me, it makes sense to take on the debt.
Well, Simon's asking about bonding, and he would have to have 3 votes. And 2 of them have said, nope, they're not, they're gonna pass on that discussion. We don't, to your point, we don't know the 5th, but he's gotta have a second in order to have a third.
I have one more question. So, the phase one. What's the estimate?
9.7.
9.7. So, change orders, things like that, is that with contingency for 1.7?
Correct.
Since it hasn't been bid yet, that's just the budget estimate.
Because I just don't know. If this phase one, I'm just working this out. If this phase one doesn't go to a ballot and we go over 9.7 in expenses to get this part of the project done, phase two will not pass on the ballot. That, I'm just saying, that's one way to think about it. The other thing is we need to, the most important things, we need to house public works. We need to get staff out of this building. This whole budget thing.
No, this budget,
My
the whole
thought
meeting is
process.
not, and I was also going to tell Simon, Tuesday, you get your 5th council member, and there's no reason that we can't have council members email the city secretary, and I want to have a conversation, and we call a special meeting. That can always happen.
I'm not against going to the voters. I really am not. I want to be clear, but
No, you're trying to understand what that means to the entire project. I understand
I
that.
also don't think that anyone up here is trying to say, I don't want to ask the voters.
I don't think, yeah.
think
you're
we
right.
should ask the voters, or I know better than the voters. I think when you get elected and you sit up here, you have to make some very hard decisions, and you have to weigh a lot of factors. And in this event, going to the voters is going to mean we have to spend some money.
How much is election cost?
What are we, the election cost is honestly minimal in the grand scheme.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say the May election was right under 12,000.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just
Monthly.
That was us
what
running
is
it
our
ourselves though.
monthly lease
November we would
of-
contract.
of the public works?
It's 16,000
Okay.
The rent, 60,000 a month?
It's 16,000 a month to rent, but that was the price negotiated as part of the sale. And so you have no guarantees because you would have to renegotiate the rent on a business who's expecting to use that building. And so you don't know what their restrictions are, and if they have to be out of another property.
So renegotiating May 2027.
And or, I mean, if it came to it, there are other options. You could look, there's other industrial space. Look on loop.net, it's available. There's, maybe there's another configuration with property that the city already has. So, I understand your concern. It is a burn rate. On the other hand, we do have the sale proceeds from the building, which is, in an interest-bearing account. So, there's a lot to it, but I like the idea of having the 5th council person appointed and then trying to set up a special session so we can take this up, because we could talk about it till the cows come home, but I mean, we've got a lot of other stuff to cover in the budget, so.
Yep. All right, Austin, that concludes our bond discussion. Next one. Let's take a break.
So kind of jump from the property tax rate discussion to the impact on the homeowners. Monthly impact for a standard homeowner would have been about 21.6 for over 65 and 14 per year. But once again, we'll have the real numbers from HCAD on July 24th, next Friday. We talked about the vote issue. The proposed budget does not exceed the voter approval rate. An adopting rate above that would require us to go to the voters. That needs to be called before our August meeting and we catch that topic. Well, you want to take a break before we get into the next bigger sections, or?
Can we cover comp and benefits in 30 minutes?
It's up to y'all.
Yeah, let's start comp and benefits.
So for the compensation and benefits, every department budget reflects the system-wide adjustments that drive the increase across all departments. The proposed salary structure includes a 3.5% total compensation adjustment, which is structured as a 1% across the board increase and a 2.5% merit. That approach rewards the performance while providing a baseline adjustment that reflects labor market conditions. So we try to probably lower than that. Health insurance costs, we got numbers back yesterday, actually. We slightly underestimated by about $30,000. So we would need $30,000 more across all funds in order to keep our benefits. We're also looking at a few other options. We don't have numbers for the high deductible health and savings account, those types of things yet. But we're still trying to get some of those numbers. So together, the compensation and benefits represent the largest single driver in this budget across every fund and across every budget.
Austin, I have a question on that. This 3.5%, is that the same policy that was in place last year? Because I know at that preliminary meeting, we talked about a COLA adjustment and then a lesser discretionary amount.
So
And this looks like it's a modification of that.
for the last fiscal year, we did a 3% merit pool, straight merit pool. This year, we're requesting a 1% across the board and a 2.5% merit, so 3.5%.
So 3.5, so it's going from 3% to 3.5%.
Right. But the merit pool is not guaranteed for people. It's based upon their performance.
But the budget allocates the full 2.5%, correct?
Correct.
Which, I mean, I've just got to say that, again, depending on where we can cut other amounts, we might have to ratchet that back to 3%, what it was last year. That would be my opinion.
Any other discussion on comp and benefits? Okay, we're going to move on to a break. It is 9:39. We are going to reconvene at 9:50. Sorry, amount of coffee.
You know they make more.
Should have done that earlier. I'll have to do it next break.
I'm good. Whoa.
All right, we're reconvening at 9:51. Austin Lee, the fire department.
So, Mayor Council, page 11 of the budget book, public safety continues to be Jersey Village's most significant financial commitment. For the proposed 27 fiscal year, we'll invest approximately $12 million in emergency services across the general fund, fire control, and fire control district, an increase of $106,000 over the current year budget. Nearly 50% of the total emergency services budget, 5.6, is funded through the two dedicated districts. Fire control district covers 53 of the total fleet costs. Fire control covers 57 of the total costs. Excluding the 2.8 one-time CIP transfer from the general fund, the recurring general fund operating base is roughly $17.8 million. The general fund share of the emergency services is $6 million, about 34% of the recurring general fund operating. Without the two districts, emergency services would consume nearly 68% of the city's recurring operating budget. Over the past year, the fire department completed a review of every emergency response, including call volume, response times, and simultaneous incidents. The analysis shows that nearly 3/4 of all calls, 72.8% of other incidents taking place. Another roughly 22-ish% of calls occurred with as a second call, so 95% of the calls came in at 2 or fewer at any one time. Review also found the emergency medical calls account for about 64% of response to both structure fires and major incidents occur much less frequently. We have all those stats right down to 13 as well. Based on the analysis, the proposed budget reduces minimum staffing from 6 to 5 when somebody calls out for sick, vacation, whatever a reason the person might be out. The recommendation is not based on budget reductions, it's based on operational data and reflects an effort to align staffing resources with actual service demand while remaining prepared to respond to emergencies. We have the data here, some of the data here that we looked at in coming up with this recommendation.
Okay, can I get some clarification on a few things? So I'm on page 13. I'm on 13. And I'm gonna step over the police for a second. Some questions about the fire. So, for the 6th, so can you describe to me where those 6 are?
4 people on an engine, 2 people on an ambulance.
Okay, 1 engine. And for the medical, the ambulance,
2 people.
am I allowed to talk? Is that a state, or is that a law, that 2 have to be on the ambulance at all times?
Yes.
Right, okay, that's by law. So, no matter what, those 2 have to be. that
If the ambulance responds to a medical call, it has to have 2 personnel on it minimum.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because in May, the book that came to us in May was asking for 3. Sorry, I don't know what position, but there were 3 additional
Shift commanders, 1 per
So-
shift.
What is a shift commander?
They would be in charge of the entire shift doing, responsible for the 4 engine company personnel, the 2 ambulance company personnel, responding to major medical calls as a paramedic, handling administrative duties, taking control of command on major incidents.
So when a call comes into 911, can you walk us through that for a second? And if that's boring to people, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure you help me so
Sure.
that I understand.
Call comes in for 911, goes to Jersey Village dispatch. If they say it's for a fire or ambulance call, then they transfer it to Texas Emergency Communications Center, where that dispatcher will take the call and begin understanding what the call is about. Within 60 seconds, on 90% of the time, that call will get dispatched through an automated system, so we can start going in route. While that's happening, they're still obtaining information to understand what the call is.
So so it goes through the system, is there somebody asking questions?
Yes.
Or is there like, okay, and they're punching in answers?
Yes, they're trying to come up with a determinant. There's EMS determinants and there's fire determinants.
Okay,
And based on what they're telling the dispatcher is going to determine what type of call it is and what kind of unit goes.
so sometimes it's just the medic that goes.
Sometimes it's just the medic that goes.
Okay, so, and I live on a pretty busy street, so I see this frequently, where I'll see the truck go by and then I'll see medic go by at the same time. I can't tell you, I no count them or anything. What kind of call is that when it's both? Because that means you've got 6 people responding to something. What kind of call is that?
Right, so the way the determinants work, if it's a medical call, if it's an A or a C call, that's an ambulance. Okay, so it could be like a 33 Alpha or a 33 Charles. It just depends on what they're telling the dispatcher that gets an ambulance. If it comes a Bravo or a Delta call, based on what's being told to the dispatcher, that signals we need more personnel on that scene. And that's why an engine will go.
That means, but that's not just the engine, it's now the engine and the medic are.
Correct.
For a B or a D.
Right.
And those are nationally accepted standards. There's a lot of variance in what you send to each one of those.
Correct.
But Bravo and Delta are generally, those are supposed to be emergency responses. Those are.
Well, they're all emergency responses.
For us, they are. The way the EMD protocols are written, actually Alpha and Charlie can be a slower. There's some agents that go slower.
It's a single response, where
Right.
Bravo and Delta is a multi-unit response.
The Bravo
But,
Delta.
but we don't respond non-emergency.
Yeah, we don't. No, we, they're, But the way that the EMU protocol is designed, those Alpha Charlies can be not as urgent. They're often single response. A lot of agencies do that. The Bravo Deltas are multi and urgent.
Right, same thing happens in fire. There's Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo.
What's that?
Echo is like, there is a confirmed structure or somebody is trapped or something like that, or death is involved.
Okay, like a heart attack even?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody, regardless of what they are, anybody close. Really, really a big urgent.
What's the frequency that both the engine and the medical are going at the same time? Does that happen frequently? It looks like it to me, but I don't know, 'cause I don't have the.
Depending on call time.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I get that number for you. I don't want to sit here and lie and say it's 50%.
okay, I'm not asking you to. So call one comes in. And it's. I'm looking at the page 14 where it has like the time frequencies or whatever. If I'm reading this right, the calendar says, like, for instance, at 1 o'clock on a Wednesday, there are 25 calls. Am I reading that right?
Yes,
So.
31 calls.
So at, what's 17? What is that, 4 or 5 p.m.? 5 p.m.? 39 calls on Tuesday.
Correct.
Okay, so 5 p.m., that's how many calls we're getting in?
This is based on your report. That's for a full year,
Full picture,
Thank you for clarifying.
April through,
March.
Okay, so.
Was it
call-
March or April?
April through June.
Yeah. that's
April
it.
through
And
June.
It says it in. it
Yeah,
says
this
on-
raw data was given to Austin. I don't know what program he put it through to
Okay,
come up with all this.
The dates on this is April 8th of 25 through
June 24th, 2026. So call one comes in. You have engine and medical. 15 minutes later, call two comes in. Then what? At the same time, we have
Yep.
two things going.
Depending on the situation at the first call. If the engine can't leave to go to the second call, the mutual aid company will be called. Depending on whatever the call is.
Okay, say that again. If the engine,
Yeah,
so you
so,
have engine and medic at the freeway or whatever's going on.
yep, if they're on the freeway doing a blocking call, you know, maybe it's a motor vehicle accident. A mutual aid is coming in for the next call, whatever it is, medical or fire.
So sometimes you can't cover call two.
Just depends, you know, if, let's say we're at a medical call on Lakeview and the situation is where an engine can leave, they will respond to that call, but a medical ambulance from Cy-Fair will be dispatched because we're not gonna leave that call to go and get an ambulance to go. We're gonna get to that call and start medical treatment right away.
So the engine always has to have the medic with it?
On an ambulance call, yes. Yeah.
But the medic, so the medic stays at the Lakeview place.
Yeah, the ambulance crew is gonna stay at the initial call. They're gonna treat with that patient. They're gonna take that patient to the hospital and transport.
Yeah, and then the engine then leaves, you have 4 firefighters leaving to handle another call.
That could possibly be, yes.
Okay. So then what happens if you cut that down to, is there, well,
If the engine's in the station and the second call goes out, 2 firefighters are gonna jump off of that engine and they're gonna get on the second ambulance and they're gonna go to that call.
got it. So then, if you bump that down to 5, let's say we have 5 people in the fire station. Call 1 comes in, engine and medic go. Call 2 comes in, what happens?
Mutual aid's being called, if they're not in the station. So you're saying if a call goes out and the engine and the medic go and they're on a call and the second call comes in, mutual aid's come,
Okay. And that's coming from Cy-Fair?
most likely.
Most likely. So in the report, it says the analysis showed that nearly 3/4 of all calls, 72.8, occurred without another incident taking place at the same time. but it's missing the 30% or whatever the fraction is.
I think that's the number that Austin was saying, just 95%. There's two calls going on at the same time. You know, one call in a second, 95% of the time is what the data that he was given to run through that program said. Between that, 72 and I don't know, it came to 95.6%, something like that.
So one of the things I'm trying to reconcile is what was in the May packet versus what's in here.
How did we go from needing 3 shift commanders, 1 per shift, to reducing our shifts by 1 person requirement?
So as we noted in May, we put out the request in May. And as I said in May, the requests still need to be justified. When we looked at the data, when Chief and I looked at the data for what the shift commander, the dispatch was, it was less than 1 a day over the course of that point, 12-month time frame. Which causes us to look at the numbers even more, to look at how many calls are going on at the same time, what's the concurrence rate, and how are we out? The Chief and I had conversations about the blocking trucks going out on the freeway. Do we need more people in a blocking truck if they're just going to be out there blocking? Could that be one? So we looked at all of those calls. We had a couple of long conversations about it, and that's what we came to where we are.
Well, I mean, to add my 2 cents, one is, just for clarity, and it sounds like maybe you've answered this, you mentioned having 4 on the fire truck. What's the required number of people that are on the fire truck when it goes out?
Currently 4.
4. So if we have 4 that have to be on the fire truck, and we also have to send an ambulance, and there's 2 on there, that's 6, right? If we don't have those 6 people there, and we need both of them to go out, then at that point, we're gonna have to call mutual.
Yeah, because we won't have anybody else to,
Whose requirement to have 4?
I'm sorry?
Whose requirement to have 4?
That's our internal requirement to have 4. That's meeting like National Fire Protection Association 1750 standards.
So out of curiosity, if you have the 4, because it was mentioned, you know, that when an engine pulls up, and of course the engine goes out, so the ambulance goes with it. So assuming you have 6 people, that if you have 4 on the engine, that when it gets there as the first on scene, like the Congo or fire or whatever, that everybody has a job. If you have the shift commander, did they assume additional responsibilities? Are they the one
they
to
would
take control of the
They would
scene?
take control of the scenes, establish command, and give orders to all the units that are on scene and coming in.
Okay. Okay, so,
They're the eyes of the firefighters on the outside, from the outside when they're inside. Because
Right.
there's a lot that goes on in a structure fire. You know, it's getting bigger, maybe they're not seeing it, and that person's just saying, hey, look, you guys don't get control of this, we're gonna go defensive on this, because we don't want collapse. We don't want the structure collapsing on these firefighters and trapping them and killing them. So that's the eye on the outside.
okay. And if you are operating without a shift commander, but you do have 4 people on the truck and 2 with the ambulance.
That's the captain.
Okay, so in that situation, is it one of those people on the truck? Do they become the incident?
The captain, the officer on the truck is the incident commander.
Okay, and when that happens, is he having to serve double duty on
Yes.
both a job associated with the truck and to be the eyes and ears of the entire incident?
Correct.
Okay, and I assume that creates risk if he's having to do more than one task,
Yes.
additional risk.
It is risk, and that's our job.
Right.
We're dealing in risk.
Okay, and are there situations where the captain, out of the 6 firefighters who are on an ambulance and on the truck, where the captain is also serving as a paramedic?
Every captain has to be a paramedic in our department. That was started when we initially created the captain's position. They were the only person here on duty, the only paid person, and they responded with the volunteers. So for the captain to be a captain, they have to be a paramedic.
Okay.
And so, yes, most shifts have at least one other paramedic who's a firefighter.
Mhm.
And sometimes they're on an engine, sometimes they're on an ambulance. But there are some calls that require multiple paramedic level skill. And they might have to leave to ride into the hospital with a second paramedic because based on the call type, what's going on.
Okay. Is it your recommendation, Chief, that at a minimum, we always have per shift, per 48-hour shift, 6 firefighters, both EMS and firemen, in the station?
This is where it's difficult because no fire chief ever wants to see a loss of people, right? I mean, I asked for people this last year. In 2022, 2023, 2024, we went for safer grants to try and get more people, right? We do believe we need people. Some situations, some calls can be handled with 5 people. There's no doubt. In 2024, I came up with a memo to staff based on conversations that we had because we were $150,000 over budget in overtime. And so after conversations, I misunderstood our conversation and I put a memo out to staff saying we're going to 5, which then later we rescinded it within a couple of days because that was not the time to do that. Is it the time to do it now? I don't know. Okay, this is the city manager's proposed budget based on these numbers, right? My job now is to give you operational information to be able to say, we can do this on this type of call, we need more people. My main concern is mutual aid right now. I mean, if you look at a quote from the fire chief of Cy-Fair Fire Department, that chief specifically said, and I quote, "How long do you think the one political entity should spend their tax dollars to supplement another political entity when the entity continues to cut personnel and services?"
Who said that?
Chief of Cy-Fair Fire Department. That was in all this social media that's been going on, okay? And that concerns me because I can't afford to lose mutual aid from Cy-Fair. We can't.
Right.
Well, yeah, in the report, in the agenda packet on page 379 for the Tuesday meeting.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Tony.
So in the agenda package for the Tuesday meeting, because this kind of falls under what you're saying. On page 379, we responded to 179 incidents this month. We had 41 instances where mutual aid was called to assist. We went to assist outside agencies to aid them. The report reflects 3 days when staff had more than 10 calls in a day. This month averaged 5.9. So when you're saying that, that's what you're referring to, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, we called them that many times. Whether they made it to the city, maybe we were able to go in service and get the ambulance going or get the fire truck there or whatever, but we called them that many times. And I send that in the report every month.
Yeah.
You know, how many times we've called mutual aid. That report comes from our dispatch center, and it's no different than the raw data that Austin gets to put into the report. In fact, I don't know if you showed it in there. The 300 and something mutual aid calls is not in here, right? For that year's time, that Cy-Fair came to help us.
But I think the statement was that Cy-Fair has come out mutual aid essentially twice as much as Jersey Village has provided to Cy-Fair.
It's way more than that.
I mean, that's what happens.
Well,
It's probably more than that.
I'll say that's been my biggest concern. I mean, this is even before I was on council. Is my concern is I don't want us to wear out our welcome with Cy-Fair, even to the point where I've made suggestions. You know, like I'm the kind of guy I like to think outside the box, throw stuff out there, see what sticks. Even if that means up to a certain point, we pay them a fee for every time they have to come out at a certain point because we don't want to wear out that welcome. And I would say, this is kind of where my head's at, is I get the idea that, hey, we feel like our budget for overtime is too high. Well, the truth is, the overtime is the budget savings. You're paying, and this is true in business too, right? It's always gonna be cheaper to pay somebody overtime than add the additional headcount. And I was against adding additional headcount, right? Because once you add them, you're never gonna get back. But if we're spending a lot on overtime, that's an indication that we don't have enough personnel. To me, the solution isn't in that case, well, then let's cut the overtime. What I'm saying is the overtime is our savings. And so that's my thought is I don't see, for me, I don't see the ability to cut that position. I don't think it makes sense.
I want to encourage all of y'all to continue asking questions, continuing to dig into this. And there's lots to learn here and talk about. I want to reframe a little bit about the question's not necessarily 6 to 5 on a minimum. It's really the city's made a proposal based on their assessment of numbers. There's more factors. There's how the bigger factor and the question that council has to answer. What risk are you willing to accept at what cost? And so, do you continue to fund the overtime, or do you roll back to 5 because you're accepting the risk that comes with that? Because the fire department is very clearly stating there is risk. You've heard that from their union. You've heard that now from the fire chief. There is true risk, whether it's to the firefighters themselves, whether it's to the homeowner. The question is, what is the council's risk appetite? Want to clarify one thing. Who is our contract for mutual aid with?
The mutual aid contract is with 53 fire departments.
And
It's signed by every department countywide.
yeah, and it's been a long-standing. That's been there for a long time.
I established that back in early 2008 when I was a member of the Harris County Firefighters Association and on the board.
And Tri-Care has withdrawn their mutual aid in the past.
I don't,
That happened,
not that I'm aware of.
that happened with Kathy Hutchins.
Okay, well, that's before my
I'm
time.
trying to remember if you, I'm not certain you were here, but I do remember, I don't remember if it was Joe Davis or the previous fire chief came to a Jersey Village City Council meeting and made it very clear that Jersey Village was requesting too many ambulances and that Cypher was responding too much and that we needed to make a decision on what we were going to do. So there's a history to this.
I wasn't familiar with that.
That's very,
But it
very-
has happened.
I mean, that might be 30 years ago.
I don't recall the year when Cypher stopped sending us as many units. You were here, you weren't on council. When we were not responding, our volunteer force was weak and we weren't responding and they cut back on what they were sending us.
And today's dispatching is done mostly by AVL, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have added a significant time factor to our trucks and are not requesting as much as we probably did because automatic vehicle location, so do they not dispatch that way, Kevin?
They do. They did have a delay on us when we were staffed with 3. We increased our staff and they took that delay off. So it was saying dispatch time is all during the city right now.
Thank you for the expertise. So they don't have one right now. But that's a factor. To his point, if you roll back, if that's true, then if you roll back to 5, you're going to be requested less. That's a possibility.
Requested less.
Yeah, answer your question about what is council's appetite with respect to the cost and the risk. I mean, I'm just gonna tell you that my take on it is we need to stay at 6. But we're thin right now, given the mutual aid and given that Cypher, a number of times that they're responding and assisting us and just assuming that they need to assist us because we're shorthanded. And I don't think that saying, well, if somebody doesn't show up and we're running with 5, then we're going to go this different route. I think that in this budget, and when we're talking about the amounts of money that we're spending in other areas, and because Jersey Village Police and Fire is the #1 amenity in Jersey Village, the most important amenity, why residents live in this city, I think this is not an area where I'm willing to say, well, yeah, let's cut the budget and let's accept a little bit of risk, because that's not a risk that I personally as a resident want to bear, and I don't want other residents to bear it. So just to get a data point in terms of risk and budget, that's exactly where I stand.
I'm at the same point. I'm going to bring this up because, again, I was just thinking outside the box. I can throw something there. I don't even know if it's appropriate now, but I think it's something we need to consider properly long term. Is there are other cities that depend on and have contracts with private EMS. I know a lot of public firemen don't like that, but my understanding is that Houston Fire Department is using them. When it's not for the emergency stuff, it's kind of more the routine stuff. So it's either, maybe you have a contract with private EMS to be on call, or I don't know what they call them, like a contract EMS where it's the individual, they would potentially come and fill that gap if somebody calls out. I'm not saying that's necessarily the solution here, but again, I want to throw out there as an idea to think about long term, because hey, look, if we have a model that works 90-95% of the time, that's great. And one of my best friends, actually 2 of my best friends, work for Houston Fire Department. I talked with one of them because I wanted to get outside opinion about this specific topic. And it's one of those things like, yeah, they won't say it privately, but he recognizes the fact that there is some benefit to that. So again, just throwing it out there, not proposing anything immediately, something to think about long term.
I applaud the getting out the box. I applaud the concept, and that is absolutely something that some jurisdictions do. And I'm happy to have the further conversation. I will say from my experience, I would aggressively combat the concept of private EMS backing fire department. I would much rather use all of that money to fund more EMTs, more paramedics. The quality and the response time would be atrocious.
Is that, I know, obviously know nothing about this area, but is that a fair statement that using
I
private
don't know
service,
much
you get a
about
lesser
private
quality?
ambulance units, but if you take a look at some of the staffing from some of those agencies, you would question it.
Okay.
You might question that, but I don't particularly know how they operate. I've been in municipal government for 34 years, so I don't, I haven't been private, so I don't know how they operate.
I worked for 2 years for AMR Global, one of the largest private EMS agencies in the world. Do not sign a contract with private EMS service.
And again, you're saying by the quality of what the actual service they provide, the time of getting there and the quality of the paramedics who are there.
Response time and patient care.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. And I know your wife's familiar with that.
And my wife did several years of EMS. She was an EMS supervisor and then clinical director for Lakeview Drive.
To me, I would like to make sure that our manpower does not change and our expectations of our manpower does not change. If anything, I would like to figure out how we can offset the overtime with a middle shift or some other way of being able to support our team schedules of 48-hour shifts so that overtime is not as burdening. And of course, that means more personnel, but
Like a part-time person?
yeah, part-time or some sort of different middle shift or something.
We're already utilizing as much as we can part-time personnel. to fill the gaps when people do take leave. So it's just,
Does that work well? I mean, I'm hearing different stories about whether part-time personnel is like you can call on them, but frequently
if
they're
somebody calls
unavailable.
in sick today, we're not getting a part-time person. Because the part-time personnel work full-time somewhere else,
Right.
and their schedules are set in stone for a month out.
Or there's seasonal work.
Yeah, but if I have somebody who puts in for vacation a month or two from now, I can get a part-time person most likely to cover it.
How much notice do they have to give for time off?
Minimum 14 days. They can do less than 14 days, but it's their responsibility at that point to find their coverage.
So how many part-time firefighters or
Part-time
including paramedics?
Part-time
do we have?
paramedics, there's three.
Three.
currently. We had 7, but 4 of them not working, and we released them.
Is there, kind of to solve this, so going back to the original idea of shift commanders, and I realize that's to have shift commanders for 3 shifts, that's a significant expense, that count. But, I mean, is there some sort of a hybrid that you could strike there, providing shift commanders who are more likely to be there when I don't know if you can predict when a greater likelihood that incidents will happen, et cetera. I mean, is there something, without taking on 3 full-time people, is there some compromise that could help with the fact that your source for part-time is limited? If somebody calls in sick and can't make it in, getting that 6th person is difficult. Could there be a hiring scheme where you could fill the gap, maybe not 100% of the time, but 90, 60, 80% of the time?
I'd have to look into that. Yeah.
And here's the thing, and I've said it to numerous people. I know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know. In this area about, fire and EMS, I rely very heavily on both of you because of your expertise to say, this is what we need, this is what we have to have. And we do have the luxury in Jersey Village of having the best of the best. And so, I mean, I need you to tell us this is what we need. And if it means the budget has to be increased for either of the departments, and y'all are well aware of the constraints that the city's under, but if the budgets have to be increased and we have to cut elsewhere,
I
can understand that.
We as leaders, we don't set the budget. The city manager sets the policy and the budget on that. We take direction from him.
Okay, well,
I understand you want my expertise, but there's a fine line for us of what we say based on, he's our boss.
I understand that.
Well, I would say too, I mean, and I've said this before, I'll say it again publicly. The 2 items I absolutely do not think we should compromise 1 iota is police and fire. 0 out all the other departments. I'm fine with that. Those are the 2 that I don't want to play games with. If we need the staffing, and again, I was talking about one of my best friends at Houston Fire Department. He said a lot of times people, what they don't understand is you're not paying firefighters for the things that they do. You're paying them for the things that they might have to do, and it's that that 5%, the 10%. Well, it doesn't come up the vast majority of the time. But yeah, but what if it does? And
We don't schedule emergencies.
I don't have the stomach to cut in that area. I'd much rather, if we're going to find cuts, find them in other places.
That's to your point. I just want to piggyback off what Mitch said. With all respect, I do believe that I meet with Austin, I present all the facts, all the details, and I give him as much context whenever it comes to the police services and what's needed over there within justifications in the realm of fine budget restraints. And so he does take all that into context. So I just want to make sure that it's not just misconstrued that he's the sole provider, not taking our input from our expertise whenever it comes to making the plan. Just kind of want to clear that up from my perspective of what I do on a daily basis.
And there's cities that have these meetings that aren't just council and the city manager, but Austin brings all the city, not only the department heads, but even the ancillary staffs here, like, it's definitely the final decision, but there's a lot of input. I'm trying to, there's a lot of things to think about, reconcile. We have fabulous police and fire. How do you quantify that? There's got to be KPIs. There's got to be things you grade on, accreditations, but there's also other things. So how do you assess? How do we decide, yes, the fabulous fire department is working well? What are some things we look at? 90th percentile QI?
Yeah, I mean, I have a risk assessment that we do. I did one here based on all of this with 6 people and 5 people. You know, we look at stats, give raw data to Austin for him to put through things. Yes, 95% of the time we're only on 2 calls. We look at those things, but again, we don't schedule the type of 911 calls that come in. So in my opinion, we always need to be prepared for whatever might. Whatever that might be, we should be ready. And if it is a structure fire, maybe 5 times a year, it's that person's worst nightmare. And if somebody's trapped, we should have the personnel to be able to go and get them and not have to wait 10 minutes for mutual aid to get here to be able to do it. Because fire doubles in size every 30 seconds, right? And today's fires are nothing like 30 years ago. There's petroleum products now, and those things, they get hot and they move fast. So we need to be ready for whatever the call is, whatever.
I think we're hearing and pretty settled on council wants to find a way to fund the 6 minimum. Like,
Correct.
a pretty solid.
Yeah.
Why has the blocker truck not been involved?
Well, right now it's in the shop getting some mechanical repairs. But again, we don't want to reduce our staffing on the engine. But we do have a plan. Austin and I spoke about this during the week. Administrative staff, logistics personnel, we'll plan to take the truck out when we can, when we're there and available during the weekdays. Night times and weekends when we're not there, it'll just have to be the fire truck that goes.
So please show me where I'm wrong. You've got 4 on the engine. PD asks for a blocking truck. We want to go protect our partners, right? We're moving a very expensive piece of apparatus with the 4 guys that respond to a structure fire here in the village, the houses we're trying to protect. We're going to put those 4 guys and the engine that needs to be here on the freeway where it's at high risk instead of a under $100,000 blocker truck with 1 guy, where if there's a house fire, that fire truck has to get off the freeway, so it's 2 to 3 minute extended response time. Wouldn't we rather have the truck closer at a lower risk and take the 1 person off to run the blocker truck instead of putting the fire truck that's got 4 people up on the freeway?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Again, it goes to the reduction of personnel. Removing 1 person is why we spoke about during the weekdays, utilizing administrative staff to do that. Deputy Fire Marshal, myself, Assistant Chief, logistics personnel. That's 5 people that could potentially take that blocking truck out during a week.
I think that's a fabulous plan Monday through Friday. What I don't understand is on nights and weekends, you're putting that fire truck that's supposed to be available to respond that we're saying we want to have available for a house fire.
And on blocking, I get where you're going. on a blocking incident, and Chief Keel and I have already spoke about this when we started this. If a true emergency comes out and we're out there blocking, that unit is leaving to go to that true emergency.
But now it's delayed because it's on the freeway and it's gotta get off the freeway.
So at night, what are firefighters normally doing when they're waiting?
They're asleep.
They're asleep. So if they're already out on a blocking call, there's no delay. They don't have to get up and get dressed and go down and spend time getting dressed. That's what, 1 or 2 minutes to do that?
He tells us around 2 minutes.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're already going around. So really, there's really not a time delay. If you think about that. Because they're already out.
I have one other question, just so I understand. So you've got the engine, which is really the workhorse that is here in the village and for everything. You've got an older model, a blocking truck, which is available and somewhat disposable, if you will, that can go up on the freeway, and you've had this conversation about using them. And then we have the ladder truck. At this point, is there ever, I mean, with the exception of mutual aid and them calling out and saying, we need the ladder truck, is there ever a time that the 6 firefighters on shift would use the ladder truck?
Yes. So currently, the way this is happening is this shift today, who just came on, is on the engine for 2 shifts. Then the next time they come in, they're on the tower truck for 2 shifts. And that alternates back and forth. So let's say they're on the engine and an entrapment call comes in. That's where all the rescue equipment is. Somebody will jump off of that truck, the engine, get into the tower truck and take that tower truck with that engine onto that entrapment call. Or if it's a rescue rope call, same thing will happen, depending on the call.
Okay. So it's not necessary for both vehicles to go out manned by 4 people necessarily.
In that type of situation, they would take both units and they would just go.
Okay.
Chief, have you done a personnel utilization study on your own for the fire department?
Like a staffing analysis?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
Yes.
Is that something you've done recently?
Austin, when did
I mean, within the last year or 2?
22?
It was a while.
21, 22?
Is that something that we could look at?
I've provided that to the city.
At this point in time, we need to update it. I think it was before we hired the new plan. I think, I could be wrong. It was a while ago.
I'd have to.
I think at this point, we'd have to update it either way.
How long would something like that take? I guess what I'm wondering is, did going into 2021, you take a look at the stats for your calls versus your analysis that you did in 2021 versus stats and calls currently, and against a new study, internal study, and be able to take a look and see what the difference is there, to be able to make decisions on this staffing.
I would be in favor of that. I sent an email asking a question. Because I understand that firemen want to hire a bunch of firemen. I get that. At the same time, we've had a whole lot of discussion over, we made about 6 structure fires in this time. As with every other fire department out there, this is an EMS agency that makes fire.
Right.
If we are looking to staff the fire truck with 4, I asked, what's the cost of an EMT basic? And the response I got was, well, it's the same as fire. which I strongly disagree. If they don't have their Texas Commission on Fire Protection, their EMT basic, they are fully capable of driving the ambulance.
Right.
There are agencies that hire an EMT basic and they only allow them to drive, and then they go through a training process to become an in-charge basic, in which they can handle BLS calls, which is the majority, unless you do have an older population, maybe you have more ALS. I know you have a lot of ALS assessment, but is your transport typically BLS still?
Yeah.
And so we don't necessarily have to hire fully fledged firemen.
Right.
And then a $250,000 overtime budget, you are not far off from hiring one on shift EMT basic. And that is not a thing that we like implement in this budget at all, not. But if we're gonna do a staff study, then we should consider some alternative methods, such as addressing what our actual demand is. It's EMS.
Right.
EMS basic, when you say that, that means their whole thing is just.
So they're not a paramedic. They're EMS certified. They've gone through the basics of EMT school, and they can form basic measures. They can't break out a needle or anything like that. But they can drive an ambulance and they can perform basic functions, basic calls.
You're talking about the difference of 6 months in school versus 2 years.
Got it.
Right. And there's a cost difference there that could potentially give us an additional person that handles basic measures and driving the ambulance while we allow our professional staff, not saying they're not professionals, but our paramedics to be able to do the real work.
Yeah.
And mitigate that cost.
So in essence, it sounds like what you're saying is it checks the box of saying this person has the ability to be part of that two-man team that goes out, they drive the ambulance, but it doesn't put as big of a budget constraint, because they don't have to have the additional credentials.
Yeah, and then they can get to that second call.
Yeah.
With that mutual aid.
But I'd like to see his study
Well,
to make sure that makes sense.
You talking about 6 people still on duty and having one of them an EMT?
You probably end up having to hire one. I would think you still end up having 6. I want to see like what a study shows.
Right.
But
Right, I'm trying to understand, are
definitely
you talking about adding more personnel, or are you talking about maintaining the 6 people? Because right now, the 6 people are all firefighter certified, so the ambulance crew on a structure fire is part of the fire crew.
and I am not talking about cutting any one of those people.
You're talking about, this would be a 7th person.
Yeah, I'm asking, I'm trying to understand for the study. Is it, are you asking what if we add more people, or are you trying to maintain just the 6? I'm just trying to understand that.
Well, I think a staffing study is more, what is the
Oriented towards showing me the picture.
Right, I get that.
And
I'm
then
just trying to
from there-
understand the mayor's,
From there, we can
perspective here.
easily justify the firefighters that we have on staff. However, does it make sense to add an EMT basic on top of what you currently have on staff so that it frees up that additional
I see.
personnel issue and reduces potentially some overtime?
I got you.
I think I feel like
And it may not be the full answer, but at least it's a start.
an assessment of staffing would be based on call volume, call type, all that data, not what we currently have. I have no doubt that based on what we have, you're gonna need at least 6 TCFD firefighters. And that, I think you and I both know that's we need way more than that on a staffing assessment. It's probably gonna be more than that. But I think if, as we talk about trying to increase the staffing level, we have had some significant difficulties. We have not gotten our safer grants. When you look at the city's budget, how much staffing can the city's property and sales tax support? We have a significant driver in our sales tax that could disappear tomorrow. If that disappears, we have some major problems, and as much as we want to protect fire and police, that's going to affect everyone. And we need to consider that. And so as we add personnel, it may make more sense to hire cheaper personnel. What certification would be required to drive and use the blocking truck?
Class B driver's license.
Class B driver. There could be anybody in the city that has appropriate EVOC training and things, but there's a lot of options.
I would also say that you would want that person to be able, I mean, there's still a pump, there's still water on the truck, there's still hose on the truck.
Yeah.
You know, you would want them to be able to put out a car fire if it happened really quick,
Because it looks like a fire engine, because it is one.
right? They probably need to be medically trained.
Yep.
So you explain.
Well, it sounds to me like what it does is it gives you flexibility. So in other words, you have, I mean, maybe this is what you're saying, right? You have your 6 regular staff minimum, and this is 7th person. Well, let's say in this case, you do have the one that calls out. Well, at least you have your 6th person there too, and they have some flexibility. Or it could change up your dynamics. Well, I need you to go do this. Now I can move you over. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah. More flexibility if you're in that situation. Which to me that makes sense.
It could with all the things of the balance, but I think Councilman Burton's correct. You have to, an updated assessment, probably a good idea.
Can that be done within the time frame of our reviewing and preparing the budget?
I think, first off, I think this has been a great conversation. You know, coming into today's discussion, I wasn't sure where we were all going to get, but I'm excited about the conversation that we're having. Social media is fun in weird ways, of course, but this has been a much more productive conversation, so thank you for that. I think if we're going to look at this, I think honestly it kind of goes back to the conversation we had January, December. Like, I think we want to bring somebody from the outside in to look at this rather than staff trying to come up with this staffing analysis on our own. If we want to have a better buy, I think that's going to be, to me, that would be more important. It would be better off to have somebody from the outside come in. That way nobody out there can say, well, they just, the fire chief wants more people and the city manager doesn't want more people or whatever. Because we've heard that both on social media the last few weeks. But I think we need to have somebody else come in and give us the information. We have to have tough conversations. We have to have tough proposals and tough recommendations and tough things. Not everybody appreciates that. They all think it looks way easier than it is. And that's unfortunate that we're in a society where they really don't appreciate the tough conversation. But I think if we're going to continue this, I think it'd be better off for everybody to have an outside company come in and look at it.
Austin and Chief, is there, I mean, I would suspect that specific to either police or fire, there are professionals who do that assessment well beyond somebody who's just looking at office staff or whatever.
Correct.
So, I mean, are y'all familiar with any of those people right off, or?
There are a few agencies,
Yeah.
a few fire departments recently that have hired outside agencies to do these staffing analysis, so we could look into that and get those companies.
Yeah, so I mean, my opinion would be that we explore that avenue and see how quickly we could get information, and if we may or may not have it back within the time frame of preparing and agreeing upon a budget. But with that in mind, maybe we need to adjust the budget. Well, we do need to adjust the budget.
I mean, we can amend the budget.
Yeah.
I'm not completely opposed to it. My concern would be 2 things. One is, it always drives me crazy, like we have these outside consultants and we pay this exorbitant fee for stuff that like you don't get a lot of benefit out of it. So that would be one concern. Obviously, there's different qualities and prices or whatever, so we would have to be very careful about that. The other is, the flip side is like, okay, well, let's call it, you know, right, like, okay, this is the one recommended, and I'm not saying this would happen, but yeah, well, yeah, of course, you know, we give it, and then it comes back, oh, we need to double our staff. we just paid this company a whole bunch of money to tell us, what we kind of already know, but.
They could, but that's what our job is to make the hard decision to decide how we're gonna go about it.
Well, it's how you draw out the scope too, and we all know, everybody knows we have to hire more firemen. But what we don't know is, would different certified personnel fill a gap in a better way? How does all of this work together? And so there's some value in that. I think one of the major values, I am normally not out in favor of going out and doing these consultant assessments. But unfortunately, yes, this was an incredibly poorly executed social media disaster. I know that there's this association union that was established. They had a conversation with you when they started of wanting to have open communication. Did you get any approach? I know
No, I haven't heard anything from the association.
and so I think it is wise because of that to consider somebody outside doing some setting and coming in with a third party point of view.
Yeah, I think, I mean, to your point, I think if you make, it shouldn't be, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but it shouldn't be that difficult, given the size of the Jersey Village Fire Department, the number of personnel involved, the number of apparatus involved. And so if you could get a consultant to narrow the project to what we need to know is we need to fill gaps. What's the most efficient way to staff up? Not like what's the optimal to cover everything, but how do we fill gaps as Michael has described in the most efficient way? And the scope of this project is a $5,000 or $10,000 consulting fee. I mean, and the fact that it's subjected by a third party, so you eliminate the bias on both sides, I think is helpful.
I think 10,000 probably low, very, very low. It's going to cost us more than that, but I'd still be in favor. Because one of the things we got to do is, it's not just your frontline staffing. Do you have a training officer? Do you have an EMS, someone dedicated? Your biggest task is EMS. And is there anyone dedicated to improving patient care?
I mean, Kiffer's himself.
Yeah. Who have, as demonstrated by all of this paperwork, task overwhelm. The captain has too many things to do. And so one of the things that needs to be studied is, through HR, like, if the captain's the only paramedic.
Maybe not. There's one other paramedic.
Okay, so if you take the captains out there to one paramedic, you've got 6 on shift, 18 personnel, and 4 paramedics. At what point do we start telling staff how, I don't even know if that can be done, but we've got to increase, because of what we deal with, we have to increase certification, and we're going to send you to paramedic school.
So just to clarify, we have at least 2 paramedics per shift. One shift has 3 paramedics.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you for correction the numbers.
But we also have a medical doctor that we don't pay for.
Correct. Dr. Fight has been our medical director since 1985, and we don't pay a dime,
And
which is rare.
what is that typical cost for a fire department? And
$100,000 to $150,000 a year.
so that's a cost that we're going to be bearing soon.
But that also comes at a cost. She's been our medical director that long. Does she still practice?
Yeah. She's an emergency room doctor.
How involved is she in training and protocol development? Is she the one writing them? Is she?
Every 2 years, protocol development continues, and she gets involved with Rob, Captain Missile, to make sure everything is in line with current standards.
Every 2 years.
That's requirement by law, by state. We renew our license every 2 years and our protocols every 2 years.
That
So these are costs that we've not had to bear.
We've not had to bear, but at what cost?
Yeah.
What is critical incident review look like? You do the CPR, what does that review look like?
The crews will talk about what had happened after it, develop, issue standards that they need to correct.
Okay, the crew that responded to it,
Uh-huh.
what data did they? So
We do receive the data back from the hospital. Takes a few days, but that data does come back. It tells us exactly what occurred to that patient, the outcome. So we do have outcome scenario that comes back. And they can look at that and
how should the protocols change from that or?
not that often.
Well,
So it sounds like there may be an appetite to go through this process. Again, I would stress, I'm okay supporting it as long as it's like, we don't overpay, right? Like if we come back with a $500,000 bill for consulting, like, no. But if it's something more reasonable, I could be on board.
I think you're probably looking 40 to 60,000.
I think I actually support that, and you mentioned what is the risk? What risk are we willing to pay? I think $200,000. I don't want to put anyone in, for me, I don't want to move to 5, and I'm in support of this discussion. I like the creativity. So I appreciate you being patient with my simple question.
It sounds like if we go that direction, I don't know that we would have enough time to change it within this year. This sounds like this would be something for future.
Well, we can amend the budget though.
You can, but I'm just saying, in terms of planning.
Right.
I would think it'd take us a couple of months to get a company to do this, and they'll probably take 6 months.
Yeah.
So I think we're talking at least 9 months out before we have the result. I think, looking at fiscal 28 is probably.
Jeez.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is so frustrating. You think any competent business can wait 9 months for a decision? I mean, and I'm not saying that adverse to anyone here. I'm just like, it's so frustrating. It's so very frustrating.
Wheels of justice turn slowly. My friend.
Courts, I understand, but
Okay, we had a whole lot of discussion about the fire department under public safety. I think we all agree that we're gonna keep minimum at 6. We're gonna find a way to deal with the 250 probably later today. If there's nothing else on the fire department, there are two other departments here. What else do we need to talk about?
I think for this piece of the memo, I think we're good.
Okay. It's 11. We're gonna go to lunch. Doesn't go here yet.
It's supposed to be delivered around 11.
Okay,
So-
well then let's get started on the staffing model. No, we've already talked about that. We're gonna roll down debt service.
So this is the debt service, obviously, we're doubling what, we've got total appropriation of 4.8 for the property tax collection, people free, utility, people free, plus interest earnings and capitalizing. 2 of the significant bond issues are anticipated after October 1st. We'll discuss this more in the coming months as well. 6.5 for the pool and 17.2 utility certificates for obligation for water, wastewater infrastructure. The pool bonds include capitalized interest, $308,000. Utility PO debt is fully supported by the utility fund, but it is lower than what was approved by the voters because I worked with Congressman Hunt's office to get $1 million towards water and sewer projects. Trying to get another one, but we got to trying to get more, but we got to get Congress to pass a budget. So at this point, we're recommending the 17.2 we issued for utility funds. Yes.
Just like glossed over the fact that Congressman Hunt is gonna get us 1 million and make it a little more. How did that happen?
having the right conversations with his staff, knowing the people, making that relationship, and, doing good work with them and with the departments in general.
I think they reached out to us and said, hey, y'all know what you're doing, the grant, we have some money we need to use.
Bible?
The debt service line. Is there just about $200,000 sitting there that doesn't actually have, okay?
The debt service fund is supported by property taxes, the debt service levy only. So if I'm interpreting where I think you're going with this, you can't use it for operations.
Okay,
What can it be used for?
Debt service,
Oh, debt service, just to
That's it.
pay them? Okay.
that's it. You can't
Okay,
use it.
so,
for
and that's
debt
is that interest that's accrued? What's the
So,
300
in fact,
represent?
Our fund balance in the debt service fund, we did not have, sufficient, I believe sufficient fund balance, so we're actually, increasing the fund balance in the debt service fund, this year, so that we have, our policy is, a 10% of minimum fund balance, 10% of the following year's debt service, which is, currently.
so mute point, because we're about to increase it, so it's not even money that could use.
We are
But-
increasing.
Government's full of shell games, and I've definitely played some shell games up here. There's no way to shell game that money out of there.
There really isn't any money in there right now,
Okay.
to be honest with you. And that's where we are actually transferring money from the utility fund over to the debt service fund to have the utility fund support that fund balance policy. Because roughly half of the debt will be utility debt.
Shattered my hopes and dreams of paying for
Sorry.
overtime.
What is once we draw down on the pool and on the water and utility debt, what will be the total amount of debt that the city has?
Hopefully, I think that's it there right now. So we currently have 34.09 million in outstanding principal. That's to maturity in 2050, for 3 issues. Once we sell these 2 new issues, we'll have 57.9 million roughly. And we will extend, out 1 more year for these together. So, roughly, currently 18.5 million is supported by property taxes and 15.5 million is supported by the utility fund in principal. So, that's principal and interest. So that 34 million carries almost 20 million in interest. It's a maturity schedule. And so, roughly, a little more than half of it is supported by property taxes currently. Once we sell the new debt, it will be 57.9 million in principal, 36.4 million in interest, for a total of 94 million over the maturity schedule. And 57% of that is then be supported by the debt service fund, and 43%. No, sorry. 58% would be utility funds, or stuff off there. So it will be, the vast majority would be, utilities.
And once the second debt is issued, the maturity date will be what?
2051.
2051, and that extends just a year from our existing. And in the interim period, like what's the first amount of debt that drops off?
We are paying off the 2016 refunding bond after fiscal year 27. And so after that, 2049. Because we had that issue until 2024.
Thank you.
And these numbers, as far as the new issues, are all based on the information I got from the financial advisor that's in the packet Tuesday.
Anything else on debt service? All right, sales tax in chapter 3.
So we collect a total of 2% the sales tax, 1% of the general fund, half the funds, so half the fire, total general fund sales tax is broken at 5.87, increase of 838,000, driven primarily by elevated CMEX numbers, activity from the chapter 3 agreement. That agreement runs through December of 2030, requires the city to rebate 75% of the 1.5% covered sales tax activity. So the general fund backstops that. Council might recall that back before the fire control was created, we had the property tax for sales tax reduction, the sales tax for property tax reduction that we collected. That got shifted to the fire control district. Fire control district was never a new sales tax; it was just replacing that one. So now the general fund has to backstop that extra 0.5%. So the fiscal 27 reflects $2.5 million in debts and incentives expenditures to cover that obligation. That chapter 380 expires in December of 2030, after which all CMEX sales tax revenue would flow to the city without any obligation. Question?
I don't think they stay.
That was gonna be my question. Do we have any?
Oh, it's just like you have an employee that comes and says, hey, I got another job, but I'd love to stay here, so please counter this offer. And you counter the offer, but statistically within 24 months, they're gone. 12 months, it's like most of the time that employee doesn't stay. They came here because we gave them a rebate, and there's the Southwest developers and the deal that they got with Southwest developers. It's not directly with us. And chances are they moved. That's what the other company did. They got an opportunity and they took it.
I think the other company, they got bought out and the parent company moved with them. Obviously, I know Community Development Asia is meeting with them. We're trying to keep those connections and relationships and try and keep them here when this expires. But if they don't stay, that will cause a major change in our sales tax numbers in fiscal 2031.
Okay, and this has come up for me. I know that the city cannot lobby. Is there any, I don't even know if I was told there's a lobby for car sales tax or for car sales expenses. I don't know. But is there anything that council could do to maybe try to see if we can get some changes and get some of that sales tax revenue from the car sales? I mean, we have so many dealerships. Is there a way that we can do something to sort of get some of you out there?
Yeah, I think the city can lobby. The state is trying to ban that.
Well,
but
that's what I'm
we still
referring to.
can.
Okay.
Historically, the council in my time here has not taken legislative policy issues or stances and reached out.
I did last year.
As individual councilors may, but as a body as a whole,
Right.
the council has not. And the council could say we want to do this. Specifically as it relates to sales tax on new vehicles, state law does not allow that currently. That would require a change in state law. If you can get the state senator to pick up the phone as a city official, I would applaud that and would encourage you to talk with him about that. The state representative is much more willing to listen. I had a great conversation with one of her staff members yesterday. And keeping this topic at top of mind for them would be good. I think if that's something that the council as a whole wants to attempt, we certainly can. If individual councilors want to reach out to the state representative office or others around us, there is a large amount of vehicle sales that occurs within our city that we don't collect any local option sales tax on. The state doesn't allow it. The state takes their share, but doesn't have any local option. But if that's a topic that we want to broach with our legislative leaders, or if we want to adopt a formal stance on that, like kind of make that a policy goal of the council, we can bring that to a more thorough discussion at the August meeting if council would wish.
So I know that legally we can't all sit together and I don't know if you guys would be interested in even trying to pursue this. Would you guys be?
I've had two lunches canceled with one of the very large auto groups that owns thousands and thousands of dealerships to try to find out what we can do to break through.
So you've worked on this as well? Because I know we
They
can't
just
sit
canceled
together.
both lunches.
Oh, well, at least
Well,
they
I would say
talk
too,
to.
I work in the auto industry,
Yeah.
so this essentially, for me, would be against the interest of my company. But I would support, to me, I think it's ludicrous, but I think that's the battle you're facing, is that this wouldn't be something we would have able to do locally. We would have to get other cities across the entire state.
Right.
I'm happy to help where I can, but it would be a huge uphill battle.
So to that end, because of the climate with respect to property tax and sales tax, et cetera, does TML have any, I mean, did they work towards this? Because there would be a common interest, I think, in a lot of cities as an alternative way to generate tax revenue. But of course, you're up against a huge lobby with the, all of the auto dealerships and auto groups actually. So
I don't know that this topic has ever been a part of the legislative policy from TML. I don't know the answer to that question. We could certainly reach out to them. If we wanted to push that, I think that would require somebody, a counselor, the mayors, myself, somebody on staff, getting more involved with TML on that to help lead that charge in that regard. But to try and get TML to take that banner, it might be a little tough because there could be some cities that would be opposed to it. And obviously TML's got to balance the needs of all their members.
Yeah.
And you see that on a lot of different issues. So.
Because of quorum, we can't all sit together unless we call a meeting to even work on this, but, and I'm willing to, volunteer my time to try to get somewhere with this. The state representatives, they did not return my email, and, not one of them did. But even if we had citizens where they reach out to them, because they'll answer them, they just won't answer us, and I'm not sure why. But, something, because I think that we're missing out on a piece, and we have so many.
So it's,
Car dealerships.
it's not this 2% sales tax. Auto dealerships don't get that money.
They don't, but what it does is it
Makes
raises,
it more difficult.
it raises the price of the car they're selling. And so that's gonna, on the margins, reduce the number of cars they sell. And to me, I think if everybody you did it, I mean, over time, I don't think it would be a big deal. It's just coming up that hurdle to say, if you ask any dealership and anybody in the industry, they would be adamantly opposed to it.
Oh, I'm sure they would. But I'm thinking on behalf of.
All right,
No, I get
I
it.
do think, while it would be fantastic, it's pie in the sky. It's something that, unless y'all want to change your position, council as a council body should continue to stay out of the Texas legislature and focus on the city. If individuals want to go, even if we all individually, fantastic. I don't know that it's something the city should get involved in. We could all go to TML and get involved and push. That's not an issue.
Yeah, while the Texas legislature likes to tell us how to act, they don't like it when we make requests of them. So
No,
it's a tough spot.
And we're not gonna fix this budget session, so let's keep rolling in the agenda. We start already yet. Is there anything else on chapter 3 of your sales tax you want to discuss? Okay, let's keep going to IT.
So IT budget reflects pretty much vendor-driven increases across the software licensing and maintenance. IT manages all the software for the city departments, including our ERP for finance, HR, and utility, C-Click Fix for resident service requests and work order management. That is the best way to report incidents or issues for residents using that C-Click Fix. But hardware costs, if you've watched the news, hardware costs are going up because of the chip requirements for all AI data centers and everything. We got a notice a while ago about probably a 50% increase on chip costs for computers and servers and everything due to the market demand driven by the increase of AI. So we've had to adjust the amount we put away every year for computer servers and all things technology.
It was definitely stepped up. What is the, this kind of plays into something else probably ask later, but what's the life cycle of some of this stuff?
Most computers that we have are 4-year terms. We have a handful of people that are on 3 years just because of the usage that they get, but most of our equipment is on a 4-year life cycle.
What happens to the used computers?
We typically turn them back in either if we can, I don't want to, scrap's not the right word.
You lease them or you trade them back in?
So we have a company that disposes of them right now, and then they, whatever profit they can get, we get a cut of it.
Yeah, and I would imagine it's $10 million. Because at that point, typically the hardware is on.
Are there any programs with manufacturers where, I mean, because manufacturers will sometimes refurbish, right? See those advertisements for electronics. Are there any programs that we have with manufacturers where we're purchasing from them with the opportunity that they take back our old equipment as a credit towards new equipment?
Can look into that, but by the time we're getting rid of it, it's usually so old that they don't want it back.
When it seems like 4 years is already kind of a stretch, right? My understanding is that 3 years is kind of the standard.
All right, we're gonna pause. Do you want to take a solid hour break for lunch? How, Austin, in your feeling going through this, are we in a good place or do we need to make up time?
We're in Jersey Village, we're in a great place. But from a budget meeting standpoint, we're gonna be here a while.
Okay.
Depends on how long we talk about everything else. So.
I think we did get through some of the big stuff.
I don't do 45.
Yeah, it's 1:16 now for y'all.
It's 11.
11:16.
Thank you. I can't read. 11:16. We're gonna reconvene at noon. It's 12 o'clock. I think I only remember one budget meeting where we still had this many people at this point. So congratulations, y'all have actually made it as long as a few others, but very, very rare to have someone still here. We paused the conversation on IT replacement cycle. So anybody on council want to start off this? Does anybody on the council conversation or question about IT cycle they want to talk about?
Most computers are 4 years, some of them are 3 years. Standard cycle. Which is their 6 years. Additional costs are annual subscriptions. Correct, that's just the hardware, and then out of the software, we pay for licensing and support.
I hate the direction that's gone, but pretty much everything is going to subscription, and then you can't capital replace that. That's now that you want to go monthly instead of yearly.
And that's IT for everything. That includes IT that police and fire and every department uses, correct? Okay, that's fine.
All right, well, nobody has anything else they want to discuss there. Clark Henry.
So with the pool, coming back in 2027, we'll need council to adopt a pool fee schedule as part of the 27 budget as well. The budget reflects $250,000 in direct operating costs for rating lifeguard wages, pool chemical supplies, maintenance, and all the related things. We've got some historic revenue, numbers in here as well. We've got what we've charged in the past. And the big question for council today is how much recovery do we want to have on the pool? The general fund will always, most likely, subsidize pool operations, regardless of which recovery target the council wants. But this is the cost of delivering voter-approved and voter-requested community amenity. Council could establish a policy goal of increasing cost recovery over time in the roads and programming of thirds. Staff has developed a recommended swim team use framework based on hybrid model as well. The staff reached out to various cities that have swim teams as well. For a Jersey Village swim team, the recommendation comes from $20 an hour for practice, $200 per meet. Based upon historical usage, like Jersey Village stars will pay $4,420 for their season. For a non-Jersey Village-based swim team, the team would pay an hourly facility use fee of $30 per hour and $300 per meet. For all teams and non-swimmer, for all teams and resident swimmer fee of $30 per season will be charged and consistent period as well. We use the about 5 of the season on heating required to be built with swim team at actual cost. And that would be included as part of the fee schedule as well. So we've got the numbers here kind of what we could do, the historic fees and what a 40, 50, 60% recovery, and council can go for higher fee as well, but we need some type of feedback or information from council as to what type of fees you'd like to see for this new thing.
Where your agents fees look like that are similar in nature to our city.
Robert, we pulled the whole study.
While you're pulling that up, on this document, where am I missing the year by year table? Doesn't it not say we'll find the revenue by year? I don't see fiscal year 25, 26, 27 written anywhere in here. Okay. So under the first table, the fee category, historically, we charge a $3 to $4 daily admission for a resident.
Yeah.
And then we need to decide 40, 50, 60.
Yeah. We can maintain the same pricing model, which is probably what you're recommended.
It would not be recommended.
Okay, understood. And then kind of to answer your question, we did a low and a high for like resident daily, non-resident daily. So resident daily, our average was $6.10. Non-residents, $10.30. This is average of the study that we did. We studied Bel Air, the Woodlands, Pasadena, Conroe, Baytown, Texas City, Sugarland, Stafford, Deer Park. And then we used ours as well in that data to average to get these low and these highs. Non-residents about $10. Resident season pass range anywhere from $12 to $270. That was a pretty wide range, so it's worth noting. Non-residents were traditionally not double. It was 128 on average for a non-resident season pass. They had resident family passes that were $168 on average. Non-resident family passes were $379. I think ours inflated that. It was the understanding to price out non-residents a couple of years back, it was 23 or 24, we successfully did that.
Right.
The reason why we did that was because after COVID, a lot of the HOA pools in the area did not reopen because the lifeguard shortage. Since then, I'm guesstimating, since that they have reopened, so I think those numbers would have come down naturally. But in that one pool season where all the HOA pools were flooded with non-residents, we made the adjustment to essentially make them pay their burden. And they did, but the numbers went down significantly, so.
That's a different price adjustment than the one I had pushed for, I think it would almost triple non-resident, right? But you're talking about two different.
Yeah, we jumped big time. Our day pass for rental is $3 and non-resident is $14. And then we did, season pass was double, so it's 45 to 90. Family pass was 105 to 410, for non-resident. So that was the jump there.
Legally, we don't really run into an issue where it's 4X. We don't have to be in line with these other cities on our resident, non-resident, right?
No.
And to that point, my strong inclination when this pool opens is that it needs to be preserved as much as possible for the residents, since they voted and agreed to incur the expense to take it on. So I'd like to see a premium on non-resident use until the city gets a reasonable understanding of, I guess, the number of people who are coming to the pool, because I think our residents deserve that.
I remember when I pushed an amendment to change the pool fees, one of the things I learned from Austin was that we will never recover the cost of the pool through fees. We probably won't even cover the lifeguard litters to take care. And so my multiple for non-resident is, I would like to continue that for that. I want the pool preserved for residents who live here. We are not in the market for those outside the city.
Another question, obviously, we kind of flirted with this. Some city pools and some HOA pools, they do popular seat reservations. If you're looking for creative revenue, is that something you guys are interested in exploring? But I know we have rentals, but on July 4th,
Like rent the cabana at the hotel.
abandoned or rent a corner, and rent specific chairs instead of having to get out there and put the towels out in the morning as the pool becomes popular. On specific days like Memorial Day weekend, July 4th weekend, you can rent it out to throwing out there. If that's something you guys are interested in, us exploring the unique revenue stories. It's like, if the goal is to try and recoup as much revenue as possible, we can start thinking like a business and start implementing some of these things like that. If the goal is really just not, hey, it's an amenity, we're providing service, we're recouping some of that cost and really building up the revenue, price structure that.
My inclination on that again would be to preserve the pool for the residents.
Yeah.
And if I had been, and I supported this pool bond, if I had anticipated and seen the city build the pool, and then, on the 4th of July, I'm gonna have the family over and I'm faced with, well, if you wanna get a spot at the pool, you gotta pay an extra $100 or whatever, I might be rather annoyed. So I'm okay with the first come, first serve. I'm very much okay with, individuals and residents daily passes and residents and residents family daily passes and summer passes being at a reasonably low price point, understanding that the city, you build a $6.5 million pool, it's going to cost a couple $100,000 every year to keep it running, keep the lifeguards, keep the chemicals. I mean, pools are an expense, right? But I'm more concerned in preserving that for our residents and setting the price point of everything for non-residents, including individual passes, daily passes, particularly summer passes. I want those sufficiently high, because what I'd hate to see is residents wanting to go to the pool but feel like they can't get in because there are so many people there. Because I do anticipate, from what I understand about the design, etc., I do anticipate it's going to be, very much a beautiful amenity that people will want to use, and so preserving that for the residents is a priority to me.
I have a question about the 200,000, 220 in operating costs. How much of that is factoring in the service of the day?
None.
So that doesn't include it at all? Okay. Okay. Do we know with this bond what the estimated annual debt service would be?
I think I can absolutely understand moving up to that 50% recovery in that this is quite a step up from the pool that we did have, that we did historically charge $3 to $4. And it is very reasonable for that to reflect the resident cost. If council wants to go to 60, I can understand that. I think it would continue to multiply the non-resident, that same 4 to 4.5. And just this, especially the first year. The swim team conversation, I think, let's talk about pool rates daily and all that, the pool rental.
The question was how much is the annual debt service?
Yeah.
Our current estimate is between 400 to 500,000, depending on the year. Its average is around 450 a year.
And that's on a 25-year bond?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the actual may come in different, that's based on the municipal price or projections of this department.
Yeah, and my concern in one sense is like, I think in some sense, and I don't know how we do this, especially because it's not reflected here. I'd like to see some of the money that we collect in fees go to pay off the debt. At one point, it's come one from the other, so essentially it doesn't matter. But I think generally speaking, those that use the pool the most and are benefiting from the most should bear more of the debt, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure how to do that, but and one of the reasons I got involved too was this idea around how do we, as a community, pay off that debt as quick as possible. Right? Saying that I'm opposed to debt, how do we, maybe just get that down so it's more manageable or whatever. So again, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. The other thing too, I would say is, in economics, they have this thing that's called a Laffer curve. Right? It's the idea that with taxes, there's a certain point where you raise the rate and it has diminishing returns because you're going to have fewer people using the service. So it kind of made me think of that too, is if we price it too high, then that's going to affect the overall total number of people who use it. And the operation, my thought would be, is this going to be a little bit of a sunk cost? Like, hey, this is the cost to operate it, whether we have one person show up or we have 200 people show up every day, the cost would be similar, I would think. And so in a sense, you want to try to get as many people using it as possible to recover some of that cost. But the flip side is, if you make it too cheap, then like there's too many people there and you're kind of defeating the purpose. So again, me just kind of thinking out loud, trying to put pieces to the council.
Another thing to note, well, historically, so the last year we gave about 33,000 in revenue for the last year in the pool. One thing that is a big revenue earner is swim lessons. With the previous facility, we were capped on how many we could actually offer. So technically the goal of every aquatic professional is to teach the entire world. So we made money on swim lessons, around 7,000. But we were capped. With this facility, we can do swim lessons the whole summer. So we really get pretty good. So that's one thing worth noting too, is you're gonna make a little more money on the lesson, so the revenue will generate as well with that. So that can help subsidize, because people think, oh, we only made this much on swim lessons because that's all the people that were interested. No, we charge people away. I think turn people away like starting the second week of season because it feels something. But now we can keep.
How does that work? Are the people who are teaching swim lessons, are they city employees? Are they part-time employees?
Yeah, so our guards go through a swim lesson training to give swim lessons, and we do that as well. We can also open it up to a contractor to come in and do swim lessons and we do like a revenue split of some sort. You can get really creative with that, or you just have like very certified individuals come in and do certain swim lessons. that's something we can explore, but for the basic, learn to swim level 1 through 6, we did that with our guards in-house.
Okay, and what does it look like? Because I know in the last year or two of the pool, there were difficulties in staffing, getting lifeguards.
So the last 2 years, we were actually really great in staffing. We made the adjustment in salaries to go from very little for lifeguards to go up to about $14, $15 for lifeguards, and $17 an hour for pool staff. When we made that adjustment, we had absolutely no problem staffing. We were one of the few pools that felt good about staffing. With that being said, we haven't had a pool for a year or two, so we lost our we had a pipeline. Once you kind of get that pipeline going, you can really build a good staff. So I wouldn't say we're really comfortable in our confidence in staffing, but we're not uneasy, if that makes sense.
And the 220 includes the staffing component, correct?
Yep, understood.
And does it include, and I guess this is kind of residents versus non-residents, does it include a person with sufficient management, if you will, so that if there's unruliness at the pool, that's properly addressed? I know that was a problem in the past.
Yeah, Isaac is almost as certified as you can get in the water, and then he would handle some of those issues. And then our recreation event supervisor has an aquatics background as well. They will typically be your administrative oversight of the pool, budget, operating, staffing, scheduling. As to the day-to-day, we usually have about 2 to 4 pool managers, which are your experienced lifeguards, still younger in age. We desire to get collegiate level. That's always a win. Or an adult, if an adult's interested, they don't apply. So, but day-to-day, you'll have your 3 pool managers and your guards, and then our recreation event supervisor, who is Madison, she will make day visits. She'll visit the pool at least once a day, probably, to just check in, make sure everything's okay. And then when things are elevated, like you mentioned, that's where Madison can handle it, or myself.
Okay.
I don't.
Good. The golf course is an excellent example of how things under your leadership have gone out of the box to generate revenue. You talked about swim lessons. What other ways with the pool and to generate revenue with the new?
We do a lot of programming, like a float and flick. A lot of pools will do.
You're not talking about putting dogs in the pool again, are you?
No. With the year-round operating consideration, we probably put the dogs in unless we have a closure plan for like a week or 2, or maybe 3. We usually do it at the end of the pool season for a reason. But you can do a lot of programs. There's a lot of Boy Scout badges, trainings that we kind of implement there as a partnership. We do float and flicks. We can do some. It's very hard to attract with the middle school level teenagers. Some of them will do an early evening swim, where it's only like a teenager base. It's mostly just programming to generate things like that. Swim lessons. I know there's plenty of contractors out there that you can do, aerobics, water aerobics, things like that, workouts in the water. So those are just ways you can get creative to generate revenue. They do infant lessons, you can contract out with that. It's a little riskier because you have more accidents in the water, so you don't want to dabble too much in that. But really, it's just kind of, if we have, the availability, the staff availability, we can program a tool outside of just free use if you want to. And the best part about with the facility that we're having, you don't have to take away from it. You can still do full operations. Say, hey, we're going to do something in this corner of the pool, whereas previously it's like we don't want to do that because some of us is sort of allowed to.
So James, what you were saying was going to be 50% recovery for residents and the times 4 on non-residents.
Not a yes. Yeah, I think at a minimum,
So
3x on non-residents.
Yeah.
But I remember when I proposed an amendment, because we were having a big problem with non-residents at the pool, I think we did like a 4x.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry. But how are we knowing that they're not residents other than maybe one of the staff saying?
ID, you check your ID. We do have some issues with the 77040 zip code.
It's hard to help a $14 an hour employee understand.
We do tell our employees, at the time, it's $3, we're talking here. If anybody gives you a very pushback, we don't want to stress our employees, say, hey, just, if someone argues, just kind of let them go, and then say, hey, for next time, if they forget their ID, please bring your ID next time. For season passes, it's all vetted through our affiliate software. We have the geofence of our city limits, so they have to have an account, and it has to be in that for it to register. So that's for the rentals, the season passes, the family passes. Now, if you want to, pull a fast one on the teenagers for a day pass, you might be able to 1 or 2 times, but
Still don't have any internet out there, right?
we do now.
We do now?
As of like yesterday.
So this could be, this could be better addressed by point of sale.
Absolutely. And then we talked about other revenue things. We can open up Gatorades, towels. I know the biggest thing is, no jeans in the pool. Hey, we have a very affordable bathing suit. Can't wear jeans in the pool, please, buy this bathing suit. We have city jerseys, those towels. We can get into that now that we have that point of sale. Food handling's tough, so we ended up probably get prepackaged Gatorade. So those are revenue items that we also talked about, with our really software.
You're talking about actually having them sell, or you're talking about like vending machines?
We can do vending machine, or we can have them like concession stand. So what we do is typically you have guards on stand and guards on break.
Yeah.
They can operate they typically operate the tracker. So they can sell concession. And that's minimal revenue, but it can go.
All right, so nobody's super opposed to it. Let's see if we can pick one of these recoveries. And that's not really.
One other question, with the multiplier, but really with passive, season pass for rentals, that puts the non-resident rate at like $800 something.
Can we pause and talk about rental in a second?
Yeah, there you go.
So just for passes, daily and season.
Or you said age 15 and 15.
Yeah, I'm good with the 50.
Yes, we did not say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if somebody want to go different, we can talk about it.
You're talking the 50% recovery for all of the resident.
All the resident items, and I think it might be fair to have staff come up with the right number, but I think guidance today is that we're looking at 3.5, 4?
I'd do 4X. I'd do 4X to start, at least.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if no residents or few residents show at the pool, and obviously non-residents, hey, I'm not paying 4X or 5X, and it's like we've got 4 lifeguards and 4 swimmers. Well, okay, then maybe we need to adjust or do a discount or advertise a promo or something like that. But I think in this first season, we need a pricing structure that protects it for residents.
I think
We can track that.
I feel the same with like the cabana rental concept. I would like to see us get through some usage of the pool and understand how it's going to be used before we charge premiums and things like that. I love the other concepts you have for revenue generation. I think those will work good in other places, and we can tweak that. So 54X.
Yeah, that's fine.
One thing I wonder is that, I get the 4X, at a certain point, you price it where like literally nobody outside the city can use it.
It might be my goal.
My thought on that is then you're not getting any recovery from people outside the city.
But
Okay
the
with that.
point is, we're not counting on the recovery. Like we will never.
So an example.
We're okay
I'll
with
give you an
that. That's a
example. Let's
good,
say-
concise way to put it. We're
Let's
okay
say
with
we have, my, cousin comes in and we wanna go to the pool together. On a day, one-day basis, how would that work?
Doesn't the pass
You
come
can
with-
pass up to 8, a resident can buy up to 8, I think 8's the limit.
Like a guest
Day
pass?
passes, yeah, guest passes. So, yeah, if your family member came from out of town, they could go with you.
Right, the situation you describe has got to come up and there's got to be a reasonable accommodation so that your cousin doesn't have to pay 5X, right? But, and you do that with a guest pass or as long as they're accompanied by a resident or whatever, but some way to address it. But again, preserving this great amenity that all the voters wanted or majority of the voters wanted and significant city expense for the use primarily of the residents.
Swim team, there's no historic numbers. If we not been charging in this manner, do they do a flat rate? They've been paying something, right?
It was 200 per meet, right? I think that was it.
So the practice now or.
That was what we inherited and.
Yeah.
What we did with that.
Well, I think too, let me ask you this, especially during their, let's say, practice time. If there's a practice going on, we can't have it open to other.
With the new facility, we can't,
Okay.
because we, exactly, they used predominantly the pool. It was tough. And that's what hit the swim lessons doing it, but now you can get creative with this. So
You could have concurrent use, so they're only taking part of it.
activity side could be open. Yeah.
Okay.
And if we wanted, I don't know, we gotta talk with them specifically, and the agreement that we're going with them, but they could dedicate it to the resident. I'm a big proponent of keeping one lane for the resident.
We could almost do two, honestly,
Well, you-
because
Depends
right now
on-
we have 6 lanes. If we're going to 8 for practice, then you still would get your 6.
I personally believe they can do practice at 5.
And then you can reserve lanes for the resident. Hey, I wanna swim my laps and get out, perfectly fine. We have one dedicated, we have 2 dedicated, please.
There's no reason they can't do practice in 6.
And that's something we will work out with them.
And another, this is just me as a swim team parent too, thinking is, I really would like to see the swim team do like an annual swim-a-thon in order to raise money for the pool, whether that's their usage or, servicing the debt as well. To me, they're the biggest entity that has an investment in this, and there should be some allocation there. I get it's community or whatever, but it's not free, right? So.
Yeah, and to that end, so is swim team, if you're doing a practice or you're doing a meet, is there normally an expense?
It sounds like before they were charging them for the meets, but not the practice.
Correct.
And before, the pool wasn't really open
We guarded
for
it,
majority.
and we guarded, so we didn't incur an expense.
You did, okay. You had a-
But they did pay an hourly rate, so they paid, okay, so they
That's right,
paid the guard
yeah.
rate, they paid the guard rate, and then we swim lesson, or this, we swim. But,
So into this 20 an hour, we're proposing they're not paying the guard, they're just paying a flat 20.
correct.
So it's only a slight increase.
Not much, but it was
It's a $6 an hour increase. That's,
very favorable.
yeah, that's a move on and keep going in my thought.
I mean, yeah.
I don't think that's a topic, I'm fine with that. 200 a meet still sounds fairly reasonable. Non-Jersey Village based swim team. Not sure if 300 a meet is high enough. Because it is closure of the pool at that point. You can't do a meet concurrently. My question would be divisionals that the JV team is in. Is that considered a JV swim event or JV?
I would say JV. You agree with the JV swim meeting?
Yeah, I would say it's like the head-to-head where the divisional is more of a regional. That's how I would.
This is my thought is on that is, I almost saw one of the reasons for adding 8 lanes is so we can offer something like that. The flip side of that is, I think we need to charge something appropriate that they would, in other words, your competitor is like, we would use the natatorium for Cyfair instead. What are they charging? Since it's, multiple teams, you're gonna have the ability to charge more. And in a sense, you're gonna get more usage out of it. That's kind of my thought is, I think you could charge a premium.
Their cost is not 300.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at is for the gap that exists right now with our not having a pool.
Yeah.
What is either Jersey Village swim team paying to go use a pool to practice or to or to have a meet, and or what are the other facilities charging? And that should be driving what we charge with an appropriate discount to the home team, if you will.
I think swim team's important to teach these kids how to swim, and I think it's important for our community. I think people should be have their kids involved in it. It promotes safety, promotes athletic involvement. Our pricing structure should be fair. Yes, we'll invest in our team, but not necessarily everybody. The infrastructure around this pool is not made for a divisional level event. And while I would love to host our divisionals there, so I don't have to drive some, it is a revenue maker, but it goes back to the same argument. We will never recoup the funds. If we set this, we say divisional is a non-JV event, fair, totally understand. We set it at 400 or some comparable, maybe not the market of the natatorium, but somewhere a little less. Is there any mechanism for us to say, we don't want to host your event?
An email.
Okay, so if we, like,
Probably.
like if somebody came and said, does the city have the right to refuse a customer? Okay. That, just don't, I want to rent the park for.
And that kind of goes with the pulse of council. You know, like I kind of mentioned, I was trying to understand the mind frame of council. We're running it like a business. I'm not turning anybody away.
Yep.
You still
Sometimes
turn people away in business.
You could
Yeah,
maybe
correct.
make a head count cap on.
Yeah,
We could do
and
that.
like you said, that some of these meets will appreciate that pool pretty significantly, but the amount of chaos that goes on to the park is just cluttered. So that's what you're mentioning. It's like, is the juice worth a squeeze on some of these events?
If we started doing
It'd be
large events
they're into the field.
every 3 to 4 days or every Saturday in, I think
Yeah.
those are like July and
Then you take away from the residents.
it's gonna cause problems. And we need to be able to say no, because if somebody wanted to rent out Carol Fox for their Lizards Should Rule the World event, we should have some way of saying, hey, no, we're not gonna participate in that.
Right now, I don't think.
I'm trying to make up something absurd so I don't step on foot with him.
You said, we haven't turned much away.
Just the remember the boxing incident?
Yeah.
All right, Austin, do you have enough guidance here to move forward? 50% or multiple in the discussion on rentals?
Special rentals. And with that, just saying, so the resident family pass to 27. That's 50%.
Yes, a resident family season pass is gonna go up from $105 to $227. That is the 50% recovery. We will go one season, see how it is, how it's accepted. The pool is significantly better than it was, and that is a reasonable uptick.
Are we keeping the 4X on swim lessons for non-residents? That's
That-
where I get like,
That is a fantastic question. I think that they should continue to look at the market. I think swim lessons, if you want to do a swim lesson, now I will say, if you have a giant wait list, you're training people around, you're not charging them.
correct. Well, we have a wait list because we only have so many hours we can use. Now we know people have them. But I know swim lessons usually fill up spring break because everyone's looking like summer. When people get out of swim here, you know.
Well, so let me just think about this. If you're doing a swim lesson that's gonna be hosted kind of internally, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that would be the kind of, you want as many people doing that as possible.
That's why I'm saying.
Maybe it makes
That's why
sense
we
not
charge the
to
same rate
charge
for
for
residents.
I think that's what-
We use
yeah.
it to charge the same rate.
Yeah, I think that's what we were saying. Is
Yeah.
I don't think I would charge necessarily a different rate for the resident on swim lessons.
But that's an alternative resident source.
And we're making money on that. All right, I think we're all in agreement there. Austin, now does that cover everything for that?
I think so.
Okay, we're on Clark Henry.
We're gonna talk about rents later.
Where did we miss?
Oh,
Pool
yeah.
rental, I know we talked about the swim team, we didn't talk about pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The non-resident Forex is like,
Okay,
So you're talking about like, they're gonna rent a party or something?
yeah, birthday party, it's a big revenue generator. We rent out almost every opportunity. Every available opportunity was rented.
So what are they renting? Are they renting the entire pool?
Yep.
To the-
Before it opens, before operational hours, so.
Okay,
I was gonna say, what do
It
you
was
mean by
available on
available?
Saturdays and Sundays. Saturdays you could have it from 8 a.m. to 10, and then on Sundays it was from 9 to 11.
Okay, and the whole pool, so it's not really taking away from a resident. Can we,
Do they do it like, late nights during the week or something, or?
We haven't, we have, with the daylight.
I'm just thinking during the summer.
situation, we could have some-
What time does the pool normally close?
9 o'clock.
So that would be pretty late.
can we continue
I'm
with,
thinking like, could you rent after the normal business hours?
We do have slow
What
times.
we could do is if you keep track of your pool's usage, let's say you keep tracking that between 6 to 9, there's only one person there. You know, then you
Yeah.
can take the choice of, hey, maybe we should close at 6 and then offer rentals.
and I think in the past, y'all had control of that, y'all managed that, you decide when you're gonna offer to do those rentals, and we stay that way.
Yep.
What if we did 2x for pool rental for non-residents, and they can only book 30 days? That gives residents an opportunity, that does continue for residents first, but it's not that short.
So residents get first opportunity to register.
Because otherwise it would be a $2,000 rental for a non-resident.
You essentially get time to it.
Yeah.
You would get it.
But what,
Now it's
for you to go to that? 2x 30-day window. Okay,
understood.
got that one answered.
And then
Okay,
if we do keep hourly swim counts, we'll pay attention to that, like you said, use the pool for a little bit, we do keep hourly swim counts for the whole season, so we'll start identifying if there's any slow periods or things like that. When we
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Larkin.
So with the Clark Henry Field under construction, you have the youth sports diamond, rectangle field, all that. Once again, the staff did a study to see what other places around us are charging, we compared Freeze, Katy, Stringerland, Elders Park, and Bowie City, all those. We have a proposed field rental rate in front of the council here, page 17. We would also require insurance fee from, including us on there. I know at least one resident's reached out to council about scheduling, so there is a discussion on that. There is demand already for these fields. Couple of options, we could have reservation caps per organization, where we would establish a maximum number of hours or days per week or per season any single organization could reserve the fields. That would allow for some regular organized use, while also the general public who's going to want to go open a baseball or something with the kids. Requires some administrative tracking, but it wouldn't be too excessive. Option 2 would be designated public access windows, where we would establish specific times, such as weekends or weekday afternoons, where we just simply do not accept reservations and then remain open for public property use. Organizations could reserve outside those windows, but this approach is simpler, but reduces total reservation of those. Could do a hybrid of both of those as well. So we're trying to get council feedback as to what council would like to see, and then obviously the rates above as well.
I feel like option one probably the best in regards to being able to organize platform for people who are, but maybe a hybrid between the two different best.
With the pool, is there any way our usage, our rentals are gonna cover a significant portion of the cost that we put in?
Well, you've got like lights and stuff that.
Kind of a different story. Kind of a different story. There's not a lot of field rental opportunities. This is if you build, they will come situation. I do believe that. This one's tough. Texas spends more on their children to do sports than any other state, and then there's also the supply is very limited. So,
I mean, the usage we have now, right?
let's get
It's like,
generated.
what I've seen is like they have the whatever, Pop Warner football team, like they use it. You got the soccer, you have, I haven't seen, like, obviously a lot of games there, but I have seen baseball teams will go and do their practices there. That's the usage that I've seen.
You'll get a lot more games, tournaments, rugby, you'll get a lot more use than what we had before, just because we haven't had a great facility for you. We do expect this to be pretty popular.
Scheduling is gonna be very difficult, but with organizations, what I was sort of I think I envision, like, you're an organization, you work out a facility use agreement. We're gonna have to get all the facility use agreements in the same room or on the same, spreadsheet to schedule, and they're gonna have to work together, you're gonna have to share. But in your mind, staff would also have a facility use agreement to save open play. Like, if you wanna just go down to the field and catch kids, you should be able to do that. You shouldn't show up like, oh, something here every day. So you gotta find that balance in protecting the fields. And then also you gotta keep in consideration, they have to rest. A lot of people do not like sitting in the park, but to keep it nice, you gotta let that grass sit every once in a while. So you gotta have your protect your asset and have some days limited to calm activities.
Very valid point. I have not had a whole lot of conversation with the group that reached out, nor do I know much of the athletic groups in JV. Are they organized in a fashion that they would, like, we could do option one and be able to prioritize JV resident organizations?
I mean, that would be a question I'd ask Rachel Beasley, someone like that. But maybe the thing to do is just to have the city reach out and say, if you're a youth sports organization or a sports organization who potentially would have use of the field, please contact us to give us some feedback of, what your needs and uses would be. Maybe even elicit the same information from residents who might just want to do a pickup softball game or whatever, to try to get a feel for what the appetite is for use of it, and then craft something that, accommodates residents' needs, again, as the taxpayers who are paying for this, and then allows us to generate revenue from non-residents, from organizations. One thing that I would suggest is, I know that Matt at the golf course, they recently went from answering the phone and scheduling tee times to it's all online, it's all automated. There's a cancellation fee if you don't show, it's an automatic cancellation fee, but there's a system so they can try to fill it, etc. And I'm sure that between Calendly and all those other programs, there's something that addresses this sort of issue, which presumably, if you're an organization, a sports organization or a Little League, whatever, that wants to rent, it would require you, hey, upload your certificate of insurance, upload your, sign this release, do all that stuff automated, so that you have all that done, it's all automated, so it's not.
So our recreational software can absolutely take those required forms.
Okay.
At the time, all automated.
Okay, that's great, that's great. I just, because I could see this trying to schedule it and then saying, well, what about the residents? It just being, you have one person spending half their time jacking with it. But I think if you reach out, Robert, to residents who are either involved in youth sports and or have a personal interest in using it, just figure out what the appetite is and come up with a plan, and that makes sense to me.
There's no cameras up there yet, right? Like,
Not
all
yet.
this development, we don't have a camera. Like, do we have a camera? There will be, what?
Well, so we're working on the internet out there. We're exploring the feasibility of Wi-Fi out there. We're working on the hardware side. We got the fiber running. So we're working on it. It would involve, usually it's an activity camera. Typically, we'll have some internet out there for the pool house. We were to explore our concession opportunities, the lights are all automated, irrigation automated.
Tells the pool counts, how often the field's being used, and all that stuff.
We don't put the camera on the pool, and stuff, but
The difference between option one and two here, are we asking are we going to allow free use of the facility when it's not reserved versus closed when it's not reserved?
We basically are gonna ask for free usage, and then how do you police, oh, this is free usage, you have a whole team out there. You know, the other question we have, most of these models are make sense because there's 4 fields. So you always keep one field open for residents, field 2 is always open. But here we have one area, so it's very hard to divvy that up. And 2, how many, let's say a team is 30 people and there's only 2 residents, and is that a resident or do you need 50% of your roster? Yes. But that's really what we're trying to get into. Because you could say, you could have public access window, and then you have what you have now, people calling off work early, setting up all their chairs in the field, just sitting.
There's no fence? Oh,
There will be a fence.
there's gonna be,
We did that.
I am more inclined to be a little bit more reactive on this.
Fun.
Yeah, it is. Let's see how it goes.
Have the reservation and have reservations, and if you're gonna show up with 30 people and have a game, that should be a reservation. If it's an organized, planned event, that's a reservation. If it's my son got his 20 friends and decided, hey, let's go play a baseball game, that's not a reservation.
You've got
could treat it like a
different
special
teams
event.
that have teams that need to practice, and so they have to communicate with parents, okay, well, I'm gonna be practicing at this field at this time on these days.
Yeah,
And so they need to be able to sort of reserve that.
It should be a reservation.
And we can have a public calendar, but we have that already.
Yeah.
It's available. The thing is, you said you kind of run into, some cities will do it based off the number of participants. If you have, it's like, if you have more than 8, that's a practice. It's tough. It's an imperfect system right here that we're trying to create. And we just want to make sure that we're fair and we set the operating procedures correctly to where we go. Like you said, maybe we kind of live in it a little bit, see, and keep data and report and just say,
That is my hesitation is
you know, it's set
if
something.
we use the number of people, we want to build community. We want to build people playing with their neighbors. And if we solely go by the number of people, we're directly working against that. If we can find some other way to quantify what's a group that they scheduled to be out here.
And you could also consider, now we're gonna cut into the revenue here, but you can consider organizations have to pay a rate, residents are free, but you still have to reserve it. $0, but you come in and say, hey, typically in my own town, we do a Thanksgiving football game. $0, but we said, hey, we just wanna let you know that we're gonna feed you.
Well, Amelia, the way it's set up today, what we pay for today, can I go on there, get my phone or whatever, and say, I want to rent this field right now. It's free right now. I want to rent the field. I'm a resident, and I get an hour to 2 hour block on that field.
Oh, it's immediate.
Yeah. But it's not, we can't dynamically fluctuate the price, like only if it's available, it's free versus it's a free period.
Well, it sounds like you're paying the,
Price will
it's the resident part, the resident part.
We do $0 rentals all the time.
Yeah, it's a resident.
You just say
Within-
resident pass. It's the reserve that you on our calendar, actually.
If it's within 24 hours, it's free, but if it's over 24, it costs me.
You could set that up.
Yeah, we could do that.
Could set that up.
The best part about Amelia right now is they're still in development, they got a lot of funding, so we recommend changes and
What if
they can do that right now.
What if we say you gotta have a reservation? You have a way automatic.
I'm fine with it. I'm kind of I think they've got enough of a gist of what has to be done. I mean, come up with a plan, let's try it. If it needs to be adjusted, let's adjust it. But we'll probably have some bigger fish to fry.
That also gives you the opportunity to build in your rest period. Okay, we're gonna move on. What else on, is that Park Henry covered? Okay, solid waste and recycling.
So this is topics for council's consideration. We're not making a recommendation. We currently provide residential garbage twice a week, recycling once a week, no share, direct charge to the resident. Combined general fund cost is about $618,000, including dumpster facility facilities. currently pay, $16.10 a month for garbage, $4.60 a month for recycling. If we bill the consumers directly for that, then there's approximately $30,000. If that were applied to reduce the M&L, the savings would be roughly, $0.04 per $100, larger than the total rate of increase in this budget. I know, several years ago, a former counselor now told me about a similar type of fee that they tried to do and, how that went over. But this is for a discussion item for council if they wanted to talk about the garbage recycling fee, like many other cities have.
When?
What was the other fee?
$5 a month, I think?
For trash?
Yeah,
For trash?
for trash.
I would be willing to ask residents to pay a monthly for trash and recycling. My concern is that do that and people want to opt out of recycling or something of that nature, and it becomes not cost effective for the recycling company to get the service done. Turns into a downward spiral.
I feel like they would give us the option that you'd have to do all of it.
My philosophy has always been, I think the best and fairest way to do it is fees for service. So I would support the idea of, hey, you're directly paying for this service when you're using, and that allocates it in the best and fair way. So I would support that.
Yeah, I think on one hand, you're charging them in a way. You're gonna change that you charge them. To say that you're not raising as much. It's just a shell game, but how you're starting it. And I think there's probably cons to that. One of the positives here is you are showing fee for service. This is what it costs to do this. Right.
What has, we don't, how come it's not yours?
What is the question?
Can you speak up, please?
I didn't hear her question.
We would bill at this, at the same time as this, we would have another total on the year.
So-
To be clear, Connie asked, why is it not part of our water bill?
Right,
And the utility
because it is part of the water bill, or it's charged that way in other entities, public entities.
And- And the answer is,
So like when the CPI, for instance, when the CPI goes up every year, there's a rate change in the water sewer bill.
So we got to clear the question. Austin, can you repeat the answer?
We charge this via utility bill.
It's the same thing.
Right.
It's what we would be doing with the utility operation.
It sounded like you said that there's a certain portion of this that still would have to come out of the general fund. But if we're charging it directly through let's say the water bill, in addition to the water bill, whatever, your utility bill, that's going to reduce the need to pull it from the general fund. Am I correct in that?
what's the portion that's attributable to the city as compared to attributable to the residents of the city?
So 530,000 versus 618, that's, well, 87-ish thousand.
So that's the city's expense that'll still come out of the general fund?
Right.
I like that better.
Yeah, my only inclination is, I mean, you know, it's kind of, well, we've never had to do it that way before. And I mean, I'm inclined to say, hey, that's the cost. I mean, the cost of picking up trash has gone up. The cost of recycling has gone up. That's not something which from my perspective as a taxpayer, I can say, well, surely it's not the same to pick up trash and recycling as it did 10 years ago. I know that's not the case. And so if that is, as part of the budget is why my tax rate is creeping up a little bit, that's something I can understand. I get it, you can put it on the utility bill. I get it that, you know, the city of Houston has done it and other cities. Have a lot of small cities done it or just large cities? Or does anyone know?
I came from a small city and they charged for it.
So Would this fee, would this proposed fee only apply to residential utility bills?
Correct. We would have to back that with the effect.
They inflate out of property tax. So we're also talking about taking the cost burden from the whole city and its commercial properties to just the residential that receive the service.
Correct.
I'm not,
You're not, but you're out in the,
I'm not in favor, because right now, yes, you're gonna lower the property tax rate, but right now, the commercial businesses are paying for part of that garbage collection. They don't get any use of it.
yeah. No,
But-
yeah, I agree with you. I just, to me, I'd rather just leave it as part of the general fund. You know, yeah, it's a cost that has creeped up and it will creep up, and that's just, you know, that just happens, but I don't think it, I just don't like the optics of having another separate line item on the water bill, which people are still, reeling from the last increase.
All right, compensation study.
So the May workshop council wanted us to look at the compensation studies. We've done that. We had some other data when we published this. Several positions showed gaps relative to the organization, like captain, paramedics, court administrator, street superintendent, public works manager. Right now, we do have that 3.5% compensation structure in on 1% across the board. And this adjustment here, council wanted to go forward with it. A, it's not in the budget. B, did not fully address the structural gaps identified in the compensation study. With these numbers here, I guess we need a little bit of direction from council if they want to see any adjustments.
Austin, the description that you have in the second paragraph, to rectify that, is that the cost set forth in the third paragraph, 240 estimate?
Correct.
I'm sorry, second paragraph under preliminary findings.
Right, we don't, yeah, we're estimating, at this point, we're estimating about 240,000 to bring all those 15 positions to where it
And explain to me, okay, 15 positions where JV minimum salary range falls below peer average, and then you go into the gaps relative to peer organizations. I mean, so is that a gap from the actual pay to the average? Or is it a percentile or what?
So Laura stepped out, she'll be right back, I'm sure. She would have a little bit more information than I do, I think.
We can wait, I mean,
She's got it.
yeah.
Just didn't realize.
Yeah. She's trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
I didn't wait to ask the question until she left the room. So.
No. I'm like, I need to refill my water too, but I can't get up.
So Laura, I'm trying to understand on this under the compensation study and then preliminary findings. The second paragraph under preliminary findings talks about several positions show gaps relative to peer organizations. It talks about the fire captain, paramedic, et cetera, and the court administrator. And is that third paragraph, is that the cost, $240,000 to bring those specific employees up to current level? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the gap and what is the level? Are you coming to the 50th percentile, the 75th percentile? What are you doing?
Just bringing our minimum,
Can you speak up?
just bringing our minimum
average minimums.
So that'd be 50% dollars.
To the average minimum. So we're bringing these specific employees up to the average minimum among their other employees at other entities, correct? And how many employees is that in the organization?
What's the new position? So we have 3,000. About 6, 7.
About 6 or 7? And do you know the tenure of those employees?
Just learning, like on all our fire public works manager, she's been here for 10 plus years. We obviously now have court administrator and a coordination less than 5. But
Okay.
and our 3 6 implement is less than 5.
And you said that's a total of 6 to 7 employees?
Yes, just
And then just to be clear, Austin, you said with respect to the 3.5%, that's a 1% across the board and a 2.5% merit, but that's a 0.5% increase from the 3% that we did last year. So, I mean, again, I'll say I believe that we ought to just stick with 3% that we did last year. But I would be in favor of the adjustment of 240 for those 6 to 7 employees that we've discussed.
You know, personally, I'm okay at the 3.5 and the position of the specific. Okay. Increasing both of those.
I'm catching up slowly. So 15 positions, not necessarily the 6 to 7 employees. So that's pretty all is
So all 15, does the 240 compensate all 15?
So that's about 17.
Okay. But in essence, the 240 cures that. And that brings all employees up to or more than the average minimum.
Those are the 15 positions that the data shows are below our tier minimum.
Okay.
To bring
But
that-
everyone else is above that, correct? Okay.
You guys are fine on it.
Well, I'm just trying to follow you. So. Other than I want to make sure I heard this right, other than the 15 that I mentioned here, the other employees are all on where they need to be as far as, the average or whatever their peer average. We have 26 positions that are within 5%, plus or minus 5%. These 15 are more than over 5% of the budget. But we have 26 positions that are within 5% of the peer minimum. And then, the other ones. So we have another 26 positions that are yellow versus red.
earlier we said that we're funding for everyone to get the full 3.5.
So the merit pool is the 2.5%. Typically, we allow, in this case, we probably go to 3.5% for a max merit. So some people could get a 3.5%, some people could get a 1% merit, but we're gonna be very tight on that pool to say, this is each department, this is the pool you have for that department. Give it to the people you think deserve it the most, but you can't go over.
And that is the way that I see it happen. And budgeting for the full 3.5 is safe, but can we narrow that a little bit better and have some projection? We're not going to give everybody the full 3.5. There's going to be some that are not. We have any way of not touching that full.
So we do our increases based on the anniversary date. So if somebody later in the year, if their anniversary date's later in the year, they could think for the first 2 months and really pick it up the next 6. And how do you anticipate somebody's going to get a 1 versus somebody's going to get a 2.5? That would be a little difficult, I think.
Is there a way to pull historical data and look at the merit percentages and average out and figure out we don't need the full 3.5 on average? We don't need the full 2.5 on average. It's 2.
We could pull that data, I'm sure.
I think there's a straight up unreasonable accusation that I'm trying to address here. You're gonna hand out 2.5% to everybody. And we know that's not true. We know that y'all done a very good job of holding employees accountable, correcting issues, rewarding good behavior. But do we need to fund, clearly there's an excess there. Is there a way to identify it well if we can do that? Or is it unreasonable to say, hey, no, we're not really sure how well we can predict it. We know there's an excess, but we can't necessarily predict it.
Budget based on people that are in positions now, but if you have turnover, that would change.
Jennifer, do you have a calculation? Just the gross payroll cost across the board for all city employees, and what a 3% bump versus a 3.5% bump means based on current salaries?
We factored in the 3.5. I don't have that number. I can get it for you.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful.
We factored in the 3.5%, just the 1%. That's, we can change something. We have to redo it.
Yeah, it would be helpful to me to understand what how big a number we're talking.
So 0.5% of all the salaries that's currently budgeted. So right now we've budgeted a 3.5% increase. 0.5% across all departments, all funds is about $50,000. So if we back this out from 3.5 down to 3 on just salaries, you have to factor in the FICA and retirement and all that, but you're talking 50-ish, maybe $60,000 by the time you factor in.
It's not a huge difference.
That's it.
Nope. So we're all good with bumping the positions.
I support.
Okay. And we're talking about the difference of 3 and 3.5. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Sam's at 3.
I'm good with 3.
Connie?
I mean, 50,000 is not really a lot of money to me.
Still have to decide which way.
Well,
And we're deciding what we're gonna budget.
yeah. I like 3.5, but I'd like to see it 3. I see a lot of stuff going on in the budget. So I think for me, 3 for now.
I'm at 3.5.
Alright, so let's stick with the 3.5 in the budget that it is today. We're gonna have a new person on Tuesday, and then we adopt this in August. So, and they're gonna get you more, all of us, some more information, some of the questions we asked.
Yeah, that works.
Golf.
Robert, take this? Yep. Yeah, no, we were talking about alternate revenue ideas and so on and so forth, and obviously the daylight savings is really place there. But one of the items that I would consider, golf is popular in the last 5 years. The golf course is doing amazing. They hit the revenue goal as of July 1st, and we're on pace to hopefully be $1 million over. That's our goal we're going for. One of the things that we were considering was kind of gonna get your guys' idea on exploring the potential for evening or night golf. It is starting to pop up in the industry. It's becoming very popular in our area. It's there's not that many courses doing it, so there's a market for it. Essentially, we just kind of wanted to see, what your guys' thoughts are on that. But it would basically use dark sky compliant LED lighting. The lighting of the driving range is not dark sky compliant, if you can tell. It's low budget, it's low bid, it was a quick ROI, and it hit it in the first year. That was our goal. This would obviously be absolutely zero light pollution was the goal. And they've installed this technology in some of the richer neighborhoods in the world. So they have to make sure they stick with the fence lines, and there's pictures and stuff. So, but the revenue based on this is if we were to hit, peak operations November through February where it gets dark in the early hours, it opens up the opportunity for people to go to work and still golf. So you're opening up tee times and things like that. And so some forecasts, estimated revenue to peak, $180,000, in your October, March, September, another $40,000. So your annual total of additional revenue, you're looking at potentially $250,000. Right now, there's a couple ways to fund this. You could go through a state contract, you can go through a competitive bid. Some of these companies on state contracts also work out agreements, revenue share agreements, where you don't have to take on the burden of the cost. You can just kind of give you some of the revenue. Kind of tread lightly on that one, but more of the story is there are options to finance these things. One of the things is, the lights come with a 25-year warranty. I have had experience with this warranty multiple times in my career. One pole was about $35,000, and I had 4 of them go out, covered all of them. Got a penny to the city, which is really cool. So good warranty there. But essentially, if you were to low cost on the expense side, we were to hit our conservative revenue, you could have a potential 5 to 7 year ROI on this. We were just kind of putting this out there. It isn't an extreme, it's not necessarily extreme, but it is a new operational lifestyle for our residents. So it's just something that I was like, what is your comfort level? We have been aggressively pursuing alternate revenue. We've been trying to make as much money as we possibly can strategically. It was the desire, council, lake to turn the golf course around and make a profit. So that's kind of
Driving range lights. Issues with some of the residents.
absolutely.
How'd that go? If we made adjustments from that, is this gonna redo some of that to reduce some of that pollution?
So with that being said, we can explore upgrading the driveway lights in addition to this project to keep the light pollution down. The handful of residents that had issues, we were able to work out the issues with them. It's been pretty quiet, regardless of the engine like to drive down Rio usually. But it's actually been pretty quiet. And yes, that ROI was hit 7 months. I mean, only tracked the revenue and made 0.5% that month. So it wasn't just range in general, it was sunset after sunset revenue covered the cost of the lights and set.
I will say that, and sitting on the golf course advisory committee, we've talked about, revenue sources, and Matt has explained some of the ideas and what he's trying to do to, like with the online reservation system and cancellation penalties, but really trying to make sure that every tee time that is available has, a foursome show up and golf. And at the same time, he's also said, and Wade, the superintendent over the grounds, has said, they are taking off, and I can't remember whether it's every other Tuesday, but they're closing the golf course completely. And the reason they're doing that is so they can do maintenance on it, and because they are having so many rounds of play. Because ultimately you get to a point with a golf course where it's great and we get more golfers on, and then you have so many, but if you added more, if you had a longer day or you have lights out, lights on, you're wearing the course out too much, basically, and you can't maintain it to the level that justifies the fee. And they've creeped the fees up a little bit. It's still very competitive. My thought is, this might be, if the slowdown in certain months might warrant not closing on the Tuesdays, but I would not be in favor of doing this. To me, it's, the golf course is doing great. It's after so many years of not, and it's doing well. But I just see it as something that it's not really worth pursuing, my own personal opinion, based on, dealing with the Matt and Wade.
And with that being said, I just want to put that 2 cents in there. Before I implemented any of this, I talked to Wade to make sure he could handle it. And it's Wade's job to task us with a cap if needed. Those maintenance Tuesdays are a blessing across the golf industry. Not every course gets them. Private country courses have country club Mondays. They all close on Mondays because they're private and they need to keep pristine conditions. But most of them get one a month. We get 2. We have backed off in previous years from the maintenance Tuesdays. We've gone to 1, we've gone to none. But essentially that gives you time to do some of their longer maintenance items, like top dressing the greens involves significant amount of trucks of sand coming in. So it's just like, that's gonna need a closure day, things like that. So typically with that being said, I just wanted to put that out there before I implement, hey, wait, we're about to throw in another 20,000 rounds. I ask his permission, essentially, make sure, hey, will this be feasible? Because the most important part of our golf course is the quality of our greens. And we are very blessed with Wade. Our greens have seen a tremendous improvement since 2019, 2018. We're actually getting pretty good compliments on that. So with that being said, there's some other things that we could explore to help the impact of the golf course and the usage. One of them you'll see is aggregates in the budget. Aggregates, we do not top dress our fairways, so they compact really hard. We don't deep tine them. So some of these budget items that you will see are to combat the excessive use. Another thing that we explore every 3 years when we redo our golf course, we consider lithium batteries every time. They're more expensive, but each cart is roughly 900 pounds lighter. We chose, Wade and I and Matt chose not to go with the lithium route this go around because the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. It's so much more expensive to purchase 82 carts of lithium versus acid batteries. So they chose to go with the acid batteries. So I just kind of want to put that in your radar that when we talk about this, we do have an idea of rounds that we can handle in our line before we start. We don't want to just, beat the course down. And there are some things we can do on the maintenance side to kind of help alleviate that compaction, whether it be lower walking rates or even walking only. We charge we have a group of 4 and they're not all related to each other and they want to use their own cart. They have to pay an additional fee. So there are things like that. We try to encourage cart sharing to reduce the number of carts on the golf course each time. So those are some of the things that we keep in mind. Like I said, this is one of the things that we talked about, but we did also run it through Wade to make sure that this is something we can be comfortable with if we were to something.
Those are every Tuesday, that's
Second, 4th Tuesday right now. Most courses do 1 a month. We do 2. We nominally were doing 60,000 rounds, but now that's kind of expanded across the board. There are some courses that are getting up in the 100,000 round range, doing okay. So that's just things that we were considering. It's really getting out now. it might get darker later, we're not sure, but now, I didn't, gotta think outside the box. Some of our best customers wake up at 3:45 in the morning.
Well, the other thing too,
They
right?
like to play golf at 6.
It's cooler.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea. I'm not a golfer at all, so like this is me just kind of defining about stuff I have no idea about. I like the idea. My biggest concern would be two things. One is I would want to make sure that wherever the money comes to fund this, let's say we use the general fund to do it, I think the golf course would need to pay general fund back. They would. Yeah. As long as it's paying for itself within the operations. My big thing was like, look, this is government. We're not in the golf business. I don't want it to cost the taxpayers money, but if it's self, sustaining and adding money to the budget, then I will be for it.
The golf course was ran as an enterprise fund, the expenses came out of the enterprise fund.
Yeah.
Now, we may move general
We might
fund
have
back
to
and forth. In this case, there's a possibility of actually the enterprise fund paying us, which is unheard of.
Yeah.
But if we do this, I would assume we wouldn't be pulling it right now because we would want to keep that money there because we don't have the 1.5. So we're looking at 1.5 million.
That would still be to get the transfer back to the general fund. This would be, still keep the transfer from general fund. If you guys are palatable, we would explore the feasibility, the design of this fiscal year.
Next year.
Unless we hit $1 million.
The other concern I would have is, and it seems like this would be maybe an easy fix, but if it's really late hours or whatever, we don't want a bunch of traffic late at night. Can we close off that entrance and everybody has to come from, the Jones Road entrance? That way we would
I don't think we go to like 11, it'd be like, or we'd set those hours earlier than that. But it's more getting to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in and out.
Austin, are we saying that if we decided to do this, the cost is 1.5, you're gonna do design study this fiscal year, but instead of borrowing from GF, you would actually build the money up and then go do it?
Yeah, this is kind of a longer term project, so if we wanted to do something, the phased approach would be to fund the design work in this fiscal year and then start to, or, sorry, fiscal 27.
The 1.5 billion, 7-year payoff, roughly 25-year life, with a warranty. For
Yeah,
20
we're
years.
at 45.
And you're gonna extend the hours. The course is saying it can take the load. What we want to do? Yes,
And essentially,
And that factors in too, the additional man hours for employees and all that stuff.
So with the range being lit, we do already staff the facility. So it would be mineral operation staffing. We have the clubhouse still staff, be a little calmer staffing in the evening because we don't have as much traffic. So, very nice.
Also want to remind people that we've got in year 4 and 5 coming up in the CIP, 4.6 million in year 4 and 4.6 million in year 5 for greens renovation. So, I mean, while we talk about, the golf course is doing well, and it's generating some revenues, I mean, those are
Real
huge
costs coming up.
expenses.
Yeah.
So my inclination is, I mean, again, we're gonna have to cut some things here and there. I would just rather not get into this right now. That's my personal opinion.
I understand the greens, but that's gonna happen. This is a discussion of, are we gonna make this investment in the business with this projected payoff that's gonna bring revenue later?
Which would, what year is that, what you were talking about, Simon?
It's year 4. It's in
This would also come with the decision. We discussed potentially pushing the greens renovation a year or 2 to fit the pay go on.
That would kind of be my thought, is are we not accounting for this, each year we set aside a certain portion of our maintenance? That way that once you get there, you have the money you need to do it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, our goal is to not take a transfer from the general fund and try to never look back. Is our goal. So with this in mind, yes, we were talking to Wade about, can we get a year or two out? The green renovation was a lot more pressing. We had a couple sand bunkers on the green. Now we have full coverage. We've expanded our greens, we have better drainage. We have made some improvements that have kind of prolonged the life a little more. So yes, our intention was to basically utilize reserves to fund these CIP projects and not the general fund.
Have an enterprise fund that actually stands on its own.
Yeah, it's our goal. We're hoping it sticks, you know, but like you said, we're priced competitively, we offer good products. And golf is also the most popular, so they don't see it going anywhere for a little while.
And y'all studies and projections are saying that your goals, the enterprise fund stands on its own. And even with this investment from that enterprise fund, you are on track, you're on track to not take a general fund investment.
For this year?
No, this is,
For the long term.
this is the
Oh,
long
yeah,
term. This is the next 7 years,
Yeah,
including the green renovation.
that's our goal for this.
So that,
Well, I mean,
Not
that,
just the goal.
but I mean,
Oh,
you're,
you're
you're
saying-
realizing 4.5 million in net revenue over 25 years, and the green fees are coming up in years 4 and 5. So you're not gonna have the money for the green fees renovation.
I think our reserves at, how much? Sorry? We have $1 million in reserve right now, we're gonna net $1 million this year, so we're gonna be sitting at $2 million hopefully October 1st, and then the green renovation getting pushed to 6 to 7 years. I'm hoping we can keep up with $750,000 net over 5 years. We're sitting right on it. The biggest issue with the green renovation that we're kind of worried about is you lose operation. You're not making revenue while you're renovating the green, so you have to be really creative. And that's also why we're trying to consider, prolonging the life. Instead of buying a, new car, can we do a couple larger, maintenance renovations on these to stretch the green?
so split that out.
Yes,
So
we would
you're-
definitely phase it. We might build some new greens while keeping the old greens in operation so that we don't lose the operation of the course. You have to, most private courses close for new greens and everyone comes back happy, but a public course like ours can't afford to close for a whole year. So we have to build a green in front of another one or next to another one while keeping it as much as we could.
So I'd be more comfortable with, to the extent that you're advocating this, going with the lights.
Yeah.
I'd be more comfortable in seeing this is our plan. Here's how we're gonna go forward. Here's how installing these lights, making this investment of $1 million to $1.5 million is actually going to help us offset the CIP expense of 4.6 over years 4 and 5 by this is what the golf course fund is going to generate, and we're approaching the greens renewals
Yeah.
in a phased approach.
And it might be more palatable to let us have another year, like we did last year, this year, one more year. A lot different when you have this conversation if you have 2.75 in reserves already, so
How much is the fund design we're gonna be putting into this budget?
Oh, the design work, minimal. It's just electric engineering, and typically, they do it very, very affordable because they want to sell the product. When they did the driver's license, they did it for free. So the design work would be less than 10%.
Okay, so then we're asking for $150,000 in this year's budget to design a project. How long is that design gonna work if we decided not to do it for 2028?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Because we're saying that it sounds like in theory, the project makes sense.
Yeah.
But our, all agreed concern is, we wanna know that the enterprise fund is actually gonna be.
Same.
And is it gonna, it shows that progress, but we wanna see the map. And so, I'm more willing to go with the design work,
And then grind.
but I think I'm putting a lot of trust in you and that you're saying it's actually gonna be, doable. Because if not, then we say, no, we're not gonna do the design work and we wait for all those numbers.
I'd rather you go back to the vendor and say, do the design work on the wish that you're gonna get the job.
Yeah, and they're really good at it typically. I'll ask and get a little more intel, and kind of keep it close to the vest.
Just incentivize them to give us as much free work product to persuade us to buy their product without it all coming out of our pocket in case we're not in a position or make a decision not to pursue it.
We like the presentation. We're not gonna put money towards it right now. We'd like you to continue looking at it. We really want to see the enterprise fund stand on its own. That's fair?
I think that's
All right, so moving on. That ends the budget the memo, and now we move into the fund document, right? I do. Thank you very much for the reminder. Thank you for all the offers to refill my water. 1:32, we are going to reconvene at 1:43.
Yeah.
In a very similar position of last year's budget meeting. And we're significantly behind. We're going to start moving through each department, and then probably have a discussion at the end. The menus in front of you, just remind everybody, this is Tuesday. Please make your selection with that set out for Tuesday. Let's get started with the general fund. And we are not going to be able to move through this line by line like we usually do. So we're gonna start off, we're gonna go department by department. Austin, you wanna continue to lead this, move counts through?
We'll just kind of, general fund, we've got the page 22, the breakdown of, where the general fund revenues come from. Sales tax, we're expecting to be up $838,000, largely with CMEX. Property tax, we have $517,000 increase, 273. We'll get the final numbers next Friday. Ambulance service fee, slightly reflecting the projection, mention costs, as well. All these numbers are up based on the reflected increases we've seen, projections we've had. There's some things that are down. Full revenue is up to just tonight. Line are down based on the correct accounting now. Plan review is also reflecting downward based on the projections. But overall, we are proposing a revenue budget as of this writing of about $18.8 million.
I'm sorry, what was the 18.8?
That's the total budget.
Total revenues.
Total revenue.
And mind you, that is only the general fund revenue. Right? No, that's not,
I think well, in my mind, I think the biggest thing we have to get over in terms of the hurdle is, before we move on, is the proposal of rate increase on property taxes. That's not something I'm willing to vote for. I don't think something will be either. I don't know if there's enough votes on council. If there are, we can move forward, but that's kind of where I'm at. I would not have voted for to increase it. I'm okay keeping it where it's at, the rate where it's at, but I wouldn't vote to increase it.
so today in our discussion so far, we've added about $500,000, right? $500,000 in expenses that are not in the budget. And so the budget already called for a small tax increase. So as we go through this, council is going to have to start making some notes and considering what you plan on cutting. Because if we're going to not raise the revenue, not raise the tax rate, then we have to figure out where we're going to cut. That can be a direction for staff, or if we're not going to raise the rates, and find out what you're going to cut, or council can make recommendations on what they're going to do.
Well, having gone through this process once, I'm perfectly comfortable saying adjust the budget so that the rate doesn't increase. And I know that you're doing the M&O and the other calculations on the long spreadsheets in advance, and it's difficult to work backwards. But from a practical standpoint, even with everything that we're talking about, things that we are in agreement, we need to spend money. I'm just unwilling to see the tax rate increase. And as I've said before, I think that the respective department heads in Austin are in the best position to say specifically, I can cut here, I can cut there. And I'm willing to provide any additional guidance to the extent I can, but I do want to see the tax rate remain flat.
As we, I'm not sure that the conversation is going to be productive today because we have a new council member coming on Tuesday. And I know how I would vote, but we don't know how they're going to vote. And we can pass it all back to Austin department heads. Same time, just one example. But it was the very contentious one. Their recommendation was to drop from minimum staffing of 5, and we decided to go against that. And so let's move through these departments and then have this conversation at the end after we've got a little bit of the remaining budget in our department. Yes. So those are the revenues. There's not much we're going to change there. Everybody pretty much agrees. Is good with their projections, right? Department 11 Administrative Services, highlights or things that you thought about.
So for this one, once again, we've got the salary, health insurance, that are big things. Like I said before, citywide, we got to increase by about $30,000 for health insurance. The election expense is down, unless we call a November election, we would have to increase that line item as well.
Yes. It would also require a budget amendment in the current budget because there'll be a lot of things will be paid before October 1.
Department 12.
Department 12 is legal, other services. This is where we see transfers, incentives. The biggest piece here, obviously, is the transfer of capital improvements. That's up by 6.3, the one-time contribution to the city campus project. Grant incentives are up based upon the Southwest Developer LLC created property insurance. We're modifying these ones. The MLRP re-rate reflects a increase, but we've also broken this down for the first time now across the fund a little bit better based on what we're actually having insured. So you'll see the decrease in the general fund, utility, golf, and the districts are up because of it's those properties, those buildings, those vehicles that are the bigger costs. So we took all of the insured things and divided that up by the total cost. And we'll have to add consulting services, increase there, to pay for the staffing analysis of the chemical population.
Any questions on legal third? Information technology.
IT, obviously, we talked about this one too. The biggest thing in this one is technology use it be up about 31,000. AI is a good and bad thing, I suppose. Salaries up with 3.5% software maintenance. We expect $10,000 increase just on the vendor-driven licensing. We do audit our licenses every year, making sure that we're not just having old software out there that's not being used. We want to make sure that if something's not being used or being underutilized, we get rid of it, so we're not paying for it. So we do that on an annual basis as well.
What's y'all's opinion on, we're doing 4-year replacement for desktops for 6, or for end user, 6 years for switches, this other thing. What's the kickback on pushing that
4 years into laptops, you're running the flow. I know my own Peter, 4 years ago, was a long time. Maybe I just love Excel a little bit too much and Excel can't keep up. But getting quicker than 4 years, I think, would be good
For desktop,
for a laptop.
we don't have desktop.
No, we went away from those. Price difference wasn't massive, and then for remote work during the COVID era.
What sort of consequence would that be if you, just across the board, if you said we're gonna do replacement at 4 years instead of 3, quantify that,
You're at, yeah, we're at 4 to 5. The question's the same, if I add a year.
if we add a year?
I mean, you would save some. I would say that the money you save, because you're gonna have to pay for an extra year, like they all come standard with kind of a 4-year maintenance. You have to add an extra year of maintenance to where you get the device covered. And then that's gonna run about $100 and something. So the amount you save in amortization is gonna come close to about that.
My apologies that you're first. We're probably gonna have to do this with everybody, but, what if you didn't add that maintenance year? And you buy a product, do a 5-year life cycle, but you're only warranting for 4, and you keep a larger reserve for things that go wrong. Because the majority are gonna last that. So you have some devices that are not covered by warranty, and you've got reserves that are there.
I have not priced what it is to get Lenovo. Like right now, we buy pretty much primarily Lenovo, and we have next day business, so that we'll have a tech on site. If Steve's laptop breaks and we figured out it's a hardware issue, the tech will be out here tomorrow, Monday, and replace the part. No expense to us. That was default defective. Once we change that, you're looking at a couple $100 for a motherboard and different components like that if they're replacing for free right now. And then I don't know like how much you pay extra for that next day service for them to come out to replace that motherboard. I have not priced that because we've not used it.
Fair, I do the same thing. What we do for that next day.
And then I wouldn't be comfortable doing that for the bigger price items like that, which is, like right now, those are on a longer life cycle because of the cost. And like switches and routers are 6 years. Our batteries, we do for 8 years, stuff like that. We just replaced our servers, and that was a significant cost. And those were on a 4-year plan. I switched that to 5 just to get an extra year out of those. So that cost that. But even with that, by the time you're getting to year 4 and 5, you're running into space issues. The applications and Windows servers and all those things have increased in their resource usage so much that you're seeing diminishing returns on the hardware that you have. The upgrade is usually needed by the time you get to
that. So what is the expense in the upcoming fiscal year for machines that are being replaced?
just what we're purchasing next year, or what is all the money being amortized?
No, the actual expense of what is being purchased next year. and I'm sorry, because I don't know how you have this divided, but
Yeah. I've got
that
the
latter
breakdown.
category that you said, like servers and things that, not the little fundamental laptops, but that latter stuff, excluding that, not trying to lengthen the life cycle on that, but just the laptop replacements that you were going to buy next year, ballpark, what do you think that would be?
Give me a second.
Mhm.
Okay, so for this fiscal year, all we're doing is replacing end user devices. It's 130 grand that we're spending.
130 grand? And how many units is that ballpark?
$45 or $50.
And in your opinion, and I know that you answer to, what the requests are from the city, hey, this person needs a laptop, this person, but there's obviously different levels of usage, right? You have someone like Austin probably who lives on his laptop and, or Courtney, same sort of thing. And then you may have others who, because of their other job responsibilities, they only use it periodically. Does that come into play as you make the
I usually have
decision?
about 3 tiers of devices for both laptops and desktops that I purchase based on use case.
Okay. I mean, my inclination would be, James, a little bit along the lines of what you said, that, we avoid that expense and try to get another year of life out of them, knowing that there's some expense associated with, there may be a repair expense or whatever, but
It is an area where we can do some savings.
and it might be to that last question I said where, who are your higher usage versus lower usage? It might be that, hey, these are lower usage, they can either be repurposed to someone else and or, oh, we definitely, these half a dozen higher usage ones, we definitely need to replace. And I would leave that up to your decision, but to the extent that we can squeeze some money there.
So the other thing I want to give opportunity, I know there's ways to save money too, and I'm sure you're looking at ways to save money. And I talked to Austin, like I did an agreement with UT Austin and got some free services from them. But I think y'all are already getting some free services. Can you talk about ways that you have found to save money and get some of those services?
Well, I mean, there's lots of free stuff you can get through the cybersecurity infrastructure security agency. They do all kinds of tests and evaluations, and they'll scan to make sure you're secure and all that sort of thing. That's free. And there's some of our resellers provide free services and evaluations, and we take advantage of those whenever we can.
Not everything is coming to us at cost. You're able to,
Correct.
You are looking for ways to cut those. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have questions I see? Okay. 14, purchase.
This is, our, where it basically comes like postage, that type of thing.
No, there is quite a difference between year-to-date and budget. that expected to close, or is that?
Supplies, it's quarterly lease payments for the postage machine, the biggest one there. And then maintenance and operations is postage items as well, so.
This is year-to-date numbers. Is this more than 50? Or is there a chance, so there's a chance that
Actually, I built in an increase based on fiscal emphasis, and postage is increasing.
accounting or business?
So this is our financial service, accounting services department, permit fees were going up a little bit, there's like banking service fees.
Yes. So previously, we were not expensing our banking fees that we should have paid. Resulting in through a liability account, that's all been cleaned up. It's about $14,000 a year. Which we recognize at the discount.
The audits and contracts, that's the next one is that the audit that.
I'm trying to make this fun. Y'all approved the contract that we've had. This reflects the increase. The total engagement is around 62,000 on our single audit. I did increase the allocation to utility funds, so that was about 53,000 in the contract. So overall, it's about $8,700 increase.
You increase the amount of money you pull from the utility fund to pay back.
Yeah, proportional.
Anybody have questions on accounting?
What is the sundry expense?
That is the banking fees.
Oh, that's the 14,000 referenced in the, okay. And so that wasn't, explain that to me once more.
So in prior years, it was run through the credit card fee account, and we cleaned all that up at the end of last year. And much of it got expensed last year. Accounting for it correctly now, and charging it against our budget. Year to date through June, we paid $12,661. Yeah.
And what?
See the $54,000 expense there, and 24.5 that was also prior year charges that had to get it.
Okay.
They got that.
There any, your budget seems pretty cut and dry. Is there, I mean, there's no life cycle to push out. Is there any efficiencies or?
Honestly, there's not a lot in our budget. There's only 3 of us. We have pretty minimal office supplies. Allow each staff person 1 third of the year. We do take a coffee for City Hall out of this budget. They're
Occasionally my coffee.
occasionally your coffee. Yes. We did reduce in some areas, in communications, line items did cut that. We just historically weren't spending what was budgeted. And I did shift that around a couple of other places. But really just, I mean, when you have, $22,000 increases for half. I shifted around where I could.
Any further questions of accounting? Part of 16 customer service.
This is the customer service area up front. This budget includes the appraisal district, which we received our allocation from HCAD. It's $101,735. So we had only budgeted $84,240 this year. So that was a 20% increase from what we budgeted. Under budgeted this year. The allocation is actually about $90,000. So we're going to end up paying this year.
We also pay for the tax office services, for tax billing and collection. And they have notified us that they are changing the way that they bill those services, going forward. So, it's cost per penny bill up, from $7,000 to $11,000. They're billing on the, $1.35 per month for the course 6,000 was that per $100. So it's based on
All of these strikes are pretty non-negotiable,
we don't have to-
absolutely efficiency and worth it, not so,
we couldn't collect taxes. We
no.
couldn't collect
We'll move on from this, I don't, nothing else to do there, municipal court.
So the main thing in municipal court, our court administrator and two, court clerks, we have, this is the first place in publicity noted the credit card convenience fees. While there's not any funding built in here, we are having to absorb, so far, about $30,000 worth of credit card fees that are not being passed on to the customers. We have renegotiated with the professor who is service where we in the process of those accounts currently. So we will have to add to our budget for next year, but we will have to the process with the so that's anything there. The other recommendation is looking at the judges and prosecutors. Their rates that we pay them have changed in about a year. We're proposing to increase the per docket pay for the presiding judge to $425 per docket and assistant judges to $375. Then paying them $300 per docket.
Where did those numbers come from?
In looking at the, they're here for 3 to 4 hours per docket, rates and changed in 10 years. We also pay them $100 per trip for jail arrangements, for jail arrangements. I ran an analysis based on the number of dockets that have been scheduled over the last year. And we actually, for the judges, it's very little, $1,000 line item. On the prosecutors, we're recommending a $25 increase per docket, and $5,000 there. We did add additional prosecutors, so we now have 2 prosecutors on each docket, and that has helped to streamline our dockets. So that we have added the cost on that one last couple of years. But it, yeah, great more efficient.
Thought they were pushing the credit card fees over to the person that should pay them. And you,
And actually, for the court, it's going to be limiting the decrease, because they're currently 85%. And it's still not public. Very frustrating, but it's thinking this.
Is there, I mean, this could be, like, a lot of people offer like payments through like Zelle and stuff, but usually there's less fees or nothing associated with stuff like that.
We're currently not set up to do that, but we will be able to say PayPal.
But I think there's still fees associated with PayPal.
I'm not sure. But we're not set up to do something. There's a lot of businesses abroad.
Jennifer, can I ask a kind of a general global question which goes to these 2 departments? And that is, from a revenue standpoint, the revenue associated with the municipal court and I guess customer service, to the extent that customer service is involved in municipal court, that revenue under the budget is 790,000?
That's the fine revenue, yes.
Okay, and when it says fines, are there any other fines besides basically traffic fines in there?
That's primarily what we see.
Okay, the vast majority anyway. Okay, and then, you know, just as a standalone proposition, the expense of having municipal court and collecting, et cetera, is 409 under the municipal court, correct? And then how much of the customer service? None of it?
That's all associated with utilities.
Okay, so in rough numbers, by operating, giving tickets, not excluding the police department's expense in that part of the process, that is generating roughly about 300,000 annually under the budget? Okay, just trying to understand.
So the primary purpose of that is administration of justice, not revenue collection. Under state law, we want to enforce our laws and our ordinances. Have that provision.
We're modestly covering our costs.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is also in Fund 12, there's a consolidated court fees where we have our local court costs that are administered on top of the funds. So we also do collect the fines, state court costs, and then our local court costs, and those are restricted that we use for court technology, court building security, and youth conversion. Those are accounted for in a separate fund.
And all of those items, the revenues, the actual amount for a citation, and the court costs, et cetera, those are all set by state mandates, and you can charge this but not that for.
State law gives us a range, but the fines are actually set by Judge Nancy. So she has been going through and reviewing those and actually changing some of the amounts of some of the fines that we charge for the judges and
I'm sorry.
Those are at the judge's discretion.
Oh, at the judge's discretion. Okay, but as a city, have we maximized?
That's what she's looking at now.
Okay.
I don't know that the maximum, it's different for each offense.
Right.
So she's got to go in and establish the fund that.
I'm not sure that the two of y'all know, Judge Chancey, our municipal court judge, is widely considered one of the best municipal judges in the county. And she is the person the county uses to teach JPs how to be judges, and to teach other municipal judges how to be. And she's the one that runs it.
He also was very involved in the court education center, and educating court clerks, court administrators on how to run court. We're very fortunate.
Anything further on the court?
This quick question, I don't know if there's even flexibility here, but to what extent is, because you always hear you go to court and usually there's court fees, et cetera. Is there any flexibility on what those are charged and how much of that stuff is in other words, that's not.
By state law. Right, and we don't get to keep those other than the local.
And with the departure of the clerk earlier in the year, and then are we now, you backfilled those positions?
Yes.
And we're staffed up with credentialed people and we're all back to normal and everything's good?
Our newest clerk is away this week to make the lead clerks conference. First step to achieve her level 1 certification. So yes, we're back to being full staff.
Police department, 21.
Council, fiscal year 2027, police and kind of combined police and communication together. That's okay, y'all. Police communication proposal, reserving staffing, response capacity, training, technology, criminal equipment laws, correcting overtime budgets that were material below actual operational experience. Police and dispatch together total $7.37 million, approximately 34,500 below the fiscal year 2026, in the month. Because the overtime patrol district projects are rolling off, the overtime increase is paired with a new policy requiring advanced authorization on practical, meaningful narratives, grant funding coding, supervisor certification, quarterly audits, and separate tracking, to track that core overtime, just that covers that DEA holiday work and shift differential. One of the biggest things that we noticed this last year within our budget, for the police department was our overtime. So I did an analysis of it, started looking at it, and we implemented a new policy this past month after looking at it from a standpoint of just making sure we can track it to the best of our ability and know exactly what, rather than it just being a case number associated with what it was it a transport downtown, or was it a late arrest or something like that. So, those are pretty much our biggest hurdles this next year looking forward. But outside of that, our category A offenses are down about 20% year to date right now. Last year we had a reduction of 18%. Our traffic stops are on pace for another 5% increase in conjunction with a 100% increase from last year. So we're still working. A lot of it has to do with just doing more with less than we have. Our biggest hurdles that we face is our civilian staff. So that civilian staff, to help burden some of that workload on them, our officers are required to do a little bit more with case preparation, put their cases together, get everything. So it's pretty much tied up in the flow by the time it gets to records be sent off. So that some of those things take a little bit longer for our officers to do. And so we generated, so far year to date this year, it's January, we generated 353 case reports for 234 arrests. So compare that with just two civilian employees working that, it takes up a little bit of time. We have these officers to prepare everything to the civilian staff and read that. Also, we created a swing shift now, so we've got 4 shifts, 4 officers on each, 3 officers and a supervisor on each shift, and I created a swing shift that operates during the evening times on the most critical days of the week that we have the most high call volume to kind of leverage that 5-man minimum. But our staffing is 3, it's always been 3. And so some of the one-time purchases that we're looking at this year are a security fence around the complex, and then we talked about ballistic shields because of House Bill 33, state bill that came out. After the city manager and I spoke about it, we do currently meet those parameters right now with having the 2 shields in our possession, so we meet the mandate, and then also our officers getting some vest replacements. The other thing is that I just kind of want to highlight and note that obviously we can't budget for this as of this moment right now because we can't plan our budget with it. I do have projections of what we're looking at from a return on investment for the 2 officers that we have that are assigned to the DEA right now. And so since they've been open there, the projection right now, we're looking at about $1,026,000 in revenue that will come back to us and asset forfeitures, and we'll be able to use at a later date when it gets important. So we're going to hold off on some of our vehicle replacements this year and utilize some of that funding when it comes in to do vehicle replacements out of that. And so there's certain laws and rules that require us to only be able to use that funding for certain things. Vehicles would be one of those. And so, and then some of the other equipment as time goes on, maybe the ballistic shield and stuff like that. So, but right now we're trying to operate as flat as we can and utilize some of that asset forfeiture, whatever it is.
So the asset forfeiture, that's in conjunction with the DEA operations when they make a seizure. Ultimately, after it goes through the process, it's just like the funds you use to redo the police department, the evidence room into communications.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right. So there's certain things, construction's not really one of those things. So that funding that we received on that was a little bit different. It fell in our different category. Most of this money will be for equipment purchases and things like that. Only treasury funds that are seized through a treasury entity, something, and it just depends on how it falls in the federal realm whenever it is seized.
Mm-hmm.
Most of our narcotic seizures that we've received funding off of wouldn't be able to be used for any kind of construction, but it would be able to be used for equipment and capital improvement replacement items, if that makes sense.
And what's the time frame
So
between a seizure and when the funds actually become available?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it goes through a couple of different phases on the federal side. So the first thing it's got to go through is the vetting process. be pending forfeiture. Once it's seen as pending forfeiture, then it's an awarded amount based on how much time we put into the case, how much effort our guys had involved in it, and things like that. Then after it gets to that point, then it goes through another process, and then it becomes awaiting final decision. Typically, you're looking at about 24 to 36 months from the time that the seizure is first takes place. And this doesn't include some of the stuff that just happened this last week. Highlight some of the great work these guys are doing. Just on one day alone, they got another $600,000. And so that's going to be, it's going to be a residual thing over time. It's just going to take a little bit of time for it to start to come in. Once it does come in, there are laws and regulations. And if I'm speaking too fast, I'm sorry. I'm just trying
No, you're, that's great.
But there's certain timeframes. So it's kind of like if you don't use it within a 36-month period, 48-month period, then it'll start to fall off. So the goal is for it to be residual. So where it's just, we don't know when it hits, but as it hits, it will just continue to kind of fund off of it, as it comes in. So you know, the goal is obviously to combat crime, and the benefit to us having those resources over there is not just this alone, it's also that force multiplier at the end of the day. Look at what happened on the Lozier. We wouldn't have been able to be successful and handle that situation on the Lozier without those federal partners that we had at the tip of our hand in a moment's notice. And so it really is a force multiplier at the end of the day from a staffing standpoint. I can tell you this, anytime I call Lieutenant Holly, hey, we need an operation on this, we got this going on, we need some help, he usually shows up with 5 or 6 other DEA agents ready to help us out with whatever. So, and also within the CID side of things, when they file a case, when we have a good felony case, and then they're working on it, they'll utilize those guys, and they'll go out and hunt our bad guys and find our criminals that are once we get warrants associated with them. So it's a trade-off at the end of the day. So it's been a great partnership.
Have access to additional intelligence tools.
Absolutely.
Explain how how is it that we loan, so these are our employees, our officers, and we loan them, are they handling their duties and also working with the DEA, or how does that work?
So Lieutenant Hawley, he kind of wears 2 hats. He is a lieutenant, so he oversees all the operations of CID on a daily basis. So based on sergeant that they report to on a face-to-face, frontline supervisor, like when there's other things that are going on, or if they need guidance, direction, something that at a higher level, or if they need another assistance on something, he's there to help out with that as well. And so, and then the other one is an officer rank, and he's pretty much his primary duties are over there. But if we need to bring him back at any time we can, we still have access to them. They still go through a full-blown process, just like a federal agent would. They get sworn in as a federal agent. There's a background, there's a security clearance, so they have federal credentials. And so they have law enforcement powers throughout the entire United States, and then if they're working on something, it even expands beyond the United States to other countries. And so some of the asset pool stuff comes from cases that intertwine outside of the United States. But Bitcoin's a big thing right now, and so they're doing a lot of Bitcoins, and we're working on a case. Can't really talk about it too much right now, but there could be a really good benefit coming out of it. A lot bigger than that we just discussed.
A buddy of mine used to do this, and he worked in numerous cases where they seized numerous airplanes. Interesting.
So just kind of from a management standpoint, one of the things that I did see was the overtime. But got to look at it, break it down, doing as little as we can with as limited resources that we need. Sometimes that overtime just kind of crunches in. There are some limitations. I listened to staff and he told me about how long it takes when they go down to JPC, which is the juvenile or the Justice Processing Center downtown. So one night I let me take me down there and show me. Let me see it firsthand. It was I can tell you that it took a very long time. I made some calls and we ended up getting a little bit of the guys that I'd gone to work with that I met that work for Harris County that are higher rated officers over there now. They're allowing us now to take our folks to the Lakeview Drive and the other outliners for some other potential booking. So that's kind of helped alleviate some of that, but they have limited hours, so they put a lot of the box. So there's still limitations there, but we're trying to find just different solutions where we can.
so that we're not having to, obviously break the bank and ask for more officers.
I don't recall, did they give you access to the OMS pre-booking system?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that, I've spoken with those folks, multiple occasions, and so a lot of it has to do with their IT. Their IT will not open up the gates outside of their own devices.
We can fix that.
We can't,
That's something I think you're gonna be able to.
yeah, that's one of the biggest hurdles right now is just some of the duplicity of the work that they have to do because they have to do all the booking stuff. The new CAD RMS system that we just went through that we're in the process of building right now will speed up some of the processes they have to do from their agencies. So not gonna have to do redundancy. You can actually feed it straight in. So it's kind of a one-time entry thing. But those small things will help speed some of this stuff up. And then just in the dispatch, as far as the overtime goes in that realm, you know, we've been fortunate enough as a department, family over there to welcome in some new family members of babies and things like that. So, you know, when, those things happen, it creates long vacancies while, people are on maternity leave. So, we're just kind of backfilling in those areas. Looking at adding a, part-time position. It's kind of always been in the budget. We're working on hiring a part-timer right now, and then also filling one vacancy that will come up, this 2 weeks.
How much of this police department overtime is not DEA related?
Yeah, so there's about, so that makes me point that out. So one of the things that, the DEA does do is they do reimburse, some of the CFOs, the task force officers, overtime, that's about $60,000, $30,000, officers, we get about $16,000 in their overtime back.
How much of this, we're adding 88,000, we're going to 150,000. Of that 150, how much of it is patrol related that's not, or how much of it is PD related, not DEA?
Jim, can you kind of help me out with that just a little bit? I know that you had to put some of that stuff together to get it separated into different areas.
While she looks that up, I think you said you got 5 on duty and your minimum staffing's 3, is that the number you were saying?
Correct. Well, we have 4 on duty, and then there's a swing. And the minimum is 3. The minimum's been 3 since probably when you were police officer, James.
It was, yes, it was 3 when I was here, and the call volume was way low.
Absolutely.
We had to find things to do.
I don't know that that's necessarily the case anymore. I think that they find things to do, and I know that they're not just driving for dollars. I can holistically say that they're out there. The crime stats show that you do a comparison of the crime rate inside of Jersey Village, and you do a 3-mile circle outside of Jersey Village, you will see a huge difference in the crime that happens a stone's throw away in comparison to right here.
Well, you can see it in your 100% increase last year in citations. You can see it
Traffic stops.
in traffic stops. Right. You see it in the traffic stop counts, and you can see it in the certain businesses that have complained that we're being too proactive on their property and we're artificially inflating their calls for service because we're doing such a good job of keeping crime out of their business. So we're doing the DEA thing. Well, she continues to look it up. The DEA thing obviously looks like it took a long time to start to see the return on investment. But same question I asked IT. What are there other areas that you're increasing efficiency, taking advantage of free offerings, or other investments that we need to consider that are going to bring that same level of return?
To answer your question, I mean, I'm not sure that, obviously we're, you know, at the end of the day, I do understand that the police department it's a huge expense for any city. But you gotta look at it from the standpoint of look at return on your investment, and the reason Councilman Hughes' point earlier, it's a factor of living here. People want to feel safe, and there's 2 different ways of looking at it. You can actually look at true crime data, and you can also look at the fear of crime. And I can promise you that, for the most part, most people have 0 fear of crime that live here.
And so we handle things like the homeless population and some of that other kind of stuff. We actually take the time to help those people relocate to other areas of Houston that have shelters. And that's a fear of crime kind of thing. So, I think but also just, there's a different levels of service also at the end of the day where if your home gets broken into in Jersey Village, it's treated like homicide. Because our detectives show up, we fingerprint, we canvass, we do surveillance cam, we go the whole 9 yards, we're gonna try to find that crook. I don't know if you're getting that same level of service in other areas in this, Pierce County.
No, a car flipped over on my street. And after it finished, I walked outside and had a conversation with the CID detective who came from his house because he had the exact same thought that I had of, it's not a wreck, it's not unrelated to the drug house. This is something related to the drug house. And that CID detective proactively heard the call after hours, jumped out, came out, did his job that you will not find anywhere else. The CID only has, you got to call them, come out, get them from out there. You're not going to find that anywhere.
And just that that house in particular on the Lowe's that we had the operation, I know there was a lot of things that came about as to why did it take us so long, how did you not know it? That's not the case. We've dealt with that house multiple times and made arrests on the state side, trying to handle it, to get it, the problem solved. I personally had met with him multiple times to try to get him, even just the rehabilitation help that he needed to better his life. And then finally, we got to a point where it was like, we needed to become a little bit, we needed to get the federal side of the charges involved so we could actually get good hard charges to stick and make a huge difference. And it's been cleaned up since.
It was very clear that y'all exercised an extreme amount of humanity in your response to it. And did a very good job correcting the issue, but trying to get him the help he needed. Did you get that?
So, we get, for vehicle, we ran both versions, 21,600, for overtime, it's about 43,481. So that is gonna have to be, I have just kind of back on some reimbursements, so about 43,000.
So they're non-VA, the police department's operational overtime is somewhere around 110, 107.
In the general fund, there is a portion that is also extended budget.
Oh yeah, this is general. This is half.
Yeah, so about 53% of the full district. Now that the DEA overtime is not in there.
Any other questions, Steve?
Is the dispatch unit, has that moved back to the police department yet? Is that opened yet?
Yes, it is. It actually opened this week. It's beautiful space. It's going to be very efficient.
You covered communications in your conversations. Anybody have specific questions about communications?
So does communications, I'm sorry, is this, my question is, does this communications budget cover both the portion of the police in your department as well as the expense that, no, they're separate?
Yes, sir.
This is solely,
Our fire department is on the consulting fees
okay,
in the fire department budget.
okay. So this is solely for the police department?
One of the things, the dispatchers came over, there used to be 8 dispatchers and 1 dispatch supervisor. We evaluated it, trying to kind of understand the whole dispatch realm and working through that whole piece of having a dispatch supervisor. And so the dispatch supervisor that was selected at the time left Jersey Village. And we evaluated it to see if it could be managed by a sworn personnel. And so it works out pretty well from a management side of things. And so we dissolved that communications civilian supervisor position. They fall under the umbrella of the administrative lieutenant now. So we cut a position as a result.
Fantastic thing to highlight.
So, but, I mean, just from a conceptual standpoint, it's you're talking to residents, well, what's the, why why are my taxes so much, et cetera. I mean, it's accurate to say, well, our police department is costing us approximately 6.019 million. And oh, by the way, having a police department, we also need a dispatch center exclusive to the police department, separate from what the fire department uses, and that's costing us 1.1 million. So realistically, having police services, the quality that we have in our community, is a $7.1 million proposition.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And, this is, ask from a question here, because I don't know much about police departments. Do you guys have the same issue in mutual aid agreement? In other words, if you're short on stuff, do you have to call outside for like a constable or anything? How does that work?
Yeah, it's totally different. I mean, we call for assistance, as hundreds of our buddies that are needing us are coming and that are working. I mean, it's a different entity. And the beautiful thing about our city is that we have, DPS and Region 2 headquarters right directly inside of, our city limits. And so we built a really good partnership with them as well. And then just the outside agencies with, Precinct 5 and 4, and then also Harris County District 5. Us being a people training service provider, here, they get to meet a lot of the officers that come through to take classes, and it's kind of become a secondary home for a lot of them, which I entice it, right? I want more cops in the city, right? They need to use the restroom, use the restroom. If you need to use the in-touch room, or if you need to use the ABIS machine, by all means, come to use our stuff, because it's, at the end of the day, when we need them the most, there's an active shooter or something crazy going on, we need to shut down a city. We've got resources now.
Yeah, and I would say too, I don't think we talked about this meeting before, is the thing that really stuck out to me about, you talked about the 100% increase in traffic stops. That doesn't necessarily translate into revenue. It's not about the revenue, it's more about the crime prevention side of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the crime plan that we put together was be seen, be visible, be active. Let's see if we can reduce crime. So we kind of set out with a mission of 5% decrease in property crimes, mainly motor vehicle thefts and murder of motor vehicles. Crimes of opportunity is what we saw a big increase in 2024. And so I said, let's try to get a 5%. They actually hit an 18% that year. And right now we're still on pace this year to drop it even lower. And so it's just a testament to these guys that get out there and work every single day for the community and being seen and being active. So
appreciate that.
Our response times are still pretty low. And then from a staffing model, ICMA, International City Managers Association, they recommend that your discretionary time for your police officers would be at about 40%, and we operate a little bit closer to a 60% model. And so, which is even better for us, because that gives us faster response time and things like that. So, even though that's the case, and that's usually when we're at that 5-person mark, right? And that's what we try to optimize for. But when we're at 3, and I would highly recommend us never dropping below 3. It's pretty tough to do anything of a high stakes or high critical situation. Even a felony traffic stop, usually even 3 is about the minimum.
One of the differences there, when we talk, their department, there's actually a contract. There is no actual contract in the police departments. It's just the way things have always operated, but it has worked extremely well. One of the things is y'all ask for assistance, or we go out of the city. It's normally a very short, it's a one instance, very short. There's not a lot of cost risk. That can be very costly, right? And so there's not actually any kind of agreement.
Can I clarify something?
Yes.
This is true. So the total budget in this proposed budget is 111. And the total cost of police and dispatch alone is 7.
6.9.
6.9. With the dispatch?
Yes.
This is. So it says the total fiscal year 2027 investment in police and dispatch services is
7.1.
7.1. Okay. I'm just, I don't know.
So on page 39,
it says that the general fund budget is 2.8 for police, communications is 1.1, the crime control prevention contribution is 3.1, bringing the total fiscal year 2027 to police and dispatch is $7.1 million. The crime control prevention covers 53% of that fund.
Right, so I just wanna make sure.
That's 7.1 accurate.
It's the last paragraph.
So they're gonna look at those numbers, so we can do this. So while there's no, contract, there's absolutely zero hesitation and cops will just jump to go help and the district-wide assist gets you people from unbelievable places. It's also not only, now it's not on the radio, it's text messages. I went to an event at, I think it's Klein High School, and we had cops from Huntsville and Galveston who were driving down 45 and their group text message told them there was an incident statement. You get flooded. Chief, or BITS, there's an interlocal agreement with all the Harris County Fire Departments, and all of that assistance comes to you at no charge for the first 24 hours.
12.
It's 12.
After 12 hours, then they start charging.
And they have the option to charge, which now the argument is you send a bill no matter what, whether you intend to recoup on it or not, you send a bill.
Yeah, we don't have to pay it, but
Does that interlocal agreement allow them to bill for less than 12 hours?
no.
So,
I have had several of my state friends comment about how much they enjoyed from the training here. And that they appreciate not having to drive further and some of the classes y'all want to.
I just wanted to make a comment.
And that's up, right?
Well, because it was mentioned that what it costs the taxpayer is $7.1 million to have the level of service that we have with the police department, right? And when I look at the total number, that's 53% of our taxpayer dollars go to police and dispatch. The reason I bring that up is because I don't think a whole lot of taxpayers really understand.
I think the real thing that taxpayers ought to that we ought to help taxpayers understand is taxpayers pay that 7.1, yes, but they pay it a lot of different ways, and a lot of those people don't live here. Because sales tax is part of that 7.1.
No, you're right. I agree.
And I mean, there's people buying concrete on the other side of the county paying for that 7.1.
I hear you. This is a big part of our budget. And so I'm just sort of bringing that back.
Well,
Every year I kind of forget that. And you know.
the interesting numbers on how much the residential property tax is for that.
That would be good.
So, does anybody have further questions about the P? We move on. We already communications as part of that too. So 25 fire department.
Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, I think Martin does be.
Okay, that's fine. Department 25 is the fire department. It's the general fund portion. It's 2.122 million. The total budget for fire control and general fund is 4.9 million. Some of the highlighted things that are changing in the budget in line items. Health insurance, I think that's going to go up a little bit more. I think you get that back. It's 27,000 right now increase, but it'll probably go up a little bit more. Wearing apparel, we're reducing that by 102,000. We bought a bunch of bunker gear over the last few years. Now we don't have to do that anymore, so that's reduced that. Tools and equipment's lowered 38,000. Retirement down 13,000. And consulting fees, we pay the initial fee on starting that up. That's the consulting fee for the dispatch center. And so that's gone down just a little bit. Other than that, you know, we're here to provide fire services, fire marshal services, emergency management. Any questions?
Wearing apparel went down. Do you have 2 sets for everybody? 2 sets of bunker gear for everybody?
Correct.
there's a bunch of new requirements that came out about gear cleaning and everything else.
Yes, sir.
And we can cover all of those requirements. And,
We have that plan.
are firemen washing their own stuff, or we?
Only on initial, you know, if it's a small thing, they'll do that. We have an extractor machine
You're only sent out once or twice.
twice a year. Yeah. The requirement is an advanced cleaning and inspection, and then another advanced cleaning. That's what changed this year, another advanced cleaning.
The consultant services, they're planning on spending a lot of money soon. I honestly have no idea. Should we expect any kind of increase?
There's been no notification from Lori on that. I mean, I know we are not part of that 5-department
part of
group
5.
that funds them. And, you know, so they're just charging us the fee for the services of each run. So I wouldn't expect that we would be part of that.
I would also not, we shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Any other questions or conversation about the art?
Chief, if we, in our discussions about, the 5-man versus the 6-man and what was proposed in the budget, I mean, the cost of keeping it where it is rather than what was in the preliminary budget, are there any additional expenses which we should consider or need to be anticipated, or
As far as overtime,
as far as overtime or anything else?
want to answer that?
We'd have to look at the numbers again. I don't know adding all that back in. I'll find it.
Right, because the budget was calculated based on this move, and with council's direction now, you have to go back and recalculate, and there's gonna be a bump, and you need to quantify that. Got it, okay.
And then I assume the staffing studies all come out of it.
Either the consulting line in the fire department or Department 12, either one.
I have a question about, EMS goes to a house, whatever. That person sometimes will get a bill. How often does that bill actually get paid? Obviously, there's some revenue there in that sense, or not, I wouldn't call it revenue, but let's call it expense capture.
Yeah, so we're always going to bill their insurance, bottom line, all right? There are always fees that somebody has to pay, deductible or something like that. That's what we're going to charge. Whatever's remaining that they hadn't gotten paid, that's what we're going to send a bill for. And if they pay, they pay. If they don't, we're not a collection agency. We're not a hardball. We're going to send them to collection. So, you know, if they pay, they pay. If they don't, they don't.
Imagine that's pretty similar to the mutual aid we just talked about. We have to send them a bill. We're billing the insurance.
It's a Medicaid, Medicare requirement.
Yeah. We have to bill.
Yeah, it has to be billed out. But if they don't pay it, they don't pay it.
We can't bill the insurance without billing the customer.
Yeah. And, you know, if we wanted to go to collections, I mean, we have never done that, but.
Well, I'm just curious, of the times we actually send a bill, how many, you know, like what's the, you know, rough ballpark is when we're actually getting it back?
I think we're probably still too soon in.
So far this year.
Yeah, so far this year, 324,000 is what we've taken in. But, we only started with this company in January, so we don't even have a full year yet.
Collections from
Yeah.
they've collected so far 132,000.
Drops in the bucket compared to running an email.
Yeah.
So that 200 overtime, we would also have to increase the FICA, retirement, and everything by another 49,000. So that'd be about $250,000 that we're adding back into the budget. So overtime.
All right, I'm not hearing any more on the fire department. Public works?
Okay, Department 30, administrative support for public work functions, tree maintenance, solid waste collection, utilities, this is the administrative side of public works. The 2027 budget is 380,000, increase of 15,000, which makes up the lease of the property, the 3.5% compensation adjustment, and then a reduction in our HOA. We were a part of the HOA when we owned the facility over there, now we don't. So a reduction of 4,000 for that, so really just a straightforward budget, leasing the property and salary.
Like get another supplies line that doesn't look like.
For 32, you want to do 32?
Public works supplies. Year to date's 1,000, but the budget is 6,000.
Where are you referencing?
Page 47. Fund 1, public works supplies.
Are we going to use them all?
Yeah. Year to date is it's a small line item, but
Yeah, I could take a look at that. I'll have to look into that more specifically. Maybe Daniel could provide some insight on that.
professional services is similar, but there may be a contract that doesn't get paid yet.
Yeah,
That's probably.
yeah, supply and super clear with. But it looks like we had last year.
What's the difference between services and professional services? I mean, describe for me what they are, if you will.
Come on, Danielle, brave choice.
Oh.
And
Predicted 32. So first, supply. The budget is 6450. Right now, we only have 1100 to use, so we plan to utilize that.
So under the supply category, it looks like,
I'm sorry, can you speak up?
sure, yeah, under the supply category, it looks like we have a food line item, books and periodicals, wear and apparel, office supplies, and postage, delivery in that category.
Okay.
Do you anticipate using this entire 6,000?
I would say yes.
And then what are, you've got two line items, services, which is the budget on that now. The actual in 25 was 17,000, the budget in 26 was 136, and now the proposed budget is 144. Exactly what are those services?
That's the lease for the Taylor Road facility.
I'm sorry?
That's the lease.
Oh, okay.
For the Taylor Road facility.
Okay, very good. Well, that explains it. And then the professional services, what are those?
Yeah, so professional services out of Department 30, we pay for MS4 consulting fees, so that's our stormwater permit. So we have a permit with the state, we have a consultant that assists me with that.
Okay, so that's just permitting with the state for stormwater?
That's, yes, and any other consultant fees we might need, stormwater related.
Okay.
Do we have a contract with Quinity to do that? When did that? Yes, stormwater certificate, yes.
Any idea of the terms with
Yeah.
Quiddity?
We signed for, fiscal year 36, so.
1 year?
Right. Then, oh, sorry. Then they provided us a quote for the next fiscal year, so, we would like to continue to utilize the services for stormwater.
Right, so, well, there are other companies that do stormwater permits, that's one.
I'm certain, yes.
Yeah, so then do you go out and pricing with other people to see what comes back, and Quiddity came back with?
I have it with stormwater.
Have you
For
done
the
that in the
other
last
services.
5 years?
Yes, we went out, for RFP, I believe that was 2023, and, there were 5 firms there. I'm currently working with 3 firms. The other firms are doing utility, but this is specific for stormwater.
Right.
I think we did it in 2023, we did that RFP, and then kind of authorize a couple, so that you weren't stuck to a single vendor.
Yes, correct. So I'm utilizing, one for stormwater, one for wastewater, and then one for water.
Good and bad. Sometimes good to have historical knowledge, because then you gotta catch new firms up.
Yep.
And then you kind of learn, kind of jump into CIP. We had them all in design at the same time. Then the first street was under construction, and I identified a lot of efficiencies, but the other projects were already 80% through design and going to bid. So that's why you saw some of those, like the one or two change orders that we brought to council. It was kind of like, hey, we identified great efficiencies here, but these ones were already too far in the process to modify. So things like that is kind of what we talked about. And we mentioned that we will keep going to RFQ as these projects come about, so we can keep evaluating. Civic Center
Is, there any efficiencies, things that Public Works has looked at? I know A&M University offers a lot of free offerings of graduate students to do studies and things like that. Are those things you've looked at or considered?
I have, as related to water conservation, but not fiscal.
No, yeah, no, Public Works as a whole.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have reached out to A&M specifically, like I said, about water conservation, but not in any other public works.
Anything else for Public Works? Community development.
For community development, we, only have a few increases that we're requesting, one of those being, for consulting services. This is for a company called Retail Attractions. Most cities that we talk to, most cities that have EDCs, use some sort of a talent attraction from, like consultants. Basically, the consultants offer you their Rolodex and they have a national reach. They go around all year long talking to developers and retailers. And so they just have the capacity to reach a lot more people than one city can. So we're asking about that for, his name is Rick Hayes, and he's been in the industry for like over 30 years. He's very knowledgeable and he's got a good team. And he's helping us with vacancy attractions and meeting with developers and those types of things. We basically negotiated this price, so he won't fly out to us unless he's flying out to somebody else close in the Houston area. But when he does, he will come in and speak to us in person as well. This is only for about $2 grand a month. $2 grand a month.
$2 grand a month
is what he's charging us. We negotiated him to basically bare bones. He's just doing the work for us. But if we wanted him to do visits and things like that, he could do that. He could also talk to council as well.
Respectfully, Maisha, I'm not seeing the value. Can you help me understand why would we do this?
So basically, for example, when I go to Las Vegas, I'm a one person, so I can talk to, one person an hour and one developer an hour. What they do is they have like a group of cities and they go around and they're actually able to shop you to way more people than just the people that you're able to. You're basically paying, like I said, paying for their Rolodex, for their, ability to talk to more retailers, to give you, insight on the new retailers. So every month they send us who's the new retailers out there actually looking for spaces, because he knows everybody basically.
This is one of those things that should hopefully have a return on that investment as well. We can get some good retail companies into Jersey Village because of it. It should have a return on investment. That's why we have it in here to try it for a year. If it doesn't work, at least we gave it a try, but let's try something new.
Yeah. And they were working with Missouri City, who introduced us to them. They work with Missouri City. They work with a lot of smaller cities. He specializes in rural cities who don't have a lot of staff.
How many Missouri City he's only gonna come here if he's already flying here, so. how
Well,
about-
that's because we're not paying the real rate.
Yeah.
It's way more expensive than that, so.
So how many locally is he working with?
Now, you have to check, but I just knew that at one point he was working with Missouri City. That's how I met him. And there are other retailers, like I said, this was the one that we were able to get for a reasonable cost because City of Pearland, for example, uses somebody who's like probably 3 times that amount a month. Yeah, so this is more in our, more affordable basically.
I'm in this department. I mean, I see we're paying you to do a job. We've got a community standards specialist and a communication specialist, and now we're talking about a $24,000 expense for a consultant, and yet we still have another $4,500 increase for travel and training. I mean, I'd like to see some sort of proposed quantification of what the return on investment looks like, rather than just let's spend the money and see if anything works. I mean, I'd like to be convinced that spending the money, because as we sit here today, based on your explanation that this guy's going to show up if he's coming down here for something else, I'm just not sure. It just doesn't sound real promising.
Well, that's just like a physical, you guys meeting him is what I meant. As far as that goes, like I just lost my permit tag for 6 weeks for paternity leave, and I had to do that job and my job. We're in charge of animal control. We're in charge of floodplain management. We do all the permits. I was just talking with Jay that we do permits for both, you know, fire department, working with them, and the actual building department. I oversee the building official, our contract with them. Our department handles a lot, and we're very lean. So to be, you know, for economic development, you can go fishing and you can also take care of the fish you already have, and that's a lot on a one person. So like I said, when I go to these different places, like I'm able to meet with people and I can do that and I can focus my time there. I'm also able to have grand openings and have ribbon cuttings and make sure that we're checking in and doing VRE visits, but that's a lot. So this basically would help us with continuing to always be fishing for more opportunities, even if we're also trying to focus on cleaning up different places, different substandard areas in the city. It just becomes a lot.
This consultant works on our behalf, even though he's not here local. A lot of those things are conversations, phone, Zoom meetings, those types of things. If we're trying to grow our sales tax base, this is a way to potentially do that. But will we be successful? I don't know. I don't think we can say with 100% certainty that we will be, but if he helps land us one decent sized business, it's going to pay for itself.
So I think that is something to highlight. As community development manager, you supervise 3 employees. It actually is a small percentage of your job that is the feel good, the fancy, to go meet and entice other businesses to come here. You know, CRS and floodplain and numerous other. It's called community development, but it's kind of community maintenance, making sure that we're still doing things in the permits. I don't need him to come meet us. He needs to go do what we paid him to do.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the results than meeting.
I'd be more interested in probably some of us need to reach out to Missouri City's council and kind of get hey, how do you feel your money's been spent, and have you seen a return? I do get the hesitation of, I don't promise it's going to work, but it is what other people are doing, and they continue to pay him. But government wastes a lot of money everywhere.
And honestly, I would like the discretion of, if he's not performing, and if we go 7 months and we don't see anything, I would want to end the contract too, because at the end of the day, it's supposed to help me gather some leads so that, okay, maybe I got a pile of 5 potentials and I can focus on those 5 rather than, I mean, to fish for new businesses. It's very, very time consuming. It's days upon days of trying to find out whose lease is coming up, who's available to move, who would want to move to the Jersey Village area. Do we have the square footage? What square footage do they need? And it's a lot that you have to match up.
We do want to generate more sales tax, but this may be a, hey, great idea, we can do it a different fiscal year. Anybody else have more questions on community development?
I'm not convinced that the consulting service is really for us, but, or maybe it's something we can try again. I understand how you brought it. I'm kind of with you on, let's see how well it worked in another city, because
You know what's sad is, I bet it works. I
It
bet it
probably
actually
could be,
works. It's
but
just
I just
BS
wanna-
that you gotta pay a consultant to pay the
A lot of times they won't even answer the phone for, like, they know if they answer the phone for him and they have 5 locations that they want. Well, he's got 20 cities. So I'm gonna spend an hour on the phone talking to him and I'm gonna know 20 different cities I could potentially go to. Or I'm gonna take a phone call from a city I've never heard of called Jersey Village that has 1 location for me. And it becomes like, for them doing their job of finding spaces, they find it so much easier to work with these consultants and get a lot done in a lot less time, basically. So it becomes a lot harder for us.
Are there a particular type of business that this consulting company facilitates for the city?
Retail. They specialize in retail.
Anything specific?
No, so they send like monthly reports of the different retailers that they're talking to, national retailers mostly, so they're not gonna be able to help us with our spots that need a mom and pop, but definitely as far as like, he's really interested in a lot of, honestly, areas I hadn't even been looking at, like that area right off the church that's on 290. He's been talking to that landowner for us and trying to see what we can get there, and that wasn't even a piece of land that I have had time to look into and see if we can get something there, but he'll tell me what's going on there. And, you know, basically he's working a lot of stuff that I just genuinely don't have the time to be able to work.
How did you find out about this method? Was this something you learned on the street at a conference or?
In Vegas. So you're, like I said, I'm one person. Some of these teams, they have 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, plus a consultant. So they're walking around with these papers that basically have all their cities in it, and they're able to go and have these meetings with all these different brands, and the cities are pretty much dividing and conquering, so they get a lot more done because there's probably, as far as big ones go, there's probably a good 7 that I've seen in Texas. Some of them are so, like, I got a quote from one person that wanted me to go to like one meeting with them, and then they were gonna like help us very similarly, and it was like $13,000 to go to one meeting, and so that they can participate with their group when they go talk to retailers. So it can get really, really pricey for like what you would think, like, you know, not a lot of outcome, but it does have a lot of outcome because even their parties and things like that, they'll only invite a lot of these people that they already know. They know them on the first name basis. They've been working together for 15 years versus a one city trying to go and talk to every single retailer and start that conversation.
I have a question for you concerning the full-time employees. So the community standards specialist, that's essentially the inspector?
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement?
Yeah, we changed that.
So, I mean, is that person spending 40 hours a week patrolling the neighborhood, looking for violations, and then what else do they do?
Following up, a lot of administrative work, a lot of letter sending. She works along the building official, so stuff like, right now we're starting like a big, looking into a lot of substandard areas and like getting a lot of spaces cleaned up. So a lot of stuff that's been sitting, and I'm like, oh, how long has this been there? We're doing a lot more of that versus reactive things. Like we're going proactively finding what hasn't been touched and those types.
We just received an email, and it was a very long chain. It went back, I think, a year, if not more.
How many cases like that where she's having to track stuff for an extended time period?
A lot of them, most of them, honestly. A lot, I'd say 45% of the work that Stephanie's focused on right now have been chronic problems, issues that predate well over both of us, and some issues that, are going back before Gordon or something like that. Yeah, like a lot of these, one we're working on, I don't think that there's been a person in that house for 20 years, and we're trying to get that property cleaned up. There's properties along 290 that we were just talking about. I think that might be 20 or 30 years, those two houses that sit on 17910 Northwest Freeway. We just got in contact with the owners of that, and we're getting that cleaned up. So she's just really, really good at making sure, like, she's proactive, like she's busy all the time because she's got a finger on pretty much everything. There's probably not a address you can tell us with the issue that we're not in some type of way working on. They just take a very, very, very long time.
And part of that delay is that lack of follow-up on our side. Is it the way we approach things? And we were very clear in the IPMC for that. We try to be resident first.
It's that we're compliance first. We can't remove junk from people's neighborhoods. We can't physically remove cars. Like, that is our last method is to actually get onto somebody's property and do something. So we're trying to get in contact. A lot of these properties, I just don't think we're getting to the people because they don't live there. They just pay the taxes on it and keep it up. And so it's a lot of investigation of, like, who lives there, does somebody live there, who's gonna take care of this property, and then going through the courts. They gotta show up to court. If they get a court notice, if they don't, they get another court notice, and a lot of stuff just gets wrapped up in that, and it's not so easy as you send a letter and somebody immediately thought. Honest people are gonna stay honest, but by the time they get to court, they usually know what they're doing.
Yeah. Anything else, Simon?
No, I mean, just my general feeling, besides what Connie's pointed out, I think this is an area where I'd like to see some reduction.
All right, it's 3:16. We're back at 3:30.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's 3:31, and that started, part of, Jersey Village, no, I'm.
Streets.
Yeah.
32.
I jumped down a bunch of pages and I forgot. Department 32, streets.
All right, so streets, contains opportunities, budget $891,000, increase of $37,000 this year, and that represents, the citywide health insurance increase. Salary increase is 3.5%, we discussed workers' compensation to update the risk pool assessment. We added 2 new line items for our bridge maintenance, that's for Lakeview Drive Bridge, Elwood Drive, Rio, Village Drive, and Tahoe Drive. Historically, we've kind of just been putting these budget maintenance items into different line items, so it's like we want to track the actual bridge maintenance. Another line item is water maintenance. Historically, a lot of deferred maintenance, very minimal stormwater maintenance, and it was categorized in different categories. We added these line items so we could track that. And then there was a reduction in equipment user fee of $9,000. So essentially, pretty straightforward.
Any comments or questions about streets? Those are the 3 bridges we own. And then,
yeah.
So what does that get, $3,000 a bridge? I mean, is that, like, what have we done or haven't we done in the past? Have we done nothing?
Very, very limited, yes. Very limited, and Edward tracks, I remember he gave us a whole gamut of things that we can and can't do, or that we should and shouldn't do, or But he mentioned that, yeah, it was basically limited, and when we started doing historical data, it was kind of put into just maintenance, a maintenance line item. So this is more to, hey, let's have this line item so we can start actually doing our preventative maintenance on bridges and tracking those expenses as well.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm sure there's a basis for $3,000. I guess that's $3,000 in total. I mean, what's the plan? Do you bring in an engineer? Do they do an assessment?
So TxDOT does inspect our bridges, and there's like reports and improvements here and there that are recommended that we'll typically do. Let me try and find a specific email. I believe we put 3,000 in here as like one to notify council that this is being added to the budget. The 3,000 is the threshold, but it was more, to kind of do it for 1 year and assess and move forward from there. And, do you have the email he sent of the whole gamut of that, what he wanted to do, Andy? I'm gonna look it up, but specifically, I don't know a lot, so it's easy. What's that go? Our street superintendent. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll basically do an assessment, essentially, is what he was recommending. So we had some work orders or some reports of, maybe some erosion going on towards the bottom of the bridge. So before we were categorizing that, like as street maintenance, it's not only street maintenance, but to bring in stabilizer or bank sand or something to kind of get rid of erosion. So that's essentially, we were just establishing that line item, so we can start tracking exactly how much of that costs. How much it costs to bring in the but there's definitely more than what gives you a report from TxDOT. I can share that with Mail. But there is more work needed to do for this.
So would that be a just in case, or is that, hey, we gotta really start paying attention to the bridges?
We have to start paying attention to our bridges safety.
Do you know how old those bridges are? Does anyone?
Have we ever rebuilt the bridge?
No, but
Not so much.
yeah, we are factoring that in for the road, but the bridge, that should be a part of it.
And there's a condition assessment in that TxDOT form, I believe, we're kind of like in mid-range, I get it. I
Say
just
yellow.
share that with you.
Or we'll say yellow.
Well, we're approaching.
And they'll give us little recommendations, so they probably look at this, touch this. Yeah, they inspect it every other year, we get the report, and they're in the yellow. Which is still better than a lot of bridges across America. This is really just pulling that out, because we just put it in street maintenance. So it's like, okay, we need to start really paying attention to what we're putting into the bridges and tracking that.
Okay.
Gotta start seeing.
And the same with the stormwater.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have like an interpretation or something like that. And tracking what we spend on materials for water. It was previously categorized under just street maintenance, but we can only see what materials we're purchasing. In addition to that as well.
Anything further on the streets? I think we could. Bridge department. Department 33 building maintenance. This looks pretty non-negotiable. Sewer line, and then benefits and salaries to talk about.
Well, let me ask you a question on that. Didn't we last year increase building custodians and building maintenance? Weren't those both increased by one full-time person?
Mm-hmm.
And were those two full-time employees hired? And the second building maintenance person, did they do anything on the property, the church property?
Yeah, they both work on both properties, on all the properties.
Okay,
And they cover work orders at all city facilities, golf course, fire, police, city hall, public works, going beyond public works, and then it was more over here, very minimal, right? That's the new properties.
Right. And we're not,
Yeah, we're not using the building.
but I guess that's my question though, is, last year, and I'm thinking about the timing of it, but last year under the budget, the push was, well, we need to have, the single custodian and the single building maintenance person can't handle everything, including an extra 50,000 square feet being the church property. But yet, we don't actually have any city operations in the church property, yet we have doubled the numbers of custodians and building maintenance people. And I'm trying to understand, I mean, has outside of the church property, has the custodian and maintenance requirements for all the other buildings increased substantially? Or is there any room to cut here, or?
Yeah, we're catching up on the backlog based upon the new leaks that are going into offices, throughout this building. We've got more work to do.
This building behind us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those two positions did add the fire department, which they weren't doing anything with us until they came on.
Okay. Because previously,
We hired things out.
okay. You didn't do that in-house previously?
No.
There's some work orders that we just couldn't get to, that we could do. Thankfully with Joey, that AC is broken and he's gonna take an old one, hopefully install it for us and save us a lot of money. Things like that in advance that we wouldn't be able to get to. We got behind on just the normal thirty days.
They replaced all the lighting in the fire station, so it's now all LED.
There's some projects that they do as well that we would never have done if we just been work orders, like they did the copy room in the fire department.
Yep.
Some
They
lights,
built our stage right here.
the golf course maintenance.
Our stage right here.
This stage would have been possible, those things that we kind of sprinkle in with that as well. We did the break room at the golf course maintenance barn. Most people haven't been there, but it was pretty dilapidated, and it was pretty good now. They actually placed it.
Any further building maintenance? Solid waste. Think we kind of talked about this earlier, is there any more we need to add here? 36 fleet services?
This is gasoline for all of the vehicles, diesel as well. I have to basically print out. With that being said, putting it on that radar, we are not replacing vehicles. Part of this was, we were replacing vehicles, so there really wasn't any maintenance. As we move on into the future, we will start trickling into our vehicles actually getting old enough. Not enough to bring back fleet personnel, we don't believe at this point in time, but it'll still be more beneficial to outsource it.
Yeah.
That is.
In the coming fiscal years, we're gonna have to start thinking about how we're doing fleet and because we're gonna keep vehicles longer than we, back to how we used to. Great savings for some years. That's gone. 38 recreation.
All right, 38 recreation, most of this, increase toward 36,000 is related to the pool, part-time lifeguard wages at the additional 162,000. Pool maintenance, 21,000, pool chemicals, then there's a Medicare, that's the payroll growth. Salaries is the 3.5%, pool supplies, a lot of this was historical, printing was a reduction from 4,000 to 0, we don't do the brochure print anymore, it's all digital, so a lot of our stuff went digital. But almost all of this is the 3.5, Medicare, and then with the biggest weight being lifeguard wages. Pool maintenance was utilized in history based off, our previous pool, but also we've got maintenance on the heater, which you're supposed to do year one. They don't mess around with those, so right off the bat, they want you to keep PMing that. So that's how we most of this work.
we do some community events. They're fantastic, but what is the bottom line on some of these repeating events that we do?
Okay, so some of the annual events that we do at a glance, I go through all of them. Like I said, I kind of did that handout that I gave new council organizations, but family bingo night, adult bingo night, those budgets, $400, no revenue on that front. Daddy-daughter dance, breaking event, concert in the park, that was a council request a couple years back. Attracts about 350 to 1,000, depends on if Kelly Clarkson is at the rodeo the same night. That affected us this year. Kelly Clarkson does the rodeo. Very similar band set and the arts we had. That budget's 11,000. Attracts 350 to 1,000. Founders Day, attendance 2,000 to 3,000 over the course of the day. That budget is 52,000 with a revenue of 13, anywhere from 13 to 16 we've seen before.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Founders Day is an expense of 52,000 with a revenue of 13,000.
Give us the net. Yeah, that there. Give us the net.
Yeah, I'll do the math. Youth Duathlon breaks even. July 4th Festival is 17,000 cost with no revenue. Brewfest is a break-even event. We try to break even on our events the best we can. Fall Frolic is the Halloween event. That's at net 7,500. It's not lost. Turkey Trot, that was a break-even event. Holiday in the Village is a negative 8,000, sorry. Dueling Pianos is a break-even, and Casino Night is a break-even. So those are the events that we add. We have what we call our core four, which is Founders Day, July 4th, Fall Frolic, and Holiday in the Village. And then we sprinkle on with one-off events with our intention of if we added something like that, we would try to break even.
The concert in the park is a council request.
Yeah.
There's different council here.
Yeah.
You find value in the event?
Depends on how you define value, but last year was a pretty good success. I do think you could potentially reduce the quality of the artist. Meaning there's tiers to the artist that you get. You could probably take a step or two down and get more of just a localized band concert in the park, less production, and it could still provide a similar impact. 80% of the impact at less of the cost if you were to consider that. That's a great question.
Which park was that one at this year?
That one was at the retention. That was the Taylor Swift cover. But it was a good attendance, like you said. But when we announced it, it was all good. And then the rodeo lineup came out, and Kelly Clarkson attracts almost the same fan base. So that took a lot of my wife included, but she had to come in.
It was a council request at the time.
Yes.
I do not want y'all to continue doing something you don't think just because you think we want to do it. So
I personally like the event, but I do think, like you said, me and I have discussed ways in which we can reduce production, still have a musical weekend for our residents only, without having to pull on production. You lose your sponsorship opportunities without that stage there, but I think we're okay with that, right? You mentioned just kind of going over with a genre of 70s, 80s, 90s without production. Not necessarily a Fab Five of sorts.
Yeah.
Well, there was some talk of doing some musical events at the golf course on the kind of the back patio area, or
it's pretty low budget item, so let's move on from that. Does anybody have any other comments about recreation? 39.
I would just say that even for those core four events, because if I recall correctly from what you just said, every one of those events cost the city a fair amount of money, and collectively, I'd say excess of $100,000. So
the core four, 816, 33, 83, 85. 85 and concert of the park is 96. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So, So I would say we need to look at losing less money or look at spending less money, maybe ratchet them back a little bit. There are some people who love those events, and that's great. And there are people who sponsor it, and that's great, and that offsets it. But there are people in the city that doesn't concern them. Or even people, and I'm talking about long-time 50-year residents who are like, why don't we do it the old way? Why don't we just all, whatever? And I can assure you that in small towns, like when I've been to small town parades in Lakey or Comfort or whatever, they're not big production things with, all these outside vendors. They're very low key and still very family oriented and still very good. And so from the standpoint of we've got to cut spending somewhere, I would be inclined to say let's figure out how to lose less money on those primary 4 events. And if that means ratcheting back the events, having less attractions or whatever, you can simplify things and people can still have a good time. So that's my opinion on the issue.
I would add to, I think, as best we can, if we can get to revenue neutral, whether that's, trying to seek more sponsors, maybe that's not a possibility. I remember one year there was like we would charge if you wanted like the premium pass and you got to this special area. I don't know if that was successful or it was like, hey, that the juice wasn't worth the squeeze there. If that makes sense.
That's just the founder stated, right?
Yeah.
I think those core 4 events, like
That's our service-oriented event.
the reason we say people move here for fire and police, and that has value. The people move here for quality of life, which those 2 departments add to. But this department also adds to. It's quality of life that they are here for. Is there a way to look at those and maybe bleed less? Possibly. I'm not in favor of canceling. But if there's a way to look at those expenses, okay. We got a lot of people to July 4th for a lot of different reasons. Brainstorming in my head, like how the focus should be on JV residents. We've had that conversation here before. I wonder if we tell everybody we're not going to do fireworks and then we still do them, if that would change things on who comes out. But I think that causes a lot of problems with your sponsorships and how you pay the costs for that. And so, I don't know.
A question on those 4 main events. Is there a way to be able to work in conjunction with the farmers market? Because it seems pretty successful every time I've been out there in trying to get some of those booths to
Right, so some of them do, but mostly food vendors. It just depends on the type of event, like the type of vendors we'll bring out.
Historically, the farmers market is struggling. It's good now, it's thriving, but it's a very ebbs and flow situation. One of our events actually got compared to a glorified farmers market at one point, which was actually a diss by someone on the committee. So that was kind of our fear. It's just a big farmers market. But right now, the farmers market is doing really well. I commend them.
Is that fully run by volunteers right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. We ran it in-house. One week we'd have the people, we would have the vendors, and we'd switch, and we contracted out, went okay. And then these individuals are doing great. Hopefully it's sustainable. But yes, we do, when we have vendor opportunities, that's the first people we contact as our partners. But like you said, it's mostly food vendors that want to come out for that.
Anything else on recreation?
So total proposed expenditure is $612.
Yes, it's 12.
R39 parks.
Sorry, I'm scrolling. Really, this is just, an increase of $3,447. No individual line items exceeded the $3,000 threshold. And most of this was salaries and wages. There was a increase for obviously the 3.5%. And then there was a reduction, there to net out to $3,440. Pretty proud.
And this department is solely for park maintenance, is that correct?
Yeah, so, Carl Fox Park, Clark County, Philippines, splash pad, assisted splash pad, hike and bike trails, open green spaces, flower beds, Senate Avenue flower beds, all the flower beds. I think, how many are there? 46 flower beds throughout the city. And then, we also do playground inspections and mulch replacement, and we clean bathrooms and trash.
All right, that concludes the general fund. Typically, it'd be about 10 a.m. Utility fund. Austin, can you summarize?
So utility fund right now, we've got the 3% increase of them, which will take effect October 1st. We are getting a $1 million grant towards, water sewer projects with more related to the other, obviously water, wastewater infrastructure. The biggest changes in the budget at page 61, maintenance costs for sewer plant slip stations. With those things coming, when we get the new one online, with the costs can reduce a little bit, but those costs are really high. Now, chemical are up, using the water purchase is also looking like it's going to go up as well. We may need to be looking at some larger projects in the somewhat near future, based on planning.
Where do we find out?
It does appear as if it's coming from the well. The water that's being pumped out of Iran. We can utilize Seattle Street more once the contract is done with that work there, which should hopefully be within the next 2 weeks. But at some point, we've talked about this for a while, a second interconnect to the city of Houston. This could potentially speed that project up.
We have this 2 wells. Okay. If we get to use Seattle Street more, is it Castle Ridge or West? West still has this problem. And is it a situation that we can just pump less out of it?
Sorry, recently, specifically for Village Water Plant, sorry, not West.
We're
West is another one.
We're investigating whether or not it's in West or not, but we don't have the information just yet.
The exceedance, specifically the notice that was sent out, was associated with Village Water. Yes.
And 30 years probably ago, we had to stop using the Seattle well because of radon in the water there. So the well water in our area is not doing as well. And so we're gonna have to do some projects at some point.
The whole state's moving to surface water anyway.
Yeah, part of the groundwater reduction.
So, yeah. But that means that we find out it's the well. I think my question is, does that make the well unusable? Or does that make the well, we have to do pump less? Or do we have to renovate it in order to use it? Cool, I'd rather know.
We're still in the
But
investigation stage.
that well is underperforming. We're supposed to be pumping 1,000 GPM where it's doing like 700, so it has problems. Yeah, we just had a vibration test on it, pretty recently, I'd say in the last couple of months. And it shows that it is not performing the way it should be.
4 to 5 million for the internet.
I think that was one of the numbers like Quiddity kind of estimated. Yeah, but I don't know that we haven't done any real engineering. Like specific, yeah, it was a broad But that was the second source of water too, right? We haven't had it, right? So I think that was kind of the guesstimate from Quick.
Where does that line go?
Sorry, what's that?
The new interconnect, where's that?
It would, that's why we have not sold that one piece of property on Jones Road. We would either put a water plant there and connect into that line from the City of Houston plant that is in our EPJ. Or else we could look at running a pipe from there to build it to the west or something along those lines.
Is that the interconnect that was just completed that goes down to the that's what we're going in the subdivision? There's a huge pipeline.
I think that pipeline was from the Northwest Harris Regional
West,
Water.
are you sure it wasn't West Harris?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't think that was the city of Houston. I really don't.
I know they're pumping water across.
Yeah, that's
Just
that's
the-
the regional water.
Huh?
That's the regional water.
Okay, so that's not the interconnect.
Yeah. That'd be our second source.
In our brainstorming session, work session we had, I think we talked about, we get our water from the city of Houston at Seattle Street now, but our option is to interconnect, a second interconnect with Houston, because an interconnect with the regional water authority is exponentially more maintenance. Wouldn't it be too far away to diversify who's water?
That's something we would want to look at. I think that's worth at least when we get to that. I think we're still a few years down that road, but I think we would want to at least investigate which one's our best option. Because I know that they are putting more transmission lines in. They just put the bigger one in down in Jones, that's like Jones and West in that area. There might be an opportunity to tap into something like that.
They did.
I think they went further south down through like Jones.
I think they made it to all.
Yeah, they would. So there might be an option there, but that's not been high up on the list of projects for us. Yeah, that's always been a few years, several years after the project. That's something we would definitely want to look at.
Since we're having conversations about not raising the tax rate, there are some big things that are probably going to be cut. If we find we can't use a well, then we have to spend a lot of money to renovate and fix a well.
Plus the cost of water.
There any questions on Department 45 from your reading that
The notation about the, under the city campus contribution, about the $400,000 transfer, is that reflected in that summary below? And what line item is it?
Be a part of the interfund activity.
Okay. The 3.588? Okay. And so if, for example, the city went out for a bond and used a bond to do city campus, would that line item still stay in there or not?
Yeah.
we would just have to decide if we want to do that or not.
Okay.
I think if they're still going in there, it'd be more inclined to, charge them for the use of it.
Okay. Okay.
Logic behind it is your housing, utility staff on that campus.
Anytime you can use restricted money. Department 46, utility capital project.
I do also want to note in this fund that we have built in the estimated debt service.
Department 46.
In Department 45, right? We can cover the issuance of the bonds.
Those are the bonds that are part of
The
the,
ones that we're about to sell.
right.
Right now, it's estimated in that 1.3 million. That contribution.
What's it?
46?
Yeah, the transfer. What she's talking about is in 45.
That's what it's under. Right?
This is under interfund activity.
Those costs are 45. Now we're moving forward to Department 46 utility capital project.
The two other projects outside of the bond, projects that we're doing, is the meter replacement that we're considering, basically identified 285 aging, communicating meters requiring replacement with the new Mach 10 cellular meters, along with 111 large diameter meters that are more than 5 years old. So this is done every 10 years, I believe. Every 10 years, it would this is to replace the larger meters, some of the higher paying customers. We want to make sure that they're accurate in reading, so we're recouping our revenue appropriately. Another project that we're working on is SCADA automated controls at our water and wastewater plants. This will allow us to monitor plants and potentially act on some of these issues remotely, very securely. IT is involved with this. This can reduce reaction to pressure loss from 45 minutes to 12 or less. Once it's much more notified, you can usually turn on a booster pump right now if I said that. So this is a supervisory control and data acquisition system, what SCADA stands for. So it allows for basically real-time views of what's going on in our system. Also, we can look at the berm as well to control and activate that. When in doubt, I'll be here. Push the button.
SCADA systems are being targeted a lot, which is really funny is they're just getting in and sitting there. Thank you, China.
Yeah. That's the hard part.
Does that also get intrusion testing and?
That's why it's so hard to do this. It's not an easy project because a lot what we're seeing is vendors and IT not necessarily don't get along, but the feasibility of IT, we've been trying to match that. Has this been fun? But I think we might have a solution.
Confidentiality.
Yeah, and and limiting powers, to be honest, to nobody.
The SCADA systems have not kept up, and the state of Texas is last year said they think that China's in a third of all the water systems in Texas.
Yeah,
that is scary. Anything else on capital projects? Okay. Fund 10 capital improvement plan fund. Awesome.
The biggest thing in this one for this upcoming fiscal year is phase 1 of the city campus project. Other projects that we've got with the home elevation grants, will be carrying over those so we can get those wrapped up. Capital improvement for $50,000 for park improvements and facilities as well for those items. Those are the biggest pieces of capital improvement.
This is a $400,000 from golf course to capital improvement?
Correct.
And that's for golf course capital improvement.
As the general fund paid for the golf course and Lincoln Center Clubhouse, the golf course is putting some money back into this project for it.
Anybody want to talk about specific improvements or items? Debt service fund. 3.
Okay, so, our debt service fund is supported by, property tax levy. Which will know what the exact rate will be, they're quite flexible, utility fund, to support the utility of the debt. We also have the transfer in from capital improvement, which when we sell the bonds for the pool, will not, it's gonna be absolutely set rate. So for government, we're gonna have the tax rate, but probably not the debt service. So we cannot levy a tax for those, for this coming year. So when we sell bonds, we're gonna include, capitalized interest, and we'll transfer the money to the debt service fund to cover that first year of interest on the school bonds. And then we have to look at tax in 2027 through fiscal year 28. The expenditures include the principal and interest that is being scheduled for the outstanding bonds plus the anticipated interest for the lease bond and balance above policy. Currently, our projection is a year with $292,000, which is about $40,000 for it for the policy. So including the transfer from the utility fund is the additional $60,000 or so to get that transfer up. The fund balance coming year, it should be right now. I showed it earlier here about $600,000 policy requirement, and of course we'll adjust the transfers based on the.
Well, again, this is much new to us. That can impact.
This one, we're not really expecting a lot of the recovering costs that we have for projects, new projects, 10 projects that are primarily together. We don't really anticipate much. And I'm not expecting any benefit for this one.
The motel tax fund, our hot fund,
Can't really use this much of anything.
The biggest thing that we use this for is one, the music, concert in the park, musical art, entertainment that is allowable. But the other one is the transfer to general fund reimbursement, percentual reimbursement 2024-51 to repay the general fund to the golf course.
yeah. Thank you to six council members long ago. Leah. He was the one that brought that up. The revenue of 86,000 it pays for concert in the park. It pays for the big four.
Second, what?
For the big four, we spend the whole.
Now, you can't, the options are very limited. It's the art is one of them, but like July 4th or something like that, that's not really art type of thing. It's the musical arts is the.
It's got to bring people. Which is exactly what I spoke out against.
There's also a limit on how much you can.
I think we're at that. Yeah.
On hot funds, no, we're gonna move, asset forfeiture. We got a pretty good conversation earlier about what that was. Does anybody have specific questions about asset forfeiture? Equipment replacement fund. Got some revenue in the sale of a fire truck and sale of some police vehicles.
This fund also has the economic perspective.
And it looks like we're doing all but 3 or 4 of the vehicles are up this year.
Yeah, so those vehicles are being replaced or higher vehicles with lower miles for restriction and CID. And it's just a return on investment where it's kind of like a lease program that we're leasing ourselves, for those vehicles, and we get a higher value by trading those in much more money. Projections about $350,000 for those vehicles to offset the cost of the purchase of new vehicles. We're gonna move our CID into a more economic friendly type vehicle that kind of blends in and it's more like a CID vehicle rather than the expensive retirements. So that was from the recommendation from the CID lieutenant.
Because if you're gonna go after imported crime, you gotta go where the imported crime comes from. You kind of look like you. We don't have anything else there. Fund 8, the safety fund. To make comments about this fund, I think there's a lot going on there. And then Fund 9, we had a conversation with, that's being created, but there's not anything going on there. Fund 11, the golf course. You want to cover the paragraph on the fund transform? Looks like we pretty much talked about all that. Yeah, we've talked about golf course lighting. Absolutely, they've done a fantastic job there. We've discussed lighting things and the revenue. Department 81, the clubhouse. Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job with margins that they have. If anybody's got any questions, it's been, but we've been through the course maintenance. We've covered a lot of these things, continuing through equipment maintenance. That concludes the golf course. Anybody have any questions they need to ask with that plan? Or jump through all the departments pretty quick. Okay. Fund 12, court restricted fund. We did also talk about the courts. Anything highlighted? No.
I think that, we're keeping our arms around this, like, the exact funding levels, now that we've got all the coding correct for systems. So there was, a transfer made this year, in the 77 off the 351 was, the juvenile, from like the last 6 years. So we're now, it's called the truancy prevention fee, so the new line item there. So you'll start seeing those revenues in this fund. However, they are very restricted on how they can be used. We don't have a juvenile case manager, with Chad yet on how we manage those funds. And so we have, a plan to bring forward the already yet.
Okay. Moving on, we're in Fund 13, CDBG. There's not really any change from last year. To TERS 3. Again, there's not really any change. I did learn yesterday that we started this project many, many years ago, and a private party purchased that house in the corner of Lakeview, New Jersey, and knocked it down and plans on renovating it. Or, yeah, building a new one. They're renovating, so they tore down the house, they're building a new house with no funds from the city to make that happen. Which, big success of TERS 3. What we wanted to start, the snowball, we'll see how that continues to flow.
So that property was never owned by the city, it was
No.
just the owner of the property themselves? And do we know if it's the owner who's building it, or they sold it?
They sold it to a developer who bought it, tore it down, and will be, I mean, they're planning on putting a new house on it.
Is that developer builder someone local, or do we know them, or are they a builder or a private individual?
They're local, and this has happened in a couple of places in JV where I found out it had happened, but it always had an emotional connection. I want to live here, so I know I'm taking it in.
Right.
This is the first time that I know of where an investor saw the property and knew that the math worked for him to tear it down and rebuild.
That's great. That's great. I noticed the one on Lakeview here. Because I think that was the house that was for sale maybe 6, 8 months ago. No, I think,
Not
oh,
far
no,
from
no, no,
Fire
yeah,
Station.
Jersey coming up, about 4 or 5 from the end. And was that another one that, do we know anything about that? Just curious. No?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. But I mean, it's good. It's good. It's what we want.
Higher region. No real change in it though. Moving on to Fund 16, Go Bond Fund. This is all, we're all pretty well aware of. I think there's anything we need to talk about in 16 or 17.
Something new one is the structure for they'll approve the budget amendment for the design. For this year.
Colwyn and Ashburn. And then Fund 18 is the pool GO bond fund. Did not want to change anything.
The question with that is, in the terms of proposals, none of them that we've gotten go up to the full 6.5. Does that mean we still have to put this full 6.5 million bond when we sell it? Or can we sell less, if that makes sense?
The proposal, what's the additional one? Contract that needs to go in that, like, I have a question for Robert, if you decide if you want to go in the budget for the whole.
That's for
bond issue.
contingencies, just in
Yeah.
case you don't, get attacked and.
Wait,
I think after the design, I've told the budget amendment from next week, but I think after the design, the construction, there's about 300,000 left over, which I think we're recommending to issue that bond side.
Yeah.
Right.
So still issue 6.5, and then you could have a surplus from the bond. I mean.
Yeah, so let's say we get to the end of construction and we got 250,000 on that. Can we basically just use that to service the debt?
And you can only use the surplus for the pool, you can't
Right.
take that money and put it to free.
But it can go towards the debt.
Well, that's the other thing.
Okay, that covers the pool bonds, 19, the 2026 utility bond fund. These are all the projects we've discussed that are going to fruition. Yep. And then Fund 13, Internal Services Fund. That's.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Yes.
Can you give a overview of why we did this?
Yeah, so currently we have our 3 operating funds, general fund, utility, and airport. And they all contribute to the benefits through the departmental charges. Laura then has to turn around and pay invoices, and she's splitting out all the line items on the invoices and splitting it between the 3 funds and the different line items. So in my experience, having an internal service fund will help her and finance better manage our benefits, be able to have a better handle on contract with United Healthcare, our flex accounts, any of the other dental and vision, and just have a better managing this. It's strictly transfer from those operating funds into this fund and then invoices, so it should be in and out net zero. Just for management.
But it dramatically cuts down the amount of monthly or maybe even weekly paperwork that a lot of, yeah.
It will help, but Laura does a lot, yes. So we'll have to make some changes on the back end and payroll side and how we do those things. We go back to confirm as we get closer to October 1. Should streamline things a lot.
And does that fund maintain a balance, or is it really just always a zero with money coming in and aggregating the money from different departments and paying the one vendor?
Yeah. So
Okay.
there would be, wouldn't carry a fund balance unless it was just kind of a carryover from year to year, like we contribute in September and pay the invoices in October. So there may be a small balance that carries forward, but the idea is what we need to cover the contracts is what comes in. So
Got it.
Ideally, it's
More of an exchange.
yeah. The idea is just to cover the cost of services. We also have some other contracts, like benefits consultants and fees that we pay for like Cobra and benefit connector, things like that, that weren't necessarily budgeted anywhere, and so this allows us to have those all budgeted in place.
Fund 49, Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and First Medical Services District. The other half of the money.
Yep, 57% of it. Budget's 2.826 million, and revenues on this is 2.842500. And below covers personnel and operating sections. And you can see the breakdown of the additions that are included in this. It did rise from last year.
A lot of it's straightforward. Software maintenance disappeared. That's a one-time purchase that dropped.
You know about that?
That was the trailer.
Oh, yeah, that was a release of Tyler. Since we have our dispatch center, TECC, we're not putting into Tyler. Thank you, Jennifer.
Nobody has any questions about the FPEMSD Traffic Control Prevention District 50. Other half of the PD. Lots of we talked about earlier, we covered a lot of those.
It's just what happened. One of the biggest changes you'll see in there is software reduction of 90,000 to 65,000. That's from changing over to Mark 3 for the Tyler product.
Our elected official. Then we've got, does anybody have questions about these, page 105, some of the sheets on capital improvements and staging of all these items? Last year, this meeting, we pushed a lot of things up for this year, probably on
Austin, on the, just page, I think it's 106, it's the second page that has the sanitary sewer and the water, etc. I know last year at this time, or when we had the first budget meeting, and we talked about the first, basically the 20 million water and sewer bond, and that was to account or provide for the anticipated expenses in the first 5 years, beginning last year. And so, and I know that we've, in looking at those other funds, we've looked at these expenses coming down, water and sewer, particularly the wastewater treatment and all that other stuff. So do these numbers now, have these all been adjusted so that what I'm trying to get is a read for 5 years from now? the expenses that we're looking at for, water, sewer, that sort of thing. Going in year 5 or 6 forward, are those pretty accurate figures now? If it looks like it's not that much, but.
So we did realize that after we published this, that the bond funds that we're doing the bond projects with, the first 5 years, we should have put those all in the year, fiscal 27. Yeah.
Their
but
budget's in
They're in the budget, but on this spreadsheet here, we did not get them all in fiscal 27. But the out years, year 5 and later, those are all numbers still based on the estimates that we had done from liquidity as part of the CIP plan for the water sewer.
So, looking at, if I'm reading this correctly, total utility fund improvements, you've got an aggregate of 56 million, correct, in the bottom right-hand corner? Okay, and out of that, and that 56 million is up to year 9, fiscal year 35. So my question is, with the bonds that will be issued, approved next week, how much of that is taken away from that 56 million?
Fiscal year 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
That pays everything through 30?
Yeah, it covers 26 to 30.
Okay.
With 1 million that we have like grant.
Okay. And well, I can add those up on my own time, but I'm just trying to get an idea of what those last 4 to 5 years look like, because I mean, realistically, absent the benefit of the grant like the one you just obtained, or something else, we would be looking in another 5 years probably at another water and sewer bond for, I mean, it looks like it would be somewhere in the range of 30 million. More. Yeah. Okay. That's just kind of, I'm just trying to get an idea of not just where we are today or the next 3 years, but the next 10 years. So.
This is all utility fund. And so year 1 through 4, we've bonded for it. And we've set our water utility rates, water sewer rates. Are those rates not in line with this full capital improvement plan?
If we want to go back to a pay-as-you-go type of situation for all of these, that's something we would have to look at. I don't think we would be able to do all of these under a credit. I know we would not be able to do all of these projects under pay-as-you-go under the current rate structure.
I think other cities are going to have to catch up to us before we really adjust. Because I know that people love to complain about our water rates, but that's because we're the only ones that have moved forward, and everybody else is going to catch up.
On the following page on flood mitigation, elevations, and I know the grants going out, do we anticipate that there will be any additional grants available, or are we going for any additional home elevations?
Right now, we're not factoring in any new home elevation applications. I'm expecting the contracts with the state to be finalized in probably September for us to do a study, the flood mitigation study. That'll probably take about a year. So depending upon the timing of that, we could potentially look for grants again for home elevations and in next fall 27. But we'll have more information after we get that flood study done. With the new flood insurance maps coming out, that's going to change a lot of things when it comes to floodplains and those types of things. So having that data is going to be helpful for future applications.
I know that there have been some meetings with the Harris County Flood Control District and, public comments about the maps. Do you know what the time frame is as to when those maps are going to be finalized as this is it?
Maisha, do you know when those maps might be finalized? I think it's only like 6 months, but
Yeah. Probably wrapping up in the next 6 months, and then they're gonna give us another few months to actually adopt the map. So maybe the 20.
towards the end of 27 is when we think the maps will probably be effective, but the study will be based upon these maps as we put out.
Yep.
Anything more on CIP? Any of those tables? Okay, the next numerous pages are all a recap and the actual publication of the budget and everything we just covered. We are going to jump.
I don't think we can cover that all again, or?
No, we're not. We're gonna jump to page 317, which is a letter from HCAD to me about the certified values.
Now, all of this stuff is just basic informational knowledge of it, so I don't.
So I'm actually only jumping to page 217 to show you the taxable values and make sure that we talk about truth in taxation and how that paperwork's not exactly truthful. The way they make us do it. And then there are numerous documents for your review at another time on equipment replacement, vehicle replacements, technology replacement. Those are things we can discuss probably another time. We're gonna jump page 244, which starts grant funding since 2017. Do you have any conversation on this letter?
So this is kind of a summary of all the grants that we've received since I've been here. One thing that I do want to point out, I think it's pretty remarkable actually. As of June 30th, 2026, we ranked 35th out of 966 extra sub-recipients. We're behind Harris County, we're behind the city of Houston, we're behind flood control, they're their own separate entity, but we are 35th out of 966 when it comes to funding through that.
Which includes all the big cities.
Yeah. And nationally, we're 299th out of over 17,000. So we're punching above our weight class in a lot of areas.
I was at a mayor's event not long ago, and there was a comment, I was like, oh, I'm in Jersey Village. I immediately knew not only was I in Jersey Village, but that Jersey Village played outside of its weight class for grant, and that we've been very successful in our flood mitigation projects and grants.
Are you talking about the boat?
Nah, that was in the parking lot, it was in the parking lot afterwards, yeah.
Because we were talking about it.
I ended up not leaving right away.
Yeah, talking about it. With some of them. Good.
All right, so, 252 is the project prioritization of some of the park improvements and things that we've been focusing on. Unless you've got specific questions, we're gonna roll through a lot of this improvement stuff. This is all from the park improvement, Parks Master Plan and the comprehensive plan. All documents that council has seen and previously on page 264 is the 5-year forecast. There is conversation about, are we going to be able to keep our minimum and our reserve? This is where those numbers are. that 5-year forecast actually has our operational reserve. I think, 66%. And that's as the budget stands today. That is with the $8 million city hall investment. Okay, that's the budget document. We've gone through, as I commented earlier, because some of the decisions we made, we've added a lot of expenses. We've also had statements of, I don't want to raise the tax rate, and I don't know how much that gap is yet.
My math is correct, we've added about $579,000.
And that's, if you include not raising the tax rate by 0.7%, then your gap is well larger than that. At 4:30, it's not a problem we're going to solve now, and it's also there's a very valid point. The fifth person is not here, and we're not sure who that fifth person is going to be. On Tuesday night, we are having a conversation about tax rate. I think the right way to attack this is going to be council needs to continue reviewing, and review beforehand, to continue to review and consider places that you would cut. But on Tuesday night, council is going to have some discussion on what is the tax rate. Because if we come up with an agreement among us of, here's where we want the tax rate, we can turn around and hand that tax rate to staff, and staff can do internal discussions far more efficiently than we can on what those cuts are. Okay. At that gap, you are not only cutting start it as a program, you're cutting people. Over the weekend, I would think about what you would do with the package.
Well, and I'll bring this up too. It may be worth rethinking what we talked about earlier about putting the fund for, was it for trash collection? Again, I think that's the way to go, is if you're doing fees for services, allocate the money and people pay for the thing that they pay for. So this is the plan.
And we'll probably have
obviously it doesn't get you all the way there, but that's...
No, it doesn't. But we'll probably have that discussion again on Tuesday, because you're taking what you currently charge across a larger, broader piece, and we're not wanting to raise the tax rate. I'm guessing nobody's sitting up here saying they want to advocate for the commercial businesses and their tax rate. We're trying to make sure that our personal expense of the tax rate doesn't go up. Well, with that trash change, you now move that trash, the revenue away from the commercial side of it to the public side of it. So yeah, you've raised revenue, but you've increased what the homeowner pays.
I agree with that, and I think that's the way it should be. I would rather say publicly, I'll raise that than raise people's property taxes. Because in general, I don't think property taxes is a fair way, just in principle, how to fund things. And I get what you're saying, it's like, well, we're getting it from the businesses or whatever. It's like, well, they're not the ones paying for it. The citizens are the ones paying.
They are the ones paying for it. They're not the ones paying for it. Alrighty.
Yeah, that's what they're the ones paying for it.
Any other conversation on the tax rate or difference in how we go about attacking this?
No, I mean, I agree with you from the standpoint of, well, it would be my goal to maintain. I don't think it's possible because of increases that we have. I mean, just across the board increases, whether it's the trash collection, recycling, et cetera, things we've talked about, which are necessary expenses in the police and the fire departments. And, you know, a lot of the infrastructure that is needing to be built and just day-to-day expenses. There's some areas that we can cut, but generally speaking, there's a lot of areas that are increasing. And so I think it would be unrealistic for me, at least for me, to say, well, I think we need to work to decrease the tax rate. I'd love to do it, but I don't think that's practical. But I do think we've got to say, I don't want to see the tax rate increase. So I'd like to, as you've said, move from the standpoint of what do we need to do to keep the tax rate flat, and how do we adjust the budget to do that? And I think part and parcel of that ultimately becomes, you know, how we deal with the phase one of the campus project.
I don't know, because it seems like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, anything we do on the campus project, I don't think affects that rate, because that's not coming out of that budget, to my understanding.
That's when you're on fund balance.
So in other words, if I mean, I'm understanding right, like the stuff that's there, let's say we reduce, or let's say we keep the property tax fund flat. Does that affect how much and where that money is coming for phase one of the city project?
So there's not a property tax fund, there's the general fund and a property tax revenue line.
Right.
And the money from property taxes comes into the general fund, and all the expenses for that building are out of the general fund.
But the property taxes are a recurring revenue source. We want to use those to fund our recurring operating expenses.
Yep.
The money that's being used to fund the city campus is one time in nature. Do not use that to fund
Recurring operation, and it's money that, as every budget happens, you generate, so you budget money, but then you spend less than what you budgeted, so there's a net each year, most years, which helps contribute to that reserve that we either put towards capital improvement, capital replacement, and it's times where you have excess, and that's where we do that one-time expense.
how cities get control is by using one-time money to fund recurring expenses. Yeah.
As part of the discussion on Tuesday, we will have to have a real conversation at the tax rate, but also direction towards staff when they're gonna cut that. And if there's any department that is off limits. And I know there's been a lot of campaigning and conversation of police and fire, I'm not gonna touch them. We had a conversation and I was like, if you're gonna cut 5% of the budget, but you're not gonna touch police and fire, you saw in our budget, that's, is it 60 something, it's 50? Emergency service, right? 63%. Yeah, emergency services is about 63% of that. Yeah. And so to tell staff, here's the tax rate, and you've got to close that gap. If we're going to tell them they can't touch 63% of the budget, it's going to be hard felt everywhere.
It's understood.
I think that's going to actually, everybody done the budget. So another tradition that we have, if y'all haven't been to these meetings, is that we go around the council and give an opportunity to just give any comments or that you want to ask towards staff. They work very hard on this whole document. Their timeline's like the third page. So, do you have any Simon, you were here last year?
I'll just say that as between this year and last year, and I know Jennifer, last year was my first year, and you were unable to attend. I think you were sick. Yeah, so I'm glad you don't have COVID and glad you were able to attend. But I will say that the budget presentation, and attribute that to you and to Austin and other staff members who contributed, particularly the summary on the front end. To me, it was extremely helpful because this is not, it's not an easy topic, and just jumping into 200 pages of these lines is pretty darn difficult. And so the summary, you know, sort of getting a roadmap of where you're going and what the big ticket items are in each department, et cetera, I just thought it was extremely helpful. So I wanted to compliment you all on that.
I don't have anything specific to say other than, I know it's a really tough process and I really appreciate input and all that stuff. So I'm still new, I'm still learning. I'm sure I'll have questions in the future. So I really appreciate the availability.
I want to thank everybody. The amount of work that y'all put into this is quite substantial. And I know there's a lot of passion and personal love that goes into this work. So thank y'all very much. Thank you for today, being able to answer the questions. So a lot more questions to be asked, but kind of like Simon says, you don't know what you don't know, and trying to get a good gauge of where to be able to address these issues that we have in front of us. It's gonna take some time, but y'all have definitely assisted in that, and I thank y'all.
Well, I guess it's gonna sound less sincere when I say it, but thank you very much for this discussion. This has been for me the hardest, I've only been here but this was the hardest, and I couldn't figure out if it was just the topics or if it was that I understand it more, so it wasn't what you were talking about. It also makes fun. More cumbersome, and I really, Jennifer, and I know Austin has a good the summary of like Simon was saying, it is a lot easier because then you know where to jump if you have then you know where to jump if you do have specific questions about things, and I like where you don't always explain like why you want something or why you want something or why you look into something. And so and sitting still for 8 hours and not easy. So I appreciate you guys putting so much love and work into the city.
Ed, Eric, Kimberly, Greg,
Yes.
y'all have done
Man, you guys really.
very well. Very, very rare to have somebody a citizen stick all the way through the meeting. I appreciate y'all's interest and investment in the city. You're the only ones not forced to be here. I bet you that. He's looking out for you.
He did.
Guys, I wish we could go back to the 2019, 2018 budget where we're like, all right, we gotta spend some money. This year's rough. And don't like the position that we're in, having to deal with a lot of forces here. And just exponentially rising costs. And equipment is very expensive, and yeah, we're gonna see how this shakes out. But y'all done a very good job going through and talking how some of the ways it looks build efficiencies, and they'll do a very good job managing your budget and hitting your targets, your year-to-dates, and how we've done the last however many years in here, but we're not overspenders, and one of the reasons budgets we've had not overrun. So thank you very much for all your time you've done on this, and apologies that you're not done, that the next 4 weeks will probably continue to be a little, and y'all have a lot on your plate. But, and thanks for the back row of the the department heads to be. I appreciate all of y'all investing and being here. That is it. You have a safe evening, and we're going to adjourn at 4:54.